Welcome back to Only Talk Sports. We talk sports every single day, or at least we try to. I'm Roche Jeffrey, and subscribe to the channel if you like sports content, and hit that notification bell so you never miss our video. The college football playoff first round is in the books, and I would like to say that it largely went as expected, but outside of maybe one result, which I don't even know if that was that shocking in a way, it went about as expected. I think a lot of people are not too surprised by the results. I know I'm not, mostly, and especially the two games that no one really cared about in the latter part of today, that everybody knew was going to be terrible, that everybody knew were going to be blowouts, and they both were, even though the second game ended up, the final score was closer than the game would indicate by far. I truthfully did not really watch either of the second two games, which, I know that you could say, wow, you should be watching the playoff games, right? If you're going to talk about them. But there's not a lot to talk about with those. So I don't really think we're going to be discussing too much about Ole Miss, Tulane, or Oregon, JMU. There's really not a lot to talk about there. Definitely when I bring on callers, if y'all want to talk about those games, we absolutely can talk about those games. But I don't think anybody's going to be really talking about those games. And I'm sure that most people are going to want to be moving on to the next games that are going to be occurring on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Everyone always looks to the future, but we have to reflect first on, at least in my opinion, the two games that really mattered and the results that mattered. And the games were interesting enough, as you would say. But before we do that, I do want to shout out, we got Godfather of the SEC in the house. Here we go. Appreciate that. We got Stephen Cherry in the house as well. I am in the house. Thank you. I appreciate that, Stephen Cherry. Glad you guys are here. Definitely, I don't know how crazy tonight's going to be because, I mean, the results, there's not a lot to talk about. I'm sure we'll have, some crazy moments tonight. I'm sure it'll be pretty wild. Hopefully not too crazy. Hopefully not too late into the night. But, I'm sure there's going to be some interesting discussion. But, I mean, these games just, I don't mean to sound so drab, but there's just not a lot of interesting stuff to talk about here. I mean, I agree with Stephen Cherry. I agree with everybody that Tulane and James Madison, I mean, and credit to James Madison. Credit to James Madison for putting up 34 points in a game that they never had a shot to win. Again, lines of scrimmage. Lines of scrimmage, folks, is why small teams basically never, beat good teams. It's not college basketball. You see Tulane and James Madison just completely outmatched. They tried, but they don't have any business being in a playoff format where they can have a shot to win a national title in college football. It does not make any sense. Notre Dame should have made the college football playoff. I'm still blown away at the amount of people that get mad at me over Notre Dame. Like, I'm not even saying necessarily that Miami should not have gotten into the playoffs. Like, I agree with Stephen Cherry. Both Tulane and JMU getting in is ridiculous, all that kind of stuff. But the thing is, like, you look at that Miami Texas A&M game, and it sucked. It sucked a lot harder than I thought it was going to suck. It was an awful game, and I think it's funny that it was an awful game. Like, I really think that yeah. And if you guys want to talk about Packers Bears too, because I actually was watching that game. Because who cared about JMU Oregon, right? I was watching Packers Bears. That was a great game. Unbelievable. Packers up 16-3, and the Bears come all the way back and win. Get the onside because Romeo Doubs fumbles the onside, recovery attempt. Just crazy game. DJ Moore with the touchdown. Like, that was great stuff. Like, we can absolutely talk about that. But, I mean, Miami, Texas A&M was a crappy game. I mean, it sucked. The thing that I don't understand, I'm tired of talking about it, and we are about to move on completely because, we're going to be moving on to the quarterfinals, and all this doesn't matter anymore. But I don't understand why so many people just don't understand my argument about Notre Dame. I understand why people are saying they should not be in. They lost to Miami. They lost to Texas A&M. The head-to-head, all that stuff. I get it. I understand. I'm not stupid, man. I'm not a genius, but I'm not stupid. Like I can understand basic, just logic. I get that. I understand that's your logic. But what I don't understand is why we also cannot use the logic of teams improving as the season goes along. Alabama lost to a 5-7 Florida State team, yet here we are. And everybody's logic about, well, Notre Dame lost to Miami in a week 1 game. Alabama lost to Oklahoma about a month ago, and they lost on their own field. Did we witness what just happened? I think Alabama beat Oklahoma this time. I mean, again, I have literally no proof that Notre Dame would beat Miami today. I get that. But what we just saw here, these two teams that played today, and it is still today because it's 11:56 on mine. It's about to be midnight. But today, what we just saw with these two teams, Notre Dame, if they played the way Notre Dame had been playing the last 6-7 weeks of the season, they would have absolutely blown out Miami and Texas A&M. And that's my opinion. Again, you don't have to agree with it, but I feel like it is okay for me to state my opinion. Just like everybody else. I mean, everybody else is saying that the committee did the right thing. Notre Dame shouldn't have got in. Miami got in. Great. But you get this, and I'm just like, okay. Because to me, I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't know about you. I think that Notre Dame hangs with Ohio State more than Miami is going to do. I think Notre Dame would hang with Ohio State more than Texas A&M would. And to be fair, I think all three of those teams would lose to Ohio State. But I think Miami's going to get destroyed. That's not. I'm not making an official prediction on that game, but as my mind sits right now at 11:57 p.m., night of the first round reactions here, I'm not seeing any hope for Miami hanging with Ohio State, unless Ohio State is just completely regressed so hard after the Indiana loss. They're broken, and it's like the reverse effect of last year when they lost to Michigan and they vastly improved. Maybe this time they vastly get worse. Unless that happens, which is probably not going to happen, Ohio State should beat Miami very easily because I saw nothing from either team. And I get that there were missed field goals, and I get that, people say, well, Miami would score more. I was not impressed with either team, man. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just tired of the Miami Notre Dame. Again, it's in the past, and I know I'm still talking about it, but I just am blown away how dead set people are, again, that the committee made the right decision based off a week 1 game. I mean, again, hypothetically, if you take Notre Dame, instead of them losing to Miami, just say they lost to Oregon in week 1. I'm just asking. In that scenario, if Notre Dame had a loss by 3 points at Oregon in week 1, then lost to A&M, and Miami, instead of beating Notre Dame by 3 in week 1, just say they beat Texas A&M by 3 in week 1, but then suffer the same losses. Are we for sure Miami would still get in over Notre Dame? I don't. I think Notre Dame would get in. Again, I know everything that I'm saying is hypothetical. I get that. I understand that. But I still feel that I have a right to say that. Because I feel like a lot of people just want to completely shut down anybody that says that Notre Dame should have gotten into the playoffs. At the end of the day, I really don't actually care all that much outside of my good friend Will and D, who got screwed, lost his bet. It sucks. And Notre Dame missed the playoffs. I care more about that than Notre Dame itself. But I just watched all three teams this season, Notre Dame, Texas A&M, and Miami, and the whole body of work It's just unfortunate that Notre Dame so happened to lose to the team that they were up against, that the committee conveniently put them ranked right next to each other at the very end, when all season Notre Dame was ranked way ahead of Miami. It was so unfortunate that was the case, because I feel like if Notre Dame had a loss to any other team in the top 12 other than Miami in week 1, because the head-to-head wouldn't have mattered, they would have been in the playoffs. Because what they did the rest of the season was just destroy everybody. And I know their competition wasn't stiff, but neither was Miami's. Miami didn't do anything either. I mean, everybody's pointing to, well, Miami beat Pittsburgh by more than Notre Dame did. I mean, that's just stupid. Like, that argument and that logic is dumb. It's just insane. But again, at the end of the day, whatever. Notre Dame missed the playoffs. Thank you, via Ohio State. Thank you. This is all that I'm trying to say. We will never know. But Notre Dame, to me, eye test, looked better at the end of the football season than Miami did. To me. Again, that is my opinion. But the committee obviously felt the same way the entire season until they didn't, until head-to-head suddenly trumped everything. Even though prior to that, you saw Notre Dame ranked ahead of Miami all season. So, again, I don't know. I think Notre Dame would beat Miami today. I think Notre Dame would beat Texas A&M today. But that, again, that is my opinion. And everybody else can disagree with that. And that's okay. I just don't care for people trying to shut down people they don't agree with. I'm not trying to shut down anybody's opinion. That if your opinion is that Miami should be in because of head-to-head, great. I disagree with that, and I'm going to tell you why. And I do, and I did, and that's it, and that's all there is to it. And I did the same thing on social media today, and I don't care about that either. I don't care that you got a bunch of people going off about that either. I really don't care, because that's their opinion. I'm not telling people to shut up and and all that kind of stuff, like people on my side are saying on it. I don't even care. I don't like Notre Dame or Miami. I think, frankly, both teams aren't that great. I just think Notre Dame's better. And again, they lost in a week 1 game. I'm not even fully ranting here, Steven. I'm all right. I appreciate that. I don't know. It would be interesting, if you had like the +1 thing. Everybody talks about the real talks about the +1. And in a +1 scenario, what would have happened in the +1 scenario? Notre Dame and Miami would have played again. And who knows? Maybe Miami beats Notre Dame again. I mean, that's not impossible. It's not. It could happen. But I don't think they would have. Yeah, I mean, this is pathetic. Like, it's nothing against Tulane and JMU. It's not. Like, it's great they got to make it. It's great that the players got to, their dream, when trying to compete for national championship, they got their dream. The teams are not even close on the level of these other teams. So we all know this. Like, we can all agree on that. And if we can't, I don't know. Because there are a lot of people out there like, oh, the Big 12 is as good as the SEC and Big 10. And I'm just like, I don't know where you're at. I don't know where your brain is at. Again, I can respect people's opinions just like I would hope people respect mine. But at the same time, I don't know how in the world you think that. I really don't. Because the Big 12 clearly on every single metrical level is not as good as the SEC and the Big 10. Yet there are people that think that. But this, there's no way on the planet that anybody can say that Tulane and James Madison 99.9% of the time against every single team in the top 10 ahead of them, including Miami and Texas A&M, should destroy these teams. That's not to say that it can't not happen where it's a competitive game, because look, Ole Miss, who's in the playoffs and who destroyed Tulane twice this season, almost lost to Washington State. And I think Washington State is not a very good football team. It can happen. But when the odd chance that it does happen, then kind of to Darreel's point, and I understand his logic where he's like, well, because you get this one time where this team is not clearly as good as any of these other teams does compete, then it's like, well, see, this is why these teams need a chance. that's flawed logic, because most of the time these teams, this is the result you get. Even this JMU Oregon game, the score was nowhere near as close. That's why Dan Lanning was so mad post game. I did flip it from the Packers Bears to see his post game interview because I wanted to hear his thoughts, and I had a feeling he'd be pretty mad, and he was pretty mad because he's like, yeah, we gave up way too many points today. Our defense sucked. So, I don't know. Yeah, there were way too many choices. If you're a sports fan and you really just don't care exactly what you're watching, and it's more so you want to watch the best game, no one on the planet was watching Oregon JMU. Everybody was watching Packers Bears. And there were good college basketball games too. I had UNC on. I was watching them play Ohio State. That was a pretty good game. You had St. John's, Kentucky. You had Arkansas. They were playing somebody. Forgot who they were playing. But, they were on CBS as well. I didn't watch that. But still, there was a lot of games on today. A lot of games in college basketball. You had the NFL, and college football, you got this playoff, everybody loves the playoffs. And then you got these garbage games. Yeah. Texas Tech, Duke as well. I actually don't even know who won that game. I did not see that. I missed a little bit of the mid-afternoon action. So Duke, Texas Tech, did Duke finally lose, or are they still undefeated in college basketball? I'm going off a little bit here, but I mean, definitely the football today was just boring. Like it was rough, man. Oh, Texas Tech knocks off Duke 82-81. Okay. Madison Square Garden. Cool. So, very interesting stuff. Wish I'd have watched that one. I was not available to watch that one. But yeah, too bad on that. That was a good game. But yeah, a lot of good stuff on today is the idea. And college football just really couldn't compete here when you've got this. Like, I think we can all agree, even if Miami is in over Notre Dame, if Notre Dame plays Ole Miss, if Notre Dame is number 11 instead of Tulane, I am pretty sure we would have gotten a better game. I'm about 99.9% sure we would have gotten a better game. And there's a good chance Notre Dame can win. So I'd say Ole Miss wouldn't win, but it would have been a competitive game. And it really sucks that the only competitive game today in college football was that. Because I don't know about you, I was flipping into college basketball during this game. Yeah, appreciate it, Hummus Hero. And I am gonna reply to you as well. I missed about 2 weeks because I was sick. So I was under the weather and my voice was like shot. So I couldn't stream, but I'm okay. I appreciate you on that. I appreciate that. I hated to miss streaming. It sucked because there was a lot of great stuff I wanted to talk about back then. Obviously, when Indiana beat Ohio State, I couldn't even talk. I was like, I'm watching the game. My voice is just silent. Like I'm sick, and I'm like, yes. It was great. I was over the moon, man. But I could not stream, which sucked. But I do appreciate it. Glad to be back. But yeah, crazy too. The wind was a big deal today. A lot of wind around America. A lot of wind, and people were saying that was affecting the kickers, which I agree. But man, I mean, it was so funny because I saw a meme online where people were like, "Oh, they were like showing hurricane gust winds," and it's like, "Oh, this is what the kickers are making it look like." Yeah, there was wind, but Miami and A&M missed some easy field goals, especially Miami. I mean, that was just chip shot field goals. And that's another thing. Like you take Vanderbilt, BYU. I mean, BYU stretching it a bit. I like BYU, but BYU played Texas Tech twice and got destroyed both games. So a lot of people want to keep defending BYU. I don't know. I mean, they would have been better than James Madison and Tulane for sure. But I don't think we can really act like BYU would have been that strong. They might have been a little bit better if they would have been a little bit better than SMU last year probably. Maybe a little better than Indiana. I don't know, but I don't think BYU is really the strongest candidate for that. I think that Vandy and Notre Dame. I think that even Texas is garbage as that is garbage as that is. Texas would have given a better game here. I don't want Texas in the conversation because they shouldn't be in. But I'm just saying that compared to these two teams, they would have given a better game. I mean, there's a lot of teams with 4 losses that would have done better than James Madison and Tulane. And again, it's no flack on JMU and Tulane. It's just they can't compete, and the games suck. They were terrible as a result. I don't know. Like I was not really looking forward to these games at all. Because I had a feeling they wouldn't even be close. And I'll be very interesting to see the ratings for these games, these two. I'm sure they probably were significantly lower than Miami A&M and Alabama, Oklahoma, but I would be very interested in seeing the ratings for those two games. They had to have been significantly lower. I mean, really, the only game that to me was good was Alabama, Oklahoma. And yeah, I'm biased there. I know because I'm an Alabama fan. But I really felt that Alabama, Oklahoma was a quality football game overall. I mean, it wasn't perfect. I mean, Oklahoma made some errors. I mean, Alabama still is a flawed football team. But, you had the Jeremy Bernard catch that some people said wasn't a catch. I don't care. That was great. Just good effort. I mean, Oklahoma early, John Mateer was slinging it around. Deion Burks made some good plays. They ran the ball well. Yeah, and then the Oklahoma kicker, had the missed kicks as well, which is crazy because he won the Groza and missed the 2 kicks, which tough way to end the season for him. Very tough. And Talty's redeemed himself. Which is amazing. Alabama fans were being brutally harsh to that guy, and he is completely redeemed himself, and I think needs to be given more credit. But yeah, I mean, Alabama, Oklahoma was by far the best game. It was a fun game, pretty fun game. I think most people were generally entertained. I think the problem with this is that, I agree with where you're coming from, Austin. If you're defensive guy, you prefer lower scoring games. My thing is, it depends on how a game is low scoring. I really do believe that. If it's just smash mouth, both teams playing so hard. And I'm not saying there wasn't. I mean, they did, but there was just a lot of mistakes. I mean, Marcel Reed, that one interception, you can't chalk that up to good defense. That one interception, I saw the one pick Marcel Reed had earlier in the game. He just threw it to Miami. I don't know. That Marcel Reed did not have a good game, especially taking care of the ball. Just an abysmal game. And then obviously the late interception that sealed it, the end of the game. I don't know. I mean, Marcel Reed is a guy that I never understood why he was getting Heisman hype outside of the fact that he was leading an undefeated team. Now, you can make a big case for, Pavia and Mendoza and Sayin and Love, and Simpson before his collapse. But I never understood why Marcel Reed was creeping in there. I would put Gunnar Stockton ahead of Marcel Reed, and I don't like saying that. But Marcel Reed never really impressed me. So I don't know. It's really interesting. This is an interesting point by Stephen Cherry here. All games except the Natty should be played on campus. Yeah. The problem is that what are you going to do with bowl games? See, that's the problem because the playoff has essentially replaced the bowl games like the Rose Bowl, the Orange Bowl, all that junk. So, you would have the bowl games, then all of it would get pushed down, right? So you would have the Rose Bowl having 2 teams that did not make the playoffs. They'll never do that. They will never do that because they have to keep the symbolism of the bowl games, even though they're not bowl games because they're playoff games, which that's a whole other thing that I could just go on a complete, 10-minute spillover, and I'm not, but you get the point. Like, I get your point, and I agree with it. It would be great. I'd love it if Alabama was playing at Bloomington, but it's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And I agree with Hummus Hero as well. Like, Ohio State, Indiana was a great game. It was a great game. And there were not a lot of mistakes, and it was great quality defensive football. Miami A&M was just, it was just, I don't know, man. That game was just, to me, it just wasn't good. I don't know. I mean, like I said, it's my opinion. You know, and people have different opinions. Like, I feel like I'm getting annoyed having to say it's my opinion. Everything I say is my opinion, but I do try my best to back factual evidence up to base my opinions off of. You know, I don't try to be somebody that I'm on here and I'm just like, okay, yeah, this is true, 100% true, and I've got no evidence for that. You know, but I'm just saying it. Like, it's what I feel to be true or whatever, you know, like some moron saying 2 + 2 is 5. And that that's true. It's true. No, it's not, but whatever. You know, I don't do that. I try to say what I feel, and it is my opinion, but then base it off of facts. Like, how I'm not saying Notre Dame should be ahead of Miami just because. I'm saying Notre Dame should be ahead of Miami because of this, this, and this. I try to do that. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people don't back up anything. They just throw something out there. It's like, well, this is true, and maybe list a reason. But you got a lot of times, if you're going to do that, you need to list a lot of reasons. You know, and again, I'm not perfect either on that. Sometimes I will say something that I'm just like foot in the sand. I think this, and I don't have a lot to say it, but you know, whatever. But I do try, because I feel like if you don't, then nobody, like, why listen to the person? Because they're just at that point basically full of crap. You know, they're not telling you anything that's true. They're just making up a bunch of junk, and that's what they feel. And again, people should have opinions. I have opinions, but at least try to have my opinions be backed off something, at least something. I can't say that's always going to be the case. Again, I ain't perfect on that, but I try. But yeah, like, again, Ohio State, Indiana, to me, was a good quality, low scoring game. And I told you why. A lot of reasons. Miami A&M, mistakes, turnovers. Both teams just play like crap. Didn't think it was a good game. But other people could be like, you know what? It was a great defensive battle, great game. Both Miami and A&M look like national title contenders. I don't agree. But everybody has an opinion. Sports Talk with Austin says, let me ask you, Jeffrey, did Miami prove they can win it all? No. I mean, especially considering, you know, who you're talking about they're going up against next. I mean, to me, and again, it is what it is, but I feel like, you know, Indiana playing Alabama is a lot harder than Ohio State facing Miami or Texas A&M. And again, that's okay. I mean, that's how the bracket unveiled itself. But, you know, you're the number 1 seed, right? You would think, like, hey, the number 1 seed is going to have the easier path. I mean, that's how college basketball is structured, right? You know, like, they want to make the playoff like, oh, it's like college basketball. Well, it's not like college basketball when the number 2 seed, Ohio State, and frankly, the number 3 seed, Georgia, have an easier, in my opinion, quarterfinal matchup than Indiana. Because I would rather face Miami than Alabama if I'm Indiana, just frankly. I don't know about you guys, but honestly, I'd like to hear y'all's opinions on that. But I think that Ohio State has a lot easier of a quarterfinal matchup than Indiana does. Like, I think Alabama would play Ohio State harder than Miami. You know, that's just my opinion. I think Alabama's a better football team than Miami. And I think Alabama's a better football team than Ole Miss. Like, Alabama at times has looked poor. Yes, they've looked really poor. But when Alabama is clicking, it's been very inconsistent this season. If Alabama plays their best game, they can knock off Indiana. Absolutely. I mean, I agree with this. I just think Alabama's better. I think Alabama across the board. I think Ty Simpson at his best is better than Carson Beck. I think that Alabama defensively, I mean, Miami's had their moments. I don't know, man. I just don't buy Miami. I really don't. I mean, kudos to them, for beating Texas A&M. Kudos to them. But I don't know, man. To me, I'm still kind of shocked that so many people think Miami's legit. Like, I know a lot of people, ACC fans obviously are rooting hard for Miami, and I get it because the ACC sucks, and you know, um, you got to pull for somebody, and other people that Miami hasn't been good in 25 years. Outside of a couple of halfway all right seasons, right? And people are, they're happy for Miami. It's like the U's back, and plus, everybody likes the convicts better than the Catholics in the college football world, which is funny. But I don't know. I don't know, man. I think that I think Miami's not great. I agree that Miami is a better running team than Alabama, but like a lot of people have said, you don't have to be a great running team to win in 2025. You don't have to be. Maybe it limits your margin for error, but you don't have to be. I mean, the thing is, what I think's also funny is how I recall about 5 years ago, everyone said every single year around 3 or 4 teams have a legitimate chance to win a national title. But now that we've expanded this thing to 12, it's like people were trying to materialize in their head. Well, hey, I think this team can win it all. I think that team can win it all. If you're having to do a lot of ifs, probably doesn't mean that they're a national championship contender, true contender. The only reason Miami's a contender right now is because they're one of the 8 remaining teams left. And that's fair. Yeah, they have as good a chance of anybody to win a national title, theoretically, left. You got the 8 teams left. They all have the same chance. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with this either. But again, I feel differently than you. I think Alabama winning at Oklahoma was better. I don't know. I don't know if you guys agree with that, like most of chat. But I mean, I see where Austin's coming from, right? Like 10-7, Alabama 9-8. But I mean, Alabama beat a team they lost to previously and completely controlled the second half. Miami never completely controlled the game. I mean, literally, Texas A&M was at the goal line to tie, and Marcel Reed screwed up again. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the best win. I mean, how do you quantify best win? I mean, if you're going off of who was favored, I don't even remember what the A&M Miami line was, but I mean, I'm sure that A&M was favored to win by more than Oklahoma was. So I mean, I guess if you're going off expected win, then it's the best win. But based off performance, Alabama was more impressive by far than Miami today. So again, it's all subjective or objective or whatever, the term is, but I can agree with you on that point depending on what your definition of best win is. If your definition is just strictly based off the spread and the expectation level of who was to win, then yeah, I guess. But based off performance, Alabama was more impressive. And that's not even a biased take because I love Alabama. So, very interesting stuff. So, yeah, I mean, Miami did not have a 34-7 run. They didn't. Like, Alabama just completely, dominated Oklahoma. But see, this like, the problem with, like, that logic, right, is that most of the teams in the top 10 have 5-star talent. I understand Alabama's got a way better roster. Like their roster's like Ohio State. It's stacked and loaded. But Miami, it's not like Miami has a bad roster here. Miami's got a good roster. I mean, they added some quality portal dudes. Carson Beck was a highly rated guy, come from Georgia. They got a lot of highly draftable players. I mean, it's not like they're hurting for talent or anything. And they just, to me, they gutted out a win against a team that just couldn't get out of their own way. And I know that Miami's defense was good. It was. And that forced some turnovers. But Marcel Reed also played poor. He played poor, flat out. I mean, even a lot of the throws he made were off target, and the receivers had to make up for it. Like, a lot of throws were behind. Marcel Reed was never comfortable all day, which I know you can say it's because of the Miami defense and the pressure, and partially I agree with that. But I don't know. Alabama was better to me, but again, Miami is impressive. It was. It's good. It's just if Miami beats Ohio State, then I will say that Miami can win a national championship. I'll give you that. But I didn't see anything in this game or all season. I mean, frankly, their best win is that aforementioned Notre Dame game that we've been talking about for the whole season. That's it. I mean, they haven't been that great. I don't know. I think Miami is a solid team. They're a solid team. I think a lot of people still don't remember that. I think Mario Cristobal play calling is still sketchy, man. I think, you can say he's gotten better from his worst blunders, but all the coaches in the top 10 to 12, I don't think that we have a more controversial coach than Cristobal. I think that he's made a lot of mistakes coaching, but maybe he's getting better. Maybe he's learned from those errors in the Stanford game when he was at Oregon and the Georgia Tech game at Miami a year or two ago or whatever. I mean, those were just all-time blunders. But I don't know. I mean, good win for Miami. I mean, definitely. I'm going to open up the link so I can talk to you guys. Again, I don't want to be up till 3 in the morning if I can help it. But as I say that, I'll probably be up till 3 in the morning, but hopefully not. But I do want to hear from you guys because I don't really have a lot else to say. I mean, there's not a lot to talk about here, in my opinion, with these games. I mean, Bama, Oklahoma was a good game. Miami A&M was ugly, and the other two sucked. So, I mean, I want to hear what y'all think. I definitely want to hear what y'all think. Yeah, V Ohio State says ACC football last several years just hasn't been top notch. In the 1990s and early 2000s, it was really good and at a level the Big Ten and the SEC, but not at that level now. In general, I really feel like college football in the 90s was competitive all across the board. I mean, the Pac-10 had good teams. I know a lot of people say, well, it was USC, but I mean, like even in the 2000s, Cal, and Stanford rose. Oregon got better. I don't know. I mean, like the Pac-10 had some stuff going on. Washington's had good years. So the Pac-10 was more competitive. The SEC, the Big Ten, the ACC was a lot better. Big 12, you had Texas and Oklahoma, and that was after they merged with the Southwest and the Big 8 stuff. It eventually became the Big 12. It was a lot more competitive, which is why I keep saying that the playoff format that they're wanting to do, having all of these conferences represent, would have made more sense if we were in a 1990s world of college football, where the conferences were pretty even. There were some years where you could say that conference was better, that conference was better, but the ACC and the Big 12 and the Pac-10 were on a fairly level playing ground with the Big Ten and the SEC. That's not the case no longer. That's over. And it's not changing anytime soon. Yeah, the ACC has these blips, like Miami this year or whatever, and Florida State with Travis and Clemson and, with Dabo before. But, I mean, the ACC overall is not good. And in the Big 12, you've got Texas Tech now throwing the bag at the wall and trying to be good. But other than that, I mean, BYU gave Sataki a big, contract. But I'm not seeing a lot from the Big 12 and the ACC to say that they can stand on equal footing with the Big 10 or SEC ever. I'm not seeing it. So this format just makes zero sense. We got a Hummus Hero being on here. We got to bring him on. How you doing tonight, Hummus?
I'm doing all right, Jeffrey. How are you? I'm glad to see that you got your voice back. That's good.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it
Glad to
was tough. I mean, I wasn't like extremely sick. I mean, like deathly ill. Thankfully, that I've had horrible sicknesses before. Like probably 2 years ago, I was really really sick, and I missed a little bit of time. But this time it was like I got sick, and it was like I was doing fine. Like I was functioning. I was doing. I was able to watch games and comment and stuff, but like my voice was it was just dead. Like it was like hoarse, and it just, I don't know. So that sucked on that, but I appreciate it a lot. I'm glad that that's gone, and hopefully no more sicknesses this year, but we'll
Yeah,
definitely have to monitor that. You never know.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I really wanted to talk to you after the Indiana Ohio State game, but you literally couldn't talk. So,
Yeah, I wanted to so bad. I mean, like I wanted to go live so bad, and I almost did anyway, but it was like, man, it just it
yeah.
wouldn't have been good at all.
Yeah, you don't
Um,
want to do that.
so
You don't want to do that. You need your voice. You do long term damage to your vocal cords trying to do that. I mean, I know you're not a singer or anything like that, but still, you don't want to do
absolutely.
damage. So it's good. But yeah, I just wanted to hop on here for at least a little while and chat it up a bit.
I appreciate that. Definitely can't wait to talk about whatever you got on your mind. We got Stephen Sherry saying Michael Jordan played with the flu. Hey, I still was functioning though. Like I still like was doing my day to day, life while I was, unwell. It's just couldn't talk to nobody, very much. So that was it. Like I still was functioning. So I'm not one of those people unless I'm really sick. I don't just like curl up and I'm like, nope, I'm done. I'm not doing anything. I'm typically not like that at all.
That's how I am when I get sick every time. Maybe not with a cold, but anytime it's like stomach or something like that, I'm like, I'm done. I'm not doing anything.
That's funny.
But yeah, one thing I did, what you were talking about a little while ago, I agree with the. It's really not any different with four, like maybe 3 4 teams each year that you would say
Mm,
really have a great chance to win it all. But I do think that it's only the second year of the expanded playoff. But I do think that one thing to consider is like we see in the NCAA basketball tournament. It's one and done. So the reality is that anytime you give the best teams more opportunity to lose games,
mm,
then you're gonna potentially see a 6 7. Well, I mean, last year Ohio State was the 8 seed, but everybody knew that probably wasn't really realistic. It was just one bad game that led to it. But at any rate, my point is that with more chances for upsets, two of the best teams go down on bad days, and then one team gets a favorable matchup, and anything can happen. So I think that it's still really not that different, but I think it wouldn't be surprising if we do see a team kind of come out of the woodwork and win one where they weren't expected. So
yeah, that's where I agree with the real. A lot of people don't, but I do agree with the real though that's kind of annoying because when that occurrence happens, then people are going to be like, "Well, see, there's an upset, and it can happen." That's why I'm saying, like with this, Tulane and James Madison, 99% of the time are going to get blown out against all these teams every time. But there is that one-off chance where they hang. Because again, Ole Miss blows out Tulane today, but they almost lost to Washington State this year. It can happen, But that's not to say like, yeah, these teams need to be here. If college football was like college basketball, and you had a 64 team playoff, and the lines of scrimmage weren't the most dominant thing in the world, where like the skill positions mattered more, and like shooting threes, where a small team can go hot from three and go to the final four, like lines of scrimmage just dictate results. They do, and these small teams just can't match up with these big teams on the lines of scrimmage, and 99% of the time they get blown out. But my point is, if you had a 64 team playoff, then it's like okay having these teams at the back end. Like, oh my
right.
gosh, they're the 64th team. But to justify and say that these are your 11th and 12th team and a 12 team playoff, they're representing the 11th and 12th. Because all we heard about with the 14 playoff, well, we have to have the four best teams, the four best teams. They're not a part of the 12 best teams. They're not even close. So what are we doing? Because again, Notre Dame clearly, and again, Vandy and BYU and Texas and whoever else you want to throw there are better than these teams. They just are. Like, I'm sorry. But that's the problem. Like you allow these teams, and see, they want to fix the rule because it's like, well, okay, we screwed up with this, so we got to fix this. So now we're having it where the ACC will represent no matter what. Well, you still would have had 8-5 Duke this year. Do we really think 8-5 Duke would have done better here? Maybe, probably not. Maybe, I don't know. The point is that the system's flawed. Any way you slice
a little better. I think Duke would have done a little bit better.
But they're still not one of the 12 best teams, and that's the problem.
No, definitely not.
That's the problem. Like they have the system, and that's why I keep pointing back to the 90s. These conferences are not even close to equal. The ACC, even your best with Miami, I just don't think is on a national championship level. I don't. I know there are people defending it to death. And again, maybe they prove it. Maybe they hang with Ohio State or beat them or whatever. I doubt it. But just this justification though with the ACC is no. They didn't. I don't know why we're requiring a representative from these conferences. Like, I understand you want them represented, but the realignment and the way college football has shifted toward the SEC and the Big Ten and the big money, a Rush song, if people remember that song. The thing is like the big money is dictating who's good. It just is. And the ACC doesn't have the big money. So
Miami has a pretty good roster. I think that Miami's I don't think that, once again, not to irritate any Miami fans, but I don't think that their coaching staff's great. I don't think Chris Paul's a good game manager. I don't think that he's the greatest X's and O's guy either. I think he's just a really good recruiter. I think they have a good roster. And they have backing, they have good NIL, they have all that stuff. But the one thing that does scare me about Miami and the Ohio State game is what really gave Ohio State trouble with Indiana was the defensive front. And that's probably Miami's biggest strength is their defensive front is really good. Like, they have at least 3 NFL guys on their defensive line. So, like, it's the one thing that I think can be kind of an equalizer if they can get a lot of pressure against Ohio State like Indiana did. You see what happened. Sand's not the most mobile guy.
No.
I mean, I'm not saying he's a statue either. He has good pocket awareness, but he's not going to scramble out of like that was the big bonus of having like a Will Howard last year for Ohio State is that so many times where a play broke down, he would just get you 6 or 7 yards. Keep the chains moving, not get sacked. So that's the one thing where I see it. I mean. I don't know. I think that the spread, what they're coming out early, is probably pretty accurate, like 8-9 points. I think it sounds about right. But,
doesn't shock me at all. I mean, the thing is like of the 8 remaining teams that are left, the least talented team is Indiana, and it's not even close. And I don't care what people point to and some statistical thing that you can pull out of a hat to say, well, Indiana has a more talented roster than you think. I'm not saying that the roster is not talented. It's just not highly ranked talent. And it's not. It's not. I mean, Indiana, by all metrics, has the least talented roster in the top 8. All you have to do is look that up. I don't have to do it for you, and I'm not going to. It's very simple to say that. The only reason Indiana is winning is because they assembled the right collection of guys that are all working their off to be a lot better than what they were supposed to be.
And they're coached very well.
And the coaching staff is probably top 2 or 3 in the entire nation, and it is unreal. Yeah, and I don't know if they can keep it up or in the future, but they are the outlier.
The blue chip
are absolutely the outlier.
The blue chip ratio thing with Indiana is misleading, though, because that doesn't. The blue chip ratio thing doesn't take into account transfers. So, like, is Indiana probably still less talented than Ohio State or Alabama? Yeah, but are they as far as the blue chip ratio would indicate? No, definitely.
Well, the problem is, though, Hummus, is because a lot of the transfers, you can trace them back to their original, like, humble beginnings. And you've got Fernando Mendoza being a 2-star recruit that had 1 college offer at Cal. And then you've got Elijah Surratt, who was a Division II player, and then he transferred up to the FCS, then to the FBS, then to the Power Four. So you've got a bunch of guys, and that goes all the way across the board. I mean, you've got they got 7 4-stars on their team from high school, and then they've got a like 3 or 4 4-star transfers, and the rest of them are 3-stars all across the board. And even those 4-star transfers that they had, all of them out of high school were 2 or 3 stars. So the problem with that is that you trace the roots back to the original point. None of them are 5 stars. None of them were highly ranked. None of them were blue chip players. Omar Cooper's the highest ranked player on the team, and he was a 4-star recruit for Tom Allen.
But that
there's nothing there. It's just that they've outperformed all expectations based off the roster evaluation.
Yeah, exactly. It's an eye for talent too with what they're doing, because I mean the reality is, yes, they weren't like Mendoza and Surratt. They weren't blue chippers coming out of high school, and even in the transfer portal, they weren't the biggest names. But the reality is that Mendoza's a 1st-round pick and Surratt's a 2nd-round pick.
Now,
you know what? So you can't really that's talent. You know what I mean?
I get that, but it's now. The difference is that Ohio State players and Alabama's players were highly ranked from the beginning, thought to be all draftable guys, and enough of them hit that basically the teams can never be bad. Right. That is the thing, because I mean there are Ohio State and Alabama players every year that were highly ranked out of high school that bust. Alabama's had tons of them. They transfer away. They go away. Ajah Hall was a 5-star receiver. He's gone. He plays at Division II or something. He's dead. He's history. But it happens. It happens. But so many of these guys are just so talented all across the board. 4-stars and 5-stars for Ohio State and Alabama. Enough of them hit. Enough of them are great that they're always good. That's why Ohio State has the standard, because they get the best. They get the best players. That's why I'm interested with Indiana, because they've done this the last 2 years with these guys. Can it continue to occur without them landing blue chippers? Because the rest of these teams in the top 8 have blue chippers. They might not have as many as Ohio State, Georgia, and Alabama do, but Miami and Oregon and Ole Miss, all these teams have blue chippers. They have some. They have enough.
I think that with Indiana, I think that it will, if they have one more year where I'm not saying they'll be as good as this year, because it's hard for even Ohio State or Alabama to have teams that are,
top 2, 3 in the country back to back. It happens, but not every year. But at any rate, even if they maintain top 10, top 15 level next year, I think eventually it will lead to big returns in recruiting, because that's what happens. You know what I mean? So the longer Cignetti stays there, kids are going to look at it and say, hey, I want to go there and I want to be developed. Look at what they're doing. So maybe some of those fringe guys that are maybe not a 5-star, but a high-rated 4-star, or maybe not a 4-star, but a high-rated, and they have something to prove, then they're maybe going to want to go to a place like Indiana, because they're going to say, hey, this is somewhere that can take me to the next level. You know what I mean? So
well, it's like Vanderbilt got that quarterback, right? I don't know whether he'll pan or not, but they got that quarterback that Georgia was looking at or whatever.
Oh yeah,
and he was a 5-star guy. And it's like Indiana right now is in the running for 3 different highly ranked portal guys. Mestamaker looks like he's going to Oklahoma State, but Levitt's in there, Sorsby, Hoover. So I don't know if Cignetti's going to get one of those guys. I don't know if he sticks with Mendoza's brother. Again, a lot of question marks, but it's like you said, it's like he's hit on Rourke. He's hit on Mendoza. He hit on Roman Hemby, and he hit on Surratt and E.J. Williams and Charlie Becker and the defense, Pons and Fisher and Kamara and just all these, and a lot of them are already at JMU, but not all of them are at JMU. It's just can it continue to happen? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm interested in it. I'm intrigued to see what happens with that.
There's some good guys. Indiana, I was really impressed with Indiana after watching that because I watched Indiana, but when you're not watching me, I'm a diehard college football fan in general. I'll watch games whenever I can, but so many times throughout the year, I'm busy. I can't sit around and watch football all day like I would like to. So, I was able to watch Indiana here or there, and maybe a couple times I watched a complete game, but I don't think I watched like a complete game. I didn't watch the whole Penn State game. I didn't watch the whole Oregon game, unfortunately. So that was the first time where I really got to see Indiana go up against another team that was, and I was just really impressed. Do I think?
And that was a shame because a lot of like the reactions during that game by even the commentators and everybody, they were basically saying what you just said. Like I did, not me, but they were saying I haven't watched Indiana basically at all this year, and I'm blown away with what I'm seeing, and that's a shame because the Oregon game to me proved that they were legitimately better than last year. Like to me, I mean, the Illinois game, even like, because I know Illinois is not a top team, but the fact that they just like last year they did in Nebraska, but then Nebraska proved that they were trash again. Like Illinois at least was like a borderline top 25-ish team, and Indiana just completely leveled them. That was huge. And then they went to Iowa and won. But the Oregon game, I'm watching the Oregon game, and Indiana dominated Oregon on the lines of scrimmage. And I'm like, this should wake everyone up. Nope. IU still sucks. Oregon's bad. And I'm like, okay. And then people watch the Penn State game. And most people watch the end of the game and are like, well, they barely beat a team that was 5-7, 4-6 or whatever, 3-6 at the time, 3-5. It's like, okay, well, no one's perfect, and a lot of people have close games. I honestly was shocked Indiana beat Ohio State. I did not think that was going to happen. I did not. But at the same time, I thought they had a chance, legitimately. I didn't think they had a chance last year. But I thought they had a chance this year.
I thought it was going to be a close game because last year the reality was that Indiana, Ohio State, like Ohio State was clearly the better team last year, but Ohio State was clearly the best team in the country last year.
Yeah, like Indiana, the score was closer than it indicates. Indiana hung for a while. They tried.
It was really a couple of plays in that game.
The punt thing. The punt
it was the fumbled punt, and then it was Caleb Downs' punt return. It was two special plays that, not saying Indiana would have won the game, but it would have been down to the wire if it wasn't for those two plays. Like it would have been a 4 game leading into the final drives. So like Indiana was good last year. People who wanted to discount, I already knew that. And this year I knew that it was going to probably be a close game because I knew that, you beat Oregon, you beat Iowa on the road or whatever. You beat Iowa, Oregon, Penn State. Like I knew Indiana was good, but I was still the thing I was most impressed by. I knew their offense was going to be good. I was just really impressed by their front seven, like especially the linebackers. The linebackers are just so they play so well within the system, and they just don't miss. You know what I mean? They played almost perfect in that game. Like you never saw a linebacker out of place. Like I'm not a big X's and O's guy, so I don't understand all of it. But just watching the game, I was just like, wow, they're always in the right position. It was crazy.
And see, the thing is, like, if Indiana does what you just said, like the attention to detail, locked in, the will and desire, that's a big thing I'm keying in on, because sometimes you watch a game and you just don't, it just doesn't seem like the team just wants to win that hard, right? Indiana, every game, even the Penn State game where they struggled, you could tell that they wanted to win and they were trying their best and they were fighting and all that kind of stuff. If Indiana does that against Alabama, they can win the game. I know that they're favored by 7, and I'm talking to them like, again, they're an underdog, but it's Indiana. Again, I feel like we're kind of getting to the point where it's almost a turning point where it's like people are just kind of accepting Indiana's good, but it's still kind of like Indiana's still Indiana. We're talking about Alabama here. And again, the talent gap is still wide despite Indiana doing well, picking up guys that were a little undervalued or whatever. And they've hit on them and they've all, development. But it just still feels like Alabama is supposed to win. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it feels like. Like Indiana, like that spread's not going to hold at 7. I saw it at 7 early today. I'm gonna refresh page here and see if it's changed. Yeah, it's still IU by 7 right now, which I'm shocked. I'm really shocked by that. I don't think that's going to hold. But I mean, at the
I
same time,
think
yeah.
from watching, I just think Indiana's a much more complete team than Alabama.
Alabama doesn't play consistent football, kind of like you did you say it or someone else said it, how Miami and Alabama are not consistently playing well. That is Alabama's biggest problem. They're not consistent at all. Even in this game here, started out dead, started out history, and then
I just think Indiana's more complete too, though. Not just consistency. I think Indiana, when you look at them, there's no true weakness defensively and offensively both. Alabama's major flaw is that they just can't run the ball.
Yeah,
they can't run the ball, and eventually they're going to have to play a team that can really stop the pass with an elite secondary. And I think in Indiana, with Pons, he's a really good corner. Indiana has a good secondary. We saw that against Ohio State. I know
Amari Farrell was another guy no one heard of before this season, but I mean he could get drafted in the top 4 rounds. I mean he's played very well. Also Lewis Moore, who had that eligibility thing early in the year. I don't know if people remember that, but it was uncertain whether he was going to be eligible the entire season. Lewis Moore has been very good. So yeah, like you said, the secondary for Indiana is actually good, like legitimately good.
Honestly, I mean, I'm not saying I'd be surprised if Alabama wins, but like I could.
I wouldn't be either.
I won't be surprised, but like if I don't gamble, but if I was to gamble, I would probably take that 7, honestly, because I could easily see it. I could easily see Indiana winning by 2 scores. I could see it for sure. I could see it just like the Oregon game. You know what I mean? So, but we'll have to see. I think we have good matchups next week. Like for sure, I'm with you on the James Madison and Tulane don't belong anywhere near the playoff. Like I get it to be equitable, and they wrote it into the format, but like the reality is that was just a void litigation for what do you call it? I can't remember. There's a term for it legally, but they basically can't. As long as they're all playing in the same division of football, they can't like, what would you say, isolate like that. So they had to allow access at the time being, but that's why they need to break away from the NCAA probably eventually. I know that sounds terrible and nobody likes the idea of the Super League because it'll force more and more teams out, but the reality is that it's just not fun to watch. It's no fun to watch those games. It would have been, I mean, like the reality is, like you're saying, like Texas, Vandy, any of those teams, like USC would have been better. We just watched Oregon versus USC. It was a much better game. You know what I mean? Like, was it close at the end? No. But was it entertaining? And did you think for a while, like, hey, maybe USC could win this? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I never thought from the very beginning of that game, I thought like Oregon might play with their food or like whatever might happen. But like, you saw the speed disadvantage that JMU, it was like a high school team playing against Oregon. You know what I mean? JMU, not to knock them, they have some solid players on offense, but like defensively, they just simply could not keep up with Oregon's speed. Oregon could have scored 80 points if they wanted to. They started fooling around and, but it was just like
Dan Lanning was mad.
It was just like 3 plays every time, and they scored. It was like, what the? Yeah. And the game was taking forever, too, because of that. It was like, I fell asleep during it. It was like mid-second quarter. I was like, close my eyes.
It sucks because, the old that phrase, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result is just foolish. Having these type of teams go up against these type of teams again and again and again, you're again 99% of the time you're going to get the result.
You're not going to get an upset. That's the thing, is that people are saying, "Oh, you're never going to get an upset." I mean, I'm not never say never, but the vast majority of the time you're just simply not going to get an upset from one of these. But the reality is, if in a 24 team playoff, you will. Like the reality is, in a 24 team, just like the NCAA tournament, you'll get an upset because like the truth is, like in Iowa or a Vandy or whatever, they could knock off somebody on any given day. I mean, it could happen. The talent
I
difference
think.
is.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say the talent difference isn't like the talent difference. Yes, those teams a lot of times they're well coached and they might be prepared well, and they might have a few players that really set them apart at their level of football. But like the reality is that the talent difference between Illinois and JMU, like Illinois would be favored by 10 points against JMU. You know what I mean? Like if they were to play tomorrow, it's the truth. So like a mid-level Big Ten or SEC team has a better chance, and they might not even be in the 24 team playoff of winning one of these games. You there, Jeffrey? We lost Jeffrey.
What the heck? Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know. My camera froze. I heard most of what you said. I just had to back out and come back in.
Oh, you're good. I was kind of rambling. You already heard my basic point. I was just going on and on about.
Oh, you're good. I mean, I agree with you on that. Everything you said. I mean, for me too, the problem is like when you look at college basketball and you have like the 68 team field, like you said, you're going to have the upsets. If you have a 24 or 32 bigger college football playoff, you're going to have more upsets. It will happen. But saying that these teams can win it all is a fallacy. The problem is that like you look at college basketball and you get your Loyolas, you get those type of upsets and those Cinderella runs that then they go far, and that's amazing. They still don't win it all. The difference is there's no bowl games in college basketball, right? You got your field and they all play, and you have the weekends and you're done. The issue is that now with football, we've had this ingrained tradition of BCS bowl games, and you had a 14 playoff bowl games, 12 team playoff bowl games. You go to 24 and 32 and 64, and you make it like college basketball. The bowl games just got to go away. And again, calling the playoff games bowl games, I think, is stupid. I mean, I understand they're at the physical location where the bowl game is, but it's a playoff game. You've replaced the bowl game. So now you're having this big field, and you're going to have all these 8-4 Power 4 teams and these Group of 5 teams that win their championships playing in this playoff, and they're all getting blown out 99% of the time. When what they should be doing is playing teams that are like them in a bowl game, like it's always been.
Yeah.
Having a 9-3 Big Ten team play a 9-3 SEC team, and then people can debate who's the better conference and all that. That's the thing. Having these teams play in the playoffs, and you get this, because I mean, if you have 8-4 Iowa, it's decent of a team they were this year. 8-4 Iowa play Georgia or Ohio State. 99% of the time, it's going to be a blowout. I know they hung with IU. It's not to say they can't compete, but most of the time, it's not going to be close against the very best. So it's just better for that team to play in a bowl game against a similar team.
Oh, I think the bowl games are no fun anymore. I mean, I
They
grew up
destroyed
with them. I grew up with them, but this is my idea. My idea is that they should, and this is a better TV product too, and I have no idea why they haven't even done this yet. My thing is that they should make 2 more playoffs. They should make a G5 playoff or G6, whatever it is now. They should make a playoff and crown a G6 national champ. And if a team warrants, if they deserve to be included in the main CFP, then they can be in, like Cincinnati that year, where they actually pretty much did deserve to be in there. You know what I mean? And did they end up getting beat pretty bad by Alabama? Yeah, but that was a really good Alabama team. And I think Cincinnati deserved to be in that year. That was the one time. And I mean, they made it into the 4-team playoff. So, but I know that's kind of an isolated situation, and that will.
Yeah, and now they're in the Power 4.
Yeah, that's a rare situation because, like I've talked about with Cincinnati, they have good recruiting grounds, and it's just they were basically a Power 4 team in a G5 conference always. So, it is what it is there. But at any rate, back to the original point, I think that they should make a G6 playoff. It'd be better. People would rather watch that than watch G6 teams play low-level SEC or ACC teams or whatever it would be. Like, I'd watch that. I'd love to watch JMU and Tulane and all these teams playing a playoff, and then make a secondary playoff that would have been all the other bowl games. That's like an NIT type, or like the Crown, what they have now, for all the teams that don't make the CFP, and keep the CFP at 12 or maximum 16. Because I just think that it's going to go too far.
The thing is, I don't even actually completely hate what you just said. Like, I don't. Like, the inherent idea of a G6 playoff makes sense, because at least the games would be competitive among themselves. It would be a better FCS playoff. Right. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, that's fine. You know, the having the main playoff be among at least a respectable number of teams that you can, I guess, somewhat try to justify a realistic chance to win the whole thing type of deal. Limit, instead of just bloating it up to the point where it's just 99% of the teams that are in this thing can't win it all. And then having what you said, the rest of them, the bowl games, make up a Crown NIT thing. That, I mean, I still, just being me, wish it would go back to 4. Wish it would just maybe even go back to BCS and then just have the bowl games. I prefer that. I liked it better, but it ain't gonna happen. No matter how much I want it to happen, it ain't gonna happen, because they already don't care about the bowls, and it's all about, you know, opting out and the portal and whatever. You know, so the bowl games are dead, and it sucks. But I don't know. I mean, I hate it.
8 was the sweet spot. I think 8 was the sweet spot. I honestly don't think you'll ever see a team that's outside of the top 8, or at least deserving to be in the seeding will always be wonky because they're trying to do things. But like, the reality is, I don't think that you'll ever find a team that is not one of the top 8 teams win it all. Like, but I do think that within the 4-team model, and definitely the BCS, you had years where the best team didn't win it all, because they just simply had one bad game and they were eliminated. You know what I mean? And do I think that should happen? Probably not, because we see that in the NFL all the time. And it's like, the more games we play, conference championship games, all this stuff. Like, I mean, the reality is, last year, nobody can deny Ohio State was the best team. And if it was the previous year, they wouldn't have got a chance to prove it. You know what I mean? So, and some people don't like that. They hate it. They're like, oh, no, you lost. You should have, you know, that's why the regular season. But like, the reality is that just goes to show you, it took 1 year to show you that sometimes a team that wouldn't have been in the 4-team playoff is actually the best team. And what I was saying before about like it leading to the potential like NCAA tournament, I wasn't saying that a team that's outside of that top 6-8 range will likely win it all. What I was saying is that the 12 team makes it more likely that one of those teams will, just based on, and especially if we go to 24, just based on a potential upset somewhere down the line. Say like one of those freak scenarios happens where one of the Ohio States or Georgias or whatever, they have a bad game in the playoff and they get knocked off, and then a team has a favorable matchup on their side of the bracket and they cruise through, and the same thing happens on the other side of the bracket. You might see a team that was unexpected and ends up winning it. You know what I mean? Like, that could happen.
You know what I think's funny about what you just said, though, Hummus, about how you had a 4-team playoff, or with the BCS, the best team did not win it all, or they didn't have an opportunity to win it all. That is more so the argument, and I agree, especially with the BCS. That there have been many a year where a team that was probably the best team, opinion, but you know, you can base it off statistical evidence. Say that 3rd team was better than the 1 and the 2, or that the 5th team was better than the top 4, and they didn't get an opportunity to win it all. Now, the funniest thing, now that we're at 12, especially if you expand it further, you're going to have the opposite problem, like you just said. The best team, like, we can all say, hey, I think that this year Ohio State is the best team in college football, but oh my gosh, they get knocked off by Miami in the quarterfinal, and it's like, so you're not gonna always have the best team win it all. See, I understand that people are gonna say like, well, the best team did win it all because they went all through all those. That's it's all argumentative at that point, though.
Yeah, I agree. You're right. It goes both. It works both ways. You're definitely right. I'm just saying that if you go back to, I think 8 is correct. That's my point. I've always had that point. I think 12 overdoes it, and especially in the situation that we're in right now, where two teams. I know it should only be one team, but because of the ACC's futility this year, we ended up with two teams that were basically just eliminated before they even stepped on the field. Like, it's just kind of a silly situation. Little side note, I think that if Virginia wins, I don't think that Miami's on. I think Notre Dame's on.
And that's the thing too. I believe that, and I said that a couple times, but I've already made people so mad about that discussion that I didn't even pursue that. I mean, I've gotten completely destroyed online for my Notre Dame supposed fandom and what I don't even like them. I could care less about Notre Dame. Okay, I like Will and D, my friend. He's a great. I partially, slightly kind of pull a little bit for him, but I'm not a Notre Dame fan here. It's just the fact that Notre Dame, to me, was better than Miami, and I agree with you that if Virginia gets in and the ACC is represented, this wouldn't have happened. It was just it all conveniently laid itself out. Again, my brain I want to get over it so bad, and I will, because I don't care that bad, but also just like, come on, man, like when Alabama beats Auburn by 7, it's not even impressive, right? And somehow we go from 10 to 9. When Notre Dame fell from 9 to 10, I'm like,
yeah, because they saw the committee saw what was potentially going to happen.
Yes, they did. And to me, I think that's wrong, though. And this is what I said all season. I think it is wrong that Notre Dame was ranked ahead of Miami by this much, weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, to just conveniently flip it around.
Oh, it's
at the very end. That is wrong to me. I don't care how you slice it.
It's politicking. I know it amounts to conspiracies because we can't prove this stuff. We're not.
Yeah, we can't prove it, but I mean, it just seems so obvious, though.
Well, there's another thing this year. If you notice how the SEC got 5 and the Big Ten only got 3. But do you notice what happened with the brackets? The SEC had to play head to head in one opening round and one quarter, whereas the Big Ten's not going to have to until they potentially would reach the semis. And I think that's by design also. I think in that committee room, they both hold the same amount of power. And they were like, all right, you can have 5 this year. We'll take 3. We're not going to, try to cause any confusion later on down the line. But one caveat with you getting 5 and us only getting 3, you guys are going to be matched up, and we're going to have a potential to still have that many amount of teams in the quarter and in the semi. Like, I think that's why that happened. I really do. I think it's why you see the seeds manipulated. I think that Georgia should have probably jumped Ohio State. That one doesn't really make any sense to me.
I think if Indiana had a loss, they would have fallen to 3.
Yeah, I don't know. Well,
I don't know. I can't prove that, but I don't think if Indiana loses that game 13-10, if it's the same score, same result, but Ohio State wins instead, I don't think Indiana's at 2.
I think you might be right, but I think that we would have saw a different bracket in general. I'm telling you, once again, I know I have these conspiracies, but I think that they were giving both conferences, regardless of amount of teams, the same opportunity to advance the same amount of teams to the quarterfinals, because that's basically what's going to happen. There's no way. If you looked at the brackets, it's impossible for the SEC to get more than 3 teams into the quarters. Same with the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Now the SEC has a better chance because they had 5 teams to begin with, but like it's just the way that they laid it out, and it looked like it was by design.
I mean, the seeding does not make too much, like it doesn't not make sense that much. Like, overall, what they did is not bad, but what I don't understand is Alabama somehow beating Auburn by 7 and losing to Georgia by 21, and that net caliber resulted in them moving up a spot. That's what I don't understand. That makes zero sense to me.
They were guarding. I'm telling you, they were guarding against a couple possible scenarios that could
I know.
happen.
And it sucks because they used Alabama to do it. And like, I love Alabama. Like, see, the thing with me is, and I know a lot of people aren't like this, like they when they're a fan of a team, that just blinds everything. I really try hard not to do that. I love Alabama. And I said multiple times on here and on the Alabama Voice of College Ball channel that I want Alabama to be in the playoffs every year. I'm glad we got in the playoffs. The way it was done was just screwy, because there is no other team in the world that loses by 21 points. It doesn't matter that it was in the conference championship game. It does not matter. And it does not fall a spot. They didn't fall at all. Like, we got destroyed, man.
And they used a double standard because they said, it should, once again, I'm not saying that BYU and Alabama are the same.
They're not, clearly. But I get your point. I was defending that too, Hummus. I said that because I kept hearing Palmer and a lot of the other ESPN people and the other big, like Fox and all those people. And there's nothing wrong with them saying that. I'm not hating on them for saying that. But I was sitting there listening, and I'm like, wait a minute. You keep saying, well, if Alabama they lose to Georgia, they're in. What about BYU? They literally were in the top 12 before losing. But then they fell.
We need to get rid of the conference championship games. I know it was cool for Indiana to win that this year. I'm sure as Indiana fans, great to do that. But the reality is that I think they cause more problems with the CFP than the value that they have at this point. Like, I just do. Which sucks once again. Like, so many things change in the sport because the conference championships games were awesome when they first came about. It was like, wow, this is really cool. You know what I mean? Because it was the first time where we had like some semblance of a playoff. You know what I mean? But now it's like the opposite. Now it just causes confusion. Like, as before, it was like, yeah, we can eliminate teams and have like almost a pseudo or whatever, like a somewhat of a playoff leading into it potentially, like back in the BCS era and the Bowl Coalition and stuff. But now it just causes confusion. But the one thing on Notre Dame, like, look, do I think Notre Dame kind of got jobbed? Like, yeah, I do. But the other thing is that they did lose to Miami. Like, I think it was manipulation. I think the committee's hand was forced by the ACC and them by Disney owning the rights to the ACC still and not wanting to devalue the conference and make it look like, they're worse than these G6 conferences and stuff. I think it was by design what happened. I really do. And it's conspiracy, but I don't think it takes like a great leap in logic to understand why this would happen. But the thing with Notre Dame is that, like, I really don't want to hear it from Notre Dame. Like, once again, a lot of their fans, great. But, like, the reality is Notre Dame has put themselves in this situation. If Notre Dame would just join a conference, then they could earn their way in like everybody else and not have to belly.
I don't disagree with that. See, the thing is, that's where I'm in agreement with you and most people is that, yes, Notre Dame and the way that it is now, not that I agree with any of basically the setup of what's going on right now, but in the setup that it is going on right now, Notre Dame would benefit from being in a conference. I get that. Yes, I agree. The problem is that when people are using that argument to defend Miami, because literally Notre Dame's schedule was harder than Miami statistically.
Yeah, no.
Also, Miami did not lose to top 15 teams. Notre Dame's law, I understand. Again, I understand head-to-head, week 1, but head-to-head, because Alabama lost to Florida State week 1, and we got in. We lost to a team that didn't make a bowl game, but we got in. Notre Dame lost in week 1 by 3 to Miami, and then lost to A&M by 1 because Tyler Buckner, who nobody remembers anymore, decided to not hold the ball. And it's like, okay, so that happens. And then the rest of the season, they just Mack trucked their crappy schedule. Miami lost to Louisville at home and SMU on the road. Two teams that are not even good. Sorry, Austin, but they're not even that good. And somehow that's comparable.
No, it's not. But the head-to-head is one thing versus the
only thing.
bad loss versus good win. I mean, you can argue that either direction, and I think you're probably right. If they have the strength of schedule and the strength of record, and all along
Notre Dame's metrics were better all across the board. I mean, they weren't significantly better, but they were better than Miami in every metric.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's not.
I mean, and honestly, the only reason that Texas A&M's in the playoffs is because they beat Notre Dame by 1. Because think about it. If Texas A&M does not beat Notre Dame and Notre Dame wins that game by 1, is Texas A&M in the playoffs? No, because their schedule sucked.
Yeah, for an SEC schedule, it was really bad.
So if Texas A&M, again, I know it's all hypothetical and it don't matter, but if Notre Dame had to beat Texas A&M, if Texas A&M got into the college football playoff at 10-2 with that schedule, then that is just biggest pile of crap, and it is all about brands and crap because A&M is, to me, Texas A&M actually might have been the worst team in the top 10.
Yeah, very well.
They're horrible.
Yeah.
They're flat out horrible.
I'm not hating on Notre Dame fans. I just think that Notre Dame, once again, they separated themselves from everybody else, and like them complaining about the ACC. This was my analogy with Notre Dame complaining about the ACC and like, oh, the ACC's saying all this stuff on social media on their official account and stuff. Like Notre Dame uses the ACC like their side piece, like their side chick. And then
Sorry to interrupt real quick, Hummus, but this guy uses this argument about Pitt scored 17 on Notre Dame and Miami gave up 7. Well, Notre Dame also put up 70 on Syracuse and Miami only put up like 30. So again, who cares about that? That's superfluous. That means nothing. That literally don't matter. And I appreciate you for being here, but I remember when you used this argument before, and it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. But go ahead. Appreciate it.
Yeah, but once again, I'm not like I honestly I think that Notre Dame should have been in. I think Notre Dame is clearly one of the teams that Notre Dame might have been in the group of teams that could win it all if they were in the playoff. Notre Dame looked really good at the end of the year. But
to me, Notre Dame was the best team that missed the playoffs, and probably the second best was Texas.
Yeah, 100%. But that
sucks.
That's not what I'm getting to. The reason why I'm saying Notre Dame has nobody to blame but themselves is because they put themselves in this situation. They put themselves in this situation by, like I said, like using the ACC. Oh, we have a scheduling agreement with you, and then you're going to get mad at the ACC when they promote their team. And like I said, the analogy is it's like Notre Dame is like the ACC is like Notre Dame's mistress. And then Notre Dame gets all upset when the mistress goes and gets married. It's like you can't have it both ways, Notre Dame. Like if you want to like bellyache, like join the ACC, then you would have had Notre Dame if they played the ACC schedule this year. Most likely they would have been in the conference championship game and had a chance to be in. And then they wouldn't have been in this situation with Miami. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Or join the Big Ten, one or the other. And until they do, I think it's ridiculous that the CFP is gonna alter the format next year just for Notre Dame. That's how much Notre Dame.
The problem is, Hummus, is the reason why with Notre Dame is because there's no other independent that's like Notre Dame. That's the problem. I mean, you're like, think about it. If we lived in a college football world where there was like 10 teams of Notre Dame's caliber, that were independent and had this problem, then okay, sure, right? Like you're talking about a format being changed for a lot of teams. A lot of teams were having this problem. It's because it's only Notre Dame that just
100%.
Plus, because Notre Dame is the type of school that they are, there's a lot of reasons why people hate Notre Dame. And some of it is just so pitifully sad and inconsequential, it makes zero sense. I don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't hate Notre Dame at all. Like, I don't hate 99% of teams. I don't like, even like Ohio State and Georgia annoy me because they're good, But like the only thing that annoys me about Georgia is because they commit crimes and junk all the time right now. If they'll stop doing that, I whatever. And then Ohio State is just they're Ohio State, man. I mean, but you're great, man. But like it's just I don't know, man. I don't hate teams, but some of these people just hate them, man, because it's like, oh, they didn't get in. You should be happy, and people are, but it's like, well, they should be excluded forever. Well, what if next year they go 12-0? They should be excluded then. I mean. I don't know, dude.
I'm not trying to come off as hateful against Notre Dame. The reality is if Notre Dame was in the playoff, like I don't hate Notre Dame. Part of it might be because as an Ohio State fan, I don't fear Notre Dame. But like, if I actually had a reason to hate them, if they beat us every time like we beat them every time, then maybe I would have some level of hate. It's just that the what I get from the Notre Dame administration. And just the way that they always fall back on the thing with the Big Ten as the fielding Yost and all this stuff that's ancient history. And it's just like I just think that Notre Dame should join a conference. Once again, I think that they've isolated themselves from everything. Has nothing to do with any Catholic hate or anything like that. Like I said, I would actually probably root for Notre Dame against a lot of other schools if I was watching them. My brother-in-law is a huge Notre Dame fan, and I have nothing against them. You know what I mean? I don't have anything against them. You know, I've been to South Bend, nice place, all that kind of stuff. But I just don't think that the administration has anybody to blame but themselves. That's my point. I think that they put themselves in this situation. So it has nothing to do with hate. I know it might come off as hateful, some of the stuff that I'm saying, but I want to clarify, it has nothing to do with me hating the school, hating Catholics, anything like that. I don't, nothing like that.
That's fair. And everything you just said is fair. Like, I agree with the notion that they would benefit from joining a conference. I also understand why they don't want to.
Oh,
I get it. I get it. And I think what makes it so bad with Notre Dame is the fact that because everyone wants them to join a conference,
they don't want to.
They don't want to. And see, that's the thing. It's like if people just were like, who cares? Then it's like, okay, we'll join a conference. It's because people are demanding, like, you got to join a conference, man. If you don't join a conference, you're nothing. That's the problem. It's like it's just ingrained here. I've heard my whole life that they should join a conference, and every subsequent year it is getting worse for them because of this new format. I mean, before it was like, okay, you had to be in the BCS if you weren't a top 2 team in a bowl game. Now it's 14, but now that you're in a 12 team, it's just getting more and more where it's like you got to be in a conference, man. They're making it all about the conference because we just allowed these 2 crappy teams to be in here because they won the conference.
Exactly.
They're making it about the conference when it doesn't matter. Miami, they had a worse schedule than Notre Dame. I thought it was about the 12 best teams. That is what's annoying me. I think that's where I'm coming from. If you're going off the best teams, Notre Dame should have been in the college football playoff, but they're making it about conferences, and it's just, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think Notre Dame should be in the ACC. Once again, I said I truly believe my analogy is correct. I think they treat the ACC like their mistress, as evidence the COVID season.
Yeah,
remember that?
Mm-hmm.
When they needed something, they were like, ACC, hey, why don't you let us in for a year?
Yeah, the problem is with like this, because I agree and appreciate you being here. A fundamental bear 8347. Notre Dame just has to make a schedule strong. The problem with that, it doesn't change if you're in a conference. How in the world, like Texas A&M is in the SEC, the almighty SEC, right? Their schedule sucked. Why did it suck? Because all the teams that they so happened to play were not good. Wow.
It can happen. Well, with the inflated conferences, we see it more and more. Like,
that's another problem. The conferences are so bloated that you've got a lot of bad teams. So you can't, like, Texas A&M had the easiest schedule in the SEC.
Yeah.
And if they had a harder schedule, they probably go 8-4 or 9-3. And I don't know, man. Like Notre Dame has to schedule harder, and it's like, what if they schedule too hard? What if they schedule 5 really, really good teams and you only win 2 of them? Then it's like you're 9-3 and you're out. So it's like they want to schedule easy enough where the problem is that you don't know how good the teams are going to be either. That's the main point I'm trying to get at. Like, what if Notre Dame, their schedule this year, what if Stanford somehow reverts back to good, and they're 10-2 or whatever. Like Pittsburgh ended up being one of their tougher games, and we thought Pittsburgh was going to suck. So it's like, and they were trying to hype up that game and make it mad. I don't know, man. It's really hard to know whether your schedule is going to be good. I remember Florida with Napier last year with Flagway. It's like Florida's got the toughest schedule in college football. It's kind of funny how that schedule kind of disintegrated. It wasn't easy still, but it kind of disintegrated back half of the season, and they started getting a little momentum, and that gave Napier another year. You don't know how hard the schedule is going to be until after the season, until all the teams have played and all the metrics come together. You don't know.
Yeah. Well, within the ACC and the Big 12, it's really hard to say because those conferences are like, who knows each year. I mean, Miami's probably going to be relatively consistent in the ACC, but the Big 12 is and maybe Texas Tech will be in the Big 12 now. Maybe they'll assume the power vacuum left by Texas and Oklahoma. But within the SEC and the Big 10, that's the one thing is the schedules should technically never be terrible. I think that Texas A&M this year was a bit of an anomaly. You know what I mean? It was a bit of an anomaly. Like usually if you have a couple protected rivals, like I could see it happening more to teams that are at the lower level. Like could Rutgers or somebody like that end up with a really weak schedule in the Big Ten one year? Yeah. But do I think it'll oftentimes happen to Ohio State or USC or Michigan? Probably not, because those teams' biggest rivals are the other biggest brands typically. And also it's a money-making deal. And the schedules will never be completely equalized. If you look at what they tried to do the first 2 years with the expanded Big Ten, they pitted more of the big brand names against each other than making it equal. Like the reality is, if you look at Ohio State and Michigan and USC, they all got 2 of the other blue bloods, whereas most teams only got 1. So, like, that's probably not going to be a thing that often. I don't know how it happened this year with A&M. It was just a couple teams that were probably expected to be better were really bad.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that can happen. That can happen anytime. But at any rate, I'll drop the Notre Dame thing, but just one more thing on that. I get the fans wanting to be, this is the way it's always been, and especially the old guard fans, like, we're this is Notre Dame. We've always been independent. But the problem is, like you said, Penn State used to be independent. Go back further, Florida State was independent. South Carolina was independent. All these teams were independent. Everybody else joined a conference. And the reality is that they're holding on to that as some sort of nostalgia and some sort of unique thing. And the administration's holding on to being independent for one actual true reason. And it's not freedom of scheduling. You know what the one reason that the administration's holding on to being independent for is? Take a guess. It's money. It's money.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was thinking like maybe religious stuff, but I mean, money's coming down to
it's
everything
money.
these days, right?
How much Notre Dame banked last year from being in all 4 playoff games? $80 million. You know how much Ohio State did?
A lot less.
1/18 of that because they share it equally throughout the Big
Yeah.
Ten. So this is why Notre Dame wants to be independent.
Everything Notre Dame makes, Notre Dame keeps.
Exactly.
I get it. I mean, like they have the deal with the NBC, and it's like, I mean, I remember I was annoyed, and it was so funny because I was even talking with Will about it. You remember when Notre Dame was playing Purdue on NBC, and they were winning by like 35, and then they kept the game on, and they wouldn't even put Indiana, Illinois on. And then they finally did because people complained. The only reason they kept Notre Dame on is because it's Notre Dame. That's their big boy, team. It's like they can't take them off. But then enough Indiana and Illinois people, mostly Indiana, complained, and then they booted it off, and because the game had a delay, and that's why it was still on. But yeah, it's crazy. I mean, money. I mean, it's all about money. I mean, they want to expand the playoffs because of money. All these decisions are being made because of money, which is why a lot of these decisions are poor.
The one thing I will play devil's advocate on my own argument against myself is that part of the reason why you could say there might be a pushback on it, because you could also say within that argument about the money, once again, it still amounts to money, but them being independent is part of what makes Notre Dame Notre Dame. So without that, they lose relevance. You get what I'm saying? If they're in the Big Ten or the ACC or wherever, then they're just another part of a homogenous whatever, and they lose some of the uniqueness that makes them Notre Dame. So they
would be more like Oklahoma or Penn State.
Exactly. So I guess that's one area where you could say, and you can't really argue against the administration for trying to uphold their brand and maintain financial ability. So I guess you could definitely argue that. So I'll say that. But when people say that it's just the administration wanting to be able to schedule freely and all that stuff, that's bogus. It's about money. Now, is it in the best interest of Notre Dame? Maybe, perhaps. That's basically what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So I want to bring this up. And I know, Jeffrey, you're going to read the super chat, but I want to get to Miami because I've been waiting to talk to you about Miami because you, Jeffrey, and Jackson have been the biggest Miami haters, so to speak. And I want to get to that, but I'll let you read the super chat first.
No, I appreciate the super chat, Jackson. He says, last night I was watching a 1926 Rose Bowl hero for Alabama named Johnny Mac Brown, but unfortunately he was a crooked sheriff on Tales of Wells Fargo. That is hilarious, man. I appreciate the super chat. Great comment there. I'm sure you're the only person on the planet doing that, but that's what makes you unique, man. I can respect that because I do a lot of stuff that's unique too. And you know what? When we're talking about uniqueness, Notre Dame is so unique for not being in a conference. Everybody, that is why they don't want to join. So that it's crazy how that works. But do appreciate it, Jackson. All love and respect to you on that.
So here's the thing with the Miami thing today. And I know a lot of people are going to look at this and say, I'm rooting for Miami because they're the ACC, right? Kind of like you pointed out, Jeffrey. But here's the thing. I think we can legitimately have an argument, especially for Miami having the best win this weekend. And here's why. Because out of the two teams we're talking about, Bama or Miami, right? Here's the thing. Who was the most doubted going into this weekend? It was Miami. I don't think anybody, if I was to ask a survey hold on, Jeffrey, let me finish before you attack me on this. I know you're going to. If you were to ask a bunch of people, Alabama or Oklahoma or A&M Miami, most people would say Bama over Oklahoma before they would A&M over Miami. And the fact is, Jeffrey, everyone's criticizing Miami, saying, oh, you lost to Louisville, you lost to SMU. Well, why are we not keeping that same up? They went to Kyle Field and beat Texas A&M, a Texas A&M team who went 11-1. Their only loss was on the road to a 9-3 Texas team. Why are we not talking about Miami being just as good, if not better, than some of these teams left in the field? Why are we not giving them credit, guys? Like, Miami's got just as good a chance as anybody else to win this thing.
What you just said, I did, if people were listening earlier, I did already say that. I said that the argument that Miami their win is better than Alabama's is because based off the expectation level of the game. Then Miami, less people thought that they were going to win than Alabama. And I get that. I mean, based off of that, yeah, Miami's win is better. But where I disagree with that is Alabama looked better than Miami. And I know that you will disagree with that because you're going to base it off defense and you're going to base it off of the turnovers that Miami forced and all that kind of stuff. But I just think Alabama looked better. They played better than Miami did on that 34-7 run. I mean, not the first quarter, but the rest of the game, Alabama looked better. But I can respect your opinion. I get it. I mean, what you're saying is not wrong per se. It's just I think Alabama had the better win to me because they looked better.
And here's the thing too with that. I understand what you're saying though, but we also have to factor in though, and Steven's bringing this up in the chat, is Bama didn't look good for that.
And that's also quarter. What I just said too. I said that Alabama looked bad in the first quarter, but the 34-7 run after that was way better than what Miami did at all in the entire game.
And here's the thing too, and I understand where you're coming from, Jeffrey. I do, but like Ralph Go Blue says, Miami has a top 5 O-line and D-line combo, and you could see that today. Like what they did, and I know you done pointed out my argument of their defense and everything, but here's the thing though, Jeffrey. People criticize Miami for not being clutch when they need to, and Miami was clutch today in the biggest of moments. Carson Beck, as much as you and Jackson and a lot of other people want to ridicule him, he didn't play his best today. But when they needed him the most, he got it done. And the defense made the pick at the end. I just want to know, how come when Bama does something great, we're here, everyone's ready to crown them and everyone's ready to – why are we not showing Miami a little more love? Is it because they're Miami? Is it because they're not – they're in the ACC? Like, that's what I'm getting at. I just want to know why some people are not giving them a little more respect, because they went to Texas A&M and won.
I see he unmuted his mic, so I want to
hear Austin, I am giving Miami respect. I don't know if you were listening at the beginning of the show, but I said that I think that there's a couple things that concern me about Ohio State playing against Miami. I think their defensive line might be the very best in the country, if not the best, definitely top 2, 3. You know, Reuben Bain and Justin Scott, those guys are monsters. And I didn't doubt. I'm one of the few people. Everybody else was saying I thought Miami was going to win. I thought Miami was going to beat Texas A&M. The one thing that I thought was maybe on the road it could equalize it, but I thought Miami was going to win the game. I honestly was more impressed with Alabama just because of the comeback. That's what I said at the beginning. That's what I said at the beginning. I just thought that it was I actually doubted Alabama more than Miami in the 2 games. Like I thought that we had already seen it, and I know the whole thing. It's hard to beat a good team twice in 1 year. That's something, and it holds true a lot of the times. But it's kind of just kind of something people say. But I already thought I'd already seen this, and Oklahoma already beat Alabama on the road, so I actually doubted, like what you're saying. I was actually doubting Alabama more than Miami leading into the game. Now that just might be just me, but like I think Miami has really good athletes, and I think they're going to match up with a lot of teams. My question with Miami is that is Cristobal going to have his team prepared to play 4 games in a row, and B, not make a boneheaded decision in a close game that cost them? That's more my concern. It's not the talent. Not the talent, not the skill they have.
I want to hear your take on this, Jeffrey.
I'll let you guys talk. Hey, it's good to talk to you for a minute, though, Austin and Jeffrey. Once again, I'm going to get off of here, but it's great talking to you, man, and I'm glad that you're healthy again.
Oh, I appreciate it, Hummus. Glad I am as well, because I definitely love doing these shows and talking with all of you guys. But Hummus, we always have great conversations, so I appreciate it, and sure. I hope you have a great night. Definitely hope to talk to you soon.
For sure, and I wanted to talk to you about the basketball game, too. Your Tar Heels, that was a heartbreaker today.
for the
Yeah, I
Buckeyes.
didn't see the entire game, but I saw a little bit of it. It was
Man,
back
it
and
was
forth,
terrible.
man. It was a good game.
It was terrible at the end of the game. He hit that 4-point play at the end of the game. Oh man, and then we lost. I was heartbroken.
Yeah,
But, all right,
it's
I'll
tough,
bring it over
man.
here.
It's tough for your Buckeyes because they fought hard, but I was glad Carolina won. It was a good game.
Yep. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. Good to talk to you.
Hey, you have a good one, Hummus. You have a great night.
You too.
Yeah, on your point though, Austin. I mean, the problem is that Miami won the game and they played well. You know, they got the win. I just think that A&M looking awful hurt. And I know, I know Miami forced a lot of that. They forced a lot of the, you know, I don't know, like they forced the errors that A&M made, and by the O line and the D line. But
see, the reason why I'm bringing this up, Jeffrey, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because, correct me if I'm wrong, and if I'm speaking wrong on this, you could stop me. But were you not one of Miami's biggest proponents after they lost to Louisville and SMU? You thought they were not a good football team. Am I wrong in saying that? You went on record and said that, correct?
When I mean not good, I mean not championship caliber or an elite team.
Okay.
It's not that they're not good. They're just not an elite team that, yeah.
Got it. And the reason why, because it just seems like we move goalposts. Not you specifically, Jeffrey, but it just seems like when a team like Miami, that just they move the goalposts, right? Most anybody else, if anybody else goes to Texas A&M and wins, we're talking about them as being the team. Oh, they can maybe beat Ohio State, or they could beat this team or that team. But we're not doing that for Miami, and I just want to know why. Why are we not? And I know
what you're talking about with moving the goalposts. You talk about moving the goalposts. They moved the goalposts on Indiana, like again and again and again. I mean, they beat Nebraska last year. Nebraska sucks. They beat Michigan. Oh, Michigan sucks. Oh, they got blown out by Ohio State, Notre Dame. Well, and they suck. And then this year they beat Illinois. Well, they didn't. Oh, they barely beat Iowa. Oh, they beat Oregon, but Oregon sucks. Oh, Penn State sucks. Oh, they beat Ohio State finally. Yeah, I think Indiana might be good, but they're still probably going to lose to Alabama. Goalposts. So you talk about goalposts. I use that way more goalposts than Miami will ever dream of. A lot of people are still defending this team, Austin. I know ACC. I get it. You know, defending your conference here, but it's not like everybody's anti-Miami here. People defended this team getting in, so there's not a lot of goalposts here. I'm sorry. I know where you're coming from, but there are a lot of other teams that have way more hurdles and goalposts than Miami.
Yes, and I understand that. And yes, like I know a lot of I know Steven loves to pick on you about it, but I will agree with your Indiana point. Indiana has had way more goalposts than Miami. I think we can all look at that objectively. But what I'm saying is, though, and to what you're saying is, Jeffrey, I don't disagree, but it's the fact is, what I'm getting at is like Alabama, right? A lot of people look at that, what Bama did last night, and they're the talk of the town. Some people are even thinking if Bama could just be a little more consistent, they can win the whole thing. Some are even picking them over Indiana. Whereas Miami, everyone's already saying, well, they're going to play Ohio State. This is going to get ugly. And it's just like, that's what irritates me, is what I'm getting at. And when people like, not so much you or Jackson or maybe Mark or someone that has criticized Miami for those losses, but people just are too quick to write them off. And you look at a performance like that and say 10-3, yeah, it looks ugly. But here's the thing: a win is a win, and it's what you got to do at this point. It's just, I would like a little more respect for Miami, is what I'm getting at. I want people to say, you know what? Yeah, they lost to two not great teams, but they were able to bounce back. They still got in, and they went to Kyle Field and they won, and that's what counts at the end. Just like with Bama, they went to Oklahoma and they righted the wrong. And all respect to both teams. Both were great wins. It's just, I feel like Miami was a little more disrespected today, in my opinion. And that may be a little ACC bias coming out.
I think it is a little bit ACC bias, just truthfully, not saying that's wrong, because again, we all have bias, and sometimes my bias bleeds through as well, and I try to point it out. And you did too. You saw saying that, and there's nothing wrong with that. I do think it is a little bit of that, because I don't think, in my opinion, that Miami's being disrespected that harshly. I think the issue is that they are playing Ohio State in the next game. That is the biggest problem. And because of the Notre Dame thing, and because the problem is that the ACC is not this, they're not helping their cause by being bad. And I know that you'll disagree with that, but at large, most of the conference is not good. It's not a strong league. I mean, that's why Miami's strength of schedule is in the Notre Dame area of the strength of schedule range, in the 40s. I understand that people say the SEC is inflated, and I can agree with that to a point. That in the preseason, the rankings do heavily favor the SEC, which gives them these bloated rankings. But at the end of the day, the SEC is objectively way better than the ACC right now, and it just is. It's just a fact. I mean, Florida State's not good. I know Alabama lost to them, but that's why Alabama lost Florida State week 1. We should treat that more heavily if we're going to treat the Notre Dame Miami thing. But whatever. Again, different standards for different teams. I get your point on that. Like, Alabama doesn't have to earn respect because they're Alabama. Alabama's won all these titles. They've been so good so long. Literally, Alabama has the best record in the college football playoff among teams that have played more than a few games. I mean, they've dominated the thing. It's like they win this game and they get the respect back. Like they had the little faulty going on, but it's like now they did. I mean, Miami's been bad for a long time, and it's like Cristobal has given a lot of reason for people to question him as a coach. I mean, you look at any coaching list, Mario Cristobal, of the 8 remaining teams, he's probably ranked last in coaching, besides Golding, who is not coached at all. So literally, he's probably 7 out of the 8. Everybody's going to have DeBoer higher, and Signetti, and Day, and Kirby, and Lanning, and I'm missing. Am I missing anybody?
Lanning,
Texas Tech. Well, Texas Tech. That's debatable. Texas Tech. I don't know on McGuire versus Cristobal. I can't say on that, but 6 or 7. Cristobal's toward the bottom. All the other coaches are going to be ranked higher, and they've proven that they're better. I think Cristobal's shaky, and I think that the coaching staff's a little shaky, and I think the team has been very shaky, and that's given people a lot of cause for concern. But at the same time, I mean, this win helps their cause. It's just, if they were playing Texas Tech next, I think it'd be a little better. I mean, they're playing Ohio State. It's not. If they beat them, you're going to have all the respect in the world for them if they beat them.
And see, that's the thing too. And like you mentioned, we all have our bias. That's why I pointed out. That's it. It may sound a little ACC bias protecting our conference. Like you said, we try to be objective as possible, or at least we try to. At least I try to, and you've even said you try to. But every now and then it bleeds out. But to the point is, I think what it is like you said, though, Jeffrey, Bama, with their history and winning as much as they have, all it takes is, even though they had that shaky last month, and you've said it, Jackson said it, many people have said it, Bama had a shaky last month of the season. Ty Simpson, by and large, a lot of people had him pegged to win the Heisman. And rightfully so. He was playing some of the best football in college football, but then he had those last couple months coming down the stretch where you're like, oh boy. And then it kind of knocked him out of the race. And a lot of people thought, wow, that's how quick you can lose the Heisman votes if you're not careful. But with Miami, and I get what people say, Miami and Cristobal have been so bad for so long, where they're just now getting to this level of, okay, Miami, they're a team that could maybe, just maybe, compete at this level and sustain it. But like you said, though, Jeffrey, if they go out and beat Ohio State next week, to any of their doubters, to anybody that doubts Miami, it goes away. We all can agree. If they beat Ohio State, no longer will Miami be doubted. But
it's like Stephen Cherry saying this. What goalpost media loves Signetti? Literally, before Indiana beat Ohio State, literally everybody still doubted him and said this and that and the other thing. Are they truly legit and all that type of stuff? It's changed because of the fact that Indiana beat Ohio State, and now nobody can really say anything. And if they beat Alabama, it's just going to further validate it. And if they're good next year, it's going to further validate it. At this point, Indiana's reached it. They've reached the point where everybody respects them. Everybody thinks they're pretty good. Everybody's like all that kind of stuff. It's just, can they keep doing it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that Miami has not gotten to that point yet where it's like they're up here now. You know, they beat Ohio State. They're there. It's just Cristobal and Miami. They've had moments, but then they've had bad games, and they've relapsed, and they've just awful moments at times. That's the problem. I mean, it's not nobody's saying they're bad. Nobody's saying they're bad. It's just nobody really thinks Miami is a national championship contender either right now. But that can change if they beat Ohio State.
And real fast, Jeffrey, Steven points out Cristobal took over a program in shambles. Sark is the most overrated coach in football, in which
Miami was not completely in shambles. I mean, they weren't in good shape, but it's not like Diaz. It's not like they were like completely trash. I mean, they were like 7-5, 8-4. They weren't going 4-8 every year.
But for Miami standards, though, Jeffrey, that's not good. Like, even you have to admit.
It's also not impossible. And plus, with NIL, it's made it a lot easier for a program like Miami to win. They have a lot of support.
That's true. So, depends on what your definition of shambles is. That's the thing I think we need to establish there. Is shambles, if you're looking at a program like Miami, as Steven points out, he considers that in shambles, right? Jeffrey, you look at it as they're Miami, that they've got backing. Now, if it's someone like an Indiana, 7-5 is not in shambles. They're celebrating. I mean, Jeffrey, you saw last year how much Indiana celebrated by just making the playoffs. They didn't care what happened after that. There's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And Hummus says if
I do want to hear from Birch too. We also have Walter in the chat as well. It's getting late. It's almost 2 a.m. But I do want to talk to all you guys. So, how are you guys doing, Birch and Walter?
Good, Jeffrey.
What's up, man?
It's the Jeffrey, man. I just wanted to say, I just have a quick question. I'll make it quick. But do you feel that if Kalen DeBoer would have lost that game, he would have went to Michigan? Quick answer.
No. I don't think so, but I mean there would have been a lot more talk of it though. I mean, you probably would say yes, and I mean you could be right.
No, I would think it would be no. I would think it's no as well, and here's why. Why would he go? So I'm just gonna let you know. I've been on a rant mode lately with my Michigan program. Like I just went on a rant with Mark Rogers show just now over how their program is just a complete mess, just the management and stuff. But I just wanted to say, I think Kalen DeBoer would have stayed at Alabama just because you have better resources and NIL, my bad. There's no I'm just gonna say it, man. Michigan has lack of institutional control with the Sharon Moore crap and stuff. I'm just gonna say it. It's just a mess. The management, why the hell is Ward still the AD? I don't know. The Regents need to get the hell out. And you know something? We don't even have a president. Okay, our president left, and he didn't even get the job at Florida. Now we have an interim president. Why would a coach want to go to Michigan when all this crap is happening? When all this crap is happening, man. So I personally think DeBoer would have stayed. I really do, even if he lost. He still has resources now. Of course, the fan base is gonna get not like it that DeBoer is gonna be there. I feel, but if I was DeBoer, man, I would kind of stay at Alabama. I don't know what your take is on that.
Well, I mean, my problem is that, I agree with everything you just said, even though Michigan fans get mad at it. I mean, the only argument that Michigan had to get DeBoer is throwing more money at the wall. Oh, my gosh, he's going to make $15 million a year at Michigan. And it's to say Bama could not even offer him that is also unrealistic. I think but I mean, my problem is, and I got mad the other night. I'm not super mad. I'm not gonna say mad. I mean, I was ranting, but I try not to get truly mad, But again, I can't say that ain't ever gonna happen either. I mean, it's happened sometimes,
Yeah.
but I was pretty mad. I was pretty frustrated because people were talking about that the other night on the Bama channel with me and Jackson on Thursday, and I'm like, okay. So you're saying that Alabama needs to give Kalen DeBoer an extension to keep him from going to Michigan, and I'm like, no, he should not have to do that. He's already one of the highest paid coaches in the country. He's got great NIL, great support, one of the best programs in the country, if not the best program in all of America. And it's like you're saying we need to give him an extension for doing good enough. Like he's doing fine right now. It's not like he's on the hot seat or anything, but it's not like he's done anything to deserve getting an extension. And it's like that's what Nebraska did with Rule. They gave him an extension to keep him from going to Penn State, and he didn't deserve an extension. I don't know. That annoyed me. That is annoying. Like
No,
the fact that Michigan's
yeah.
like, oh, we're going to give him $15 million to get him. The fact that they were rooting for a man to lose I don't know. I'm not trying to be mean to Michigan because there's a lot of Michigan fans that I like, but that I don't understand. Like you're rooting for a guy to fail so he'll succeed at your school.
Yeah, I also don't
It
get
makes
it a
no
little.
sense.
Yeah,
I don't understand it, Perks. I don't understand it.
It's crazy, man. But hey, I'm glad he won. I'm glad that you guys are in. You guys are now. Who are you guys? You're versing Indiana. And we're basically screwed, man, now because Kenny Dillingham just signed his extension and Michigan waited too long. And now, like, we don't even know, like, oh, you want Kyle Whittingham? He's old. I don't even know if he's going to want to coach. You have Jesse Minter, who would be a good hire, but do you want to coach in the Jim Harbaugh regime? Do they want to, coach a guy who is in the Jim Harbaugh regime to have their head coach? And then you have what else? Jeff Brom, who a lot of fans don't like. Eli on Missouri. People don't like him either. So we're in a bad situation. And Wardy Emanuel, man, he really fucked everything up. And we're basically like, I don't know what to say. We're in a crisis right now, and it just exploded in our face. And what was just really weird was how Michigan was a lot of fans were so confident we get DeBoer, man. Like, it's like, I personally, dude, I think DeBoer would have stayed at Alabama, period, because why would you? Like I said, Michigan's a corrupt university now. After the Sharon Moore stuff and trying to hide some of it, I'm sorry, it's corrupt. You cannot tell me it's not corrupt at this point. The athletic administration and all that, regents, AD, they all need to go clean it up. And that's honestly basically all I just really wanted to say, honestly. But I do appreciate you for giving me that answer. So.
And I truthfully mean that. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just it would have been more smoke about it, and all
Okay,
that.
so more smoke. You would think
Too.
that he would like wait and hear all the stuff, right? Like he would like be listening.
Probably. But I
Okay.
don't think he goes. No.
But did they give him a contract? Can I ask? Did they give him a contract or no?
That I have no idea. I don't know what's going
Okay.
on.
Okay, because there was a lot of Michigan like channels who said that they gave him a contract. They gave him, Kenny Dillingham, and Jed Fish or someone else a contract. And apparently Kenny Dillingham never got a contract. He got contact, but he never got a contract. So where the hell are they getting their information from? I don't know. So I don't know what is if they gave Kalen DeBoer a contract or not. But my answer is probably not, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like Jackson here. He says
Yeah.
like Kalani Sitake is a good option for Michigan. I completely disagree with that. I mean, you literally have Kalani Sitake, there was a lot of smoke about him going to Penn State, and then BYU with the Crumble and all the other big donors they got out in Utah. They gave him a massive extension. So, plus like Satake's like, faith and everything. It just makes sense. Like BYU where he's at. I don't think he's going to Michigan. I disagree with that. But again, I mean, I get your point on that. Also, just with Husker here saying why you got to crap on us, I didn't mean to. It's just because I think it's dumb that Nebraska gave Rule an extension. I really believe that they gave him an extension to keep him from going to another school, and he didn't deserve an extension. That these extensions, all of this has gotten out of control. I mean, Penn State wanted Cignetti, they didn't get him, so then all these names fail, and then they get Campbell. I don't even think Campbell in and of itself is like an awful hire, but it's like you get Campbell, you fired Franklin for underperforming, not winning top game, and you get Campbell. Like Michigan wants this big name guy. And all I know, I've seen so many Michigan fans adding me online and being like, all right, Dillingham made a mistake. Dillingham made a mistake. Dillingham made a mistake. Turning down Michigan. And I'm like, why? How? He's doing fine. Like, these people are like, oh, if you're not making $15 million a year, you're not doing all right. Like, Dillingham's gonna be making like $8 million a year at his alma mater. In the big, he's still like 30. He could take a bigger job later. Like, I don't know, man. These people,
See,
money is blinding people's thinking. And that's what I wrote today on social media. Money is blinding people's thinking. It just is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in this entire grand scheme of college football, like, it's all about the money. Michigan's answer is just throwing money at the wall. That's what LSU did, and they got Lane. Good for them. But I understand people be like, well, Jeffrey, if you were in that situation, we're all human beings. We're all inclined to want to do better for ourselves and our family. I understand that. But it's not like Dillingham made this massive error turning Michigan down.
No, he did not. Because, say he would make an error, right? If Ward and the Regents weren't there, then yes. But no, because Ward and the Regents are here, I would not, honestly speaking, of how lack of communication and mismanagement, I would not want to coach to Michigan unless Ward and these guys are all gone. Now, I'll say this, man, the money stuff, bro, like, that's what I've noticed with Michigan's answers. We have all the money in the world. Bro, we do not have all the money in the world. We don't even have a top 10 recruiting class. We're number 11. And there's something called return and investment. I'll let you know right now, man. Underwood did not, he did not, everyone's expectations of him, they did not fulfill it, like the donors and stuff. I'll let you know right now. If this keeps happening, man, people are going to stop. They're not going to be giving that much, money in NIL compared to other years, So this whole money crap, I don't know where this came from that Michigan has the most money of. It's all bullshit, man. If we had the most money, we'd have the #1 recruiting class. We would just give everyone, I don't know, $1 million contracts each, even 3 stars. Like, it's bullshit. I don't know where this money shit is coming from, dude.
Let me ask you a question, though, Ralph. If Michigan did not offer Dillingham the job, then why did Arizona State give him an extension?
They waited long. They waited too long, apparently. And Dillingham signed it right away. That's
it's
apparently
the same thing with Matt Rule. Like, Matt Rule got an extension at Nebraska because of the fact that he was being offered basically the job. I mean, I'm not in these circles, man. These are just my thoughts based off what's going on here. Why would Nebraska give him an extension if he wasn't being offered the job? Because then there's no threat of him leaving. See what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. And Ralph Go Blue, I just want to say, Voice of College Football Michigan lied to you and a bunch of other people saying that they offered Dillingham a contract. Just keep that in mind. I don't want to go there, but I'm just letting you know. So this whole, we offered Dillingham a contract, all bullshit. Even X as well. I felt like they got their information from X, honestly, but whatever, man. It is what it is. We don't have a head coach. And you know what my prediction is? We might just have Biff for 1 year is what it's feeling like, because I don't know what to say. Who else can we get?
Yeah. I mean, I just think that if you're giving your coach an extension, then it's because other programs are sniffing around. That's just the way I feel about it. I mean, I mean, Clark Lee, Drinkwitz, and all these dudes getting extensions because they just it's sniff, this is other job around here. We gotta lock up our guy. I mean, Signetti got an extension 5 days after James Franklin got fired. That tells you something, man. It kind of tells you something. And if it doesn't tell you something, then you're just blind.
And here's the thing too, Jeffrey.
He was offered the job. He turned it down, and he got an extension at IU. They're like, we're keeping our dude. I don't know, man. I think Michigan does want Dillingham, DeBoer, and all these dudes. They don't want Fish. But I don't know.
No, they don't. They don't want Fish.
They don't want Fish, but I mean, they might just have to accept Fish.
No, I don't want Fish. I don't want Fish. I'm telling you, right? He destroyed a background check. He failed a background check, Fish, apparently.
Well, if it ain't him, I'm just saying, who else then? I mean, because it ain't because DeBoer is not. No, I don't know who else they would even get.
I mean, is it Is there
Whittingham
anybody
is the
like
only guy I can think of at this
But
point,
Whittingham retired because he's done.
but he apparently said that he's in the transfer portal. That's what he said. I don't know if you saw his comment.
I did not see that, but
Okay, he said he was in the transfer portal and I'm a free agent. He exactly said those words. That's why Michigan, and they have kept in contact apparently. So that's what happened. He just left Utah, not because he just wanted to leave because he felt it was time to leave Utah, but I think he still wants to coach, is what I've heard. So that's the reason why Kyle Whittingham is an option,
we'll
you
see.
know.
I mean, I wouldn't do it because I mean his legacy was great as it was. But we'll see. I don't know. I mean, we're at the point where I guess people don't care about legacy. I mean, Belichick completely ruined his. So
Oh my God. Holy
Whittingham could go to
shit.
Michigan and go 6-6, and then people are going to say he was a crappy coach. So I don't know. I wouldn't do that. But maybe he goes to Michigan. Does dude? I don't know, man. It's all just like whatever. You don't know until you know. Like we don't know what Lane's going to do. We don't know what Campbell's going to do. We don't know. I mean, no one knew Signetti was going to be here, so we don't know. We have no idea.
All I'm going to say is this. If Brian Kelly goes to Michigan, I'm done being a Michigan fan. I'm sorry. I do not want Brian Kelly. Like, I'm done being
Funny thing
supporting
is, he's
Michigan
probably one of
football.
the better candidates left. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I'll be done literally with a Michigan, like supporting Michigan football at least, because dude, Brian Kelly's a monster, man. He's a monster. The stuff he's done in the past, dude, and it just would give our image of what Michigan is if they hired Brian Kelly. I'm sorry, he would probably kill another student. I bet you. He really would.
Here's the thing, though.
You see why I say college football is becoming reality TV?
Yeah. Oh my God.
I want to back Brian Kelly up on this, though. He's not that bad of a coach, guys. He'll win you 9-10 games, but you won't win the big ones. That's the problem. And
But
Jackson
that's
has
what
taught me
Michigan
that.
doesn't want, because Michigan is a national championship
Yes.
level team in a program. So that's why Brian Kelly's not good enough. Brian Kelly would be look at Franklin at Virginia Tech, and they're like, oh, dude, if you have Brian Kelly at like Pittsburgh, not in Michigan.
Dude, his dad is a corrupted politician in Boston, Brian Kelly. Literally. That's how he comes from, literally like a crazy family of, like, I don't even know, dude. But we can't have Brian
about
Kelly.
that, but I mean,
Yeah.
that's crazy. I mean, I agree with you on the Underwood thing. And again, it doesn't matter if Underwood panned out or not. You don't pay a true freshman $10 million.
No, it's retarded, man. Like, I'm sorry, it's dumb. I'm done, Jeffrey. After this, getting a good recruit, man. See, Shea Patterson, he broke all our hearts. We all thought he was a savior. Bryce Underwood. See, if you get a new, good, amazing recruit, I don't even know how he's gonna turn out. I'm not gonna get my hopes high anymore. I'm sorry, man. I really thought Underwood would be good, and paying him this much is stupid. And they feel like, you know what our fan base is starting to feel like is that we can pay. Like, we can get any recruit because Larry Ellison and these guys did it. I'll let you know right now. You don't get your return of investment. They're going to stop giving money. I'll let you know 100%. Okay? We don't have unlimited money, dude. Holy shit. I don't know where this unlimited money came from.
When people start saying that they can buy their way out of anything, that's when things start to fail.
Yeah. It's bullshit. Look at A&M in their number one recruiting class in 2022. How badly that failed. Everyone left.
But you got to think, they're also kids too. We're dealing with 17, 18-year-old kids.
That's why they shouldn't be getting $10 million contracts when they haven't.
It's stupid, Jack. Austin. It's so stupid. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. That's what I'm getting at. Like, look at Arch Manning. He's a prime example of this. Everyone was like, Arch Manning, the number one pick. He's the prodigy. He's going to be like Peyton and Eli, and he's going to do all these great things. And he had that rough stretch throughout the year, and people were like, what's wrong with him? We invested so much into him. He's a kid, guys. He's going to make these mistakes.
The problem is that people are not allowing these players to be kids anymore because they've become more like professional athletes with the money they're making.
Exactly.
You can't allow them to be a kid when they're making $5 million a year and people are profiting off their success or failure. I mean, people are betting all this money. Betting is destroying this stuff too. I mean, it's like getting so bad where you've got like people at games, and it happens more on the professional level. But like people are like, oh my gosh, I bet all this money on this dude, and like people are like trashing these players. It's just money is not money in and of itself is not bad, but these people that allow it to just completely control their way of thinking, man. Like there's nothing wrong with placing a $5 bet on a game, dude, having a good time. But when you're investing your whole paycheck or just tons of money, and then these players don't pan out, and then you're sending death threats to them on X, and you're at these games and you're doing all this stuff, and it's like, well, they're making millions of dollars. That's the problem. You're using money to justify the action.
Well, see, here's the thing too, Jeffrey. The problem with it is look at someone like Gunnar Stockton. He doesn't make that much in NIL, but here's the thing though. He's played some good football, but he's also had his bad moments too. We don't hear about them as much because he's not one of them. If you're getting paid a lot of money, like Bryce Underwood, like a lot of Michigan fans are getting upset with him, and it's like he's a freshman. Guys, let him make mistakes. It'll be fine.
It really is sad. I mean, because I do feel for Arch and I do feel for Bryce Underwood, but at the same time, it's hard to feel bad for him because, especially, I mean, it's more on Arch because of his name. I mean, he can't help that. He can't. You know, maybe he could have chose a different profession. You know, like be a lawyer or something. I don't know. But I mean, you know, like you chose football, so it's like, you know, you're gonna get all the comparisons with your family and all that, and you know, whatever. But with Underwood, it's like the thing is that you get the contract, you're highly rated, so you don't get the chance to make mistakes. You don't get the chance to grow as a player. People are just gonna slam you. Like, oh, well, you got $10 million, you're supposed to be you know. Cam Newton was a bench player. Cam Newton sat at Florida. He didn't do squat at first.
Yep.
And he went to Auburn. Like, it takes time. Ty Simpson, this is his 4th year. Dante Moore is a senior. Like, it sometimes takes time. You don't give these dudes $10 million out of the gate. Yeah, they put way too much pressure. It's ridiculous. The media and people put way too much pressure on these players, but it is hard to defend them when they're making $10 million. It's just I don't know, man.
Well, see, here's the thing, Jeffrey, though. Like, Fernando Mendoza, though, like, he's a good example of this, too. Like, you want to talk about pressure and all this. Like, all these quarterbacks getting paid all these money. Like, Fernando, he's had some bad games this year. Not many, but he's had some bad games. How many times did we hear him get dragged through the mud? Not very many. Like, because he's just Fernando Mendoza. There isn't a big legacy behind him, or he didn't get paid all that much. Whereas Arch and all these other big guys, and DJ
had
Lack,
one college offer at Cal, and nobody thought he was going to be good except me and a few other people in the preseason. And then he overperformed expectations. And he's a likable kid.
like, look at this.
Doesn't make it all about himself. Not, you know, saying crazy statements. Look at me, blah 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 blah. All that kind of stuff.
That's the thing, though,
said he's autistic for some reason and all of that, but that's it. I mean, there's not a lot going on there, and he's allowed to just be a college person. He's a college player that so happens to be a quarterback that so happened to actually going to be really good and be in the NFL. But he's not Bryce Underwood, where from the jump, from day one, he was he's going to be this, he's going to be that. He's
Yeah, I know you never seen a true freshman, dude. That was so like I was like, holy shit, you actually said it. You never saw a true freshman like me. Then he goes and takes selfies and stuff, and then he smiles in the sideline. Dude, he's bullshit. Honestly, I'm at a point now. Bryce Underwood wants to leave. He can go leave at this point, man. I don't care. He really clowned himself, and he has eggs on his head from this season. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say it. You know, get a QB who cares about the team and is more mature than this guy. Now, I will say I do honestly do want him back, but hey, if he wants to leave, go ahead, man. You know, like this NIL crap they gave him too much money and he's not taking it seriously, I feel. You know? He's not.
And another great example, Jeffrey, you mentioned it, DJ Lagway, Lenore Sellers, all these big guys that we talked about, they're getting dragged through the mud for playing bad and making their teams look pitiful because they are the big money guys. But the guys that we don't hear about, the Fernando Mendozas and these other quarterbacks and that don't get paid the big bucks, they're allowed to be kids again. They're allowed to be like, okay, I can throw a pick six and it won't Like, I'm allowed to do these things, and I can make a mistake and be myself. And they are at big time programs too, like Gunnar Stockton in Georgia, Ty Simpson in Bama. They're allowed to be kids. They're allowed to make mistakes and be like, okay, I'm not going to get dragged through the mud on ESPN over here because of this. I'm allowed to be a kid. I'm allowed to look at this. Whereas all these other guys are getting paid all this big NIL money, and heaven forbid I throw one incompletion, the world's over.
Yeah.
And it's just like you said, Jeffrey, it's the money. It's just like I always tell you, Jeffrey, when NIL came in, I thought it was just going to be specifically for like when you do magazine covers, video games shoots, likeness, and all that. And when you buy people's jerseys, I thought
wish it was.
this is going to be. But, and you even warned me, Jeffrey, you were one of the very first people. You were like, it's not going to be that. It's going to be buying players and buying people away.
Like, I'm not Nostradamus over here, dude. There's a lot of things I predict wrong, but I knew the NIL thing was a scam. The way they presented it, they were like, oh, it's just gonna strictly be. No, it was not. It was never gonna be that. You get money involved, dude. I mean, it was field day, for these donors and all this other crap. They just went buck wild with this stuff. It's got, and I like I said, I wish what you said, like what everyone thought it was going to be, had to just stayed that way. But it's like it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. It's kind of like the portal. It's like, oh well, we got to get rid of that rule where guys are transferring and then they have to sit a year. That's bogus. They should be able to transfer whenever they want. And people are like, well, people are only going to transfer if they want playing time. TJ Finley is transferring for the 7th time in 7 seasons.
That's ridiculous, dude. Holy shit.
See,
that's crazy.
Here's the thing. You can never keep a team together. That's the problem.
And
that's
there's no
Nick
loyalty
Saban
to the
left.
player. You don't even care about the player. You have no attachment to the player. I remember growing up, and I remember watching McCarron, and I remember watching, Coker the 1 year that he was the starting quarterback. But Coker and Bryce and all of our backs, Derrick Henry and Scarborough and Brian Robinson and Mark Ingram and all that. And for basketball, I loved North Carolina as a kid. So watching Hansborough and Joel Berry, Marcus Page, and Henson and Meeks and Hicks and Zeller and all these dudes that were so freaking good, and they stayed all 4 years, and they loved the school, and they cared, and the tradition, and all that crap. Mm-hmm. All these players talk about the brotherhood. What? Are you kidding me right now? What's going on with the brotherhood? If you just transfer and every year, and I get that, Steve. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, at least in the case of Mendoza, he made a good transfer decision. He transferred from a garbage school to a good school, which is not the same as transferring from a really good school to a smaller school to get more playing time. But when you got these dudes transferring 7 times in 7 seasons, TJ Finley is started like all the schools he's been at, and he just keeps on transfer. He don't give one flying flip. He enters the portal, and then he's like, I'm 100% committed to Western Kentucky next year. I'm 100% committed to Georgia State next year. I'm 100% committed to Texas State. No, you're not.
Yeah, you're not. This bullshit. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but that's pathetic.
I agree.
And what upsets
and it makes it where we don't care about them. Because as a fan, you care about players that play well for your school, and you feel like they care. And if they don't care because they're just transferring in and out for no reason other than just to do it, it makes no sense.
And here's the thing, too. It breaks up great teams. That's the problem that I'm beginning to have.
Judkins leaving Ole Miss still sucks. It does, because it's like, I understand. Ohio State gave him more NIL, and Ohio State gave him a chance to win a title, and that's awesome. But he was already on a really darn good team.
Yes.
It sucks.
And that's the thing, too.
It does suck.
But here's the thing, Jeffrey. Tom Izzo. I'm going to use college basketball here for a second. Bear with me. Look at his team last year. That was a team that went to the Elite Eight. He had 4 of his guys transfer off that team, and 3 of them were starters.
Yeah, and that's why Marquette sucks this year. because Marquette
Uh-huh.
lost a couple dudes to the draft, and they lost a couple dudes to the portal, and they didn't get anybody in the portal, and that's why Shaka Smart's 5-7.
Uh-huh. But you think about that, though, Jeffrey. Michigan State was an Elite Eight team on the doorstep of going to the Final Four, that close to winning a title, and 3 guys just said, oh, I'm gone, all because they didn't reach that. And it's like, what happened to the good old days of sticking with the team that stuck together? The year that Carolina won the title, right after the Villanova year, that team stuck together and they won it. They stuck it out together. We've lost that. Like you said, where's the brotherhood? Where's the bond? Instead, oh no, well, we failed. Guess what? I think I might go play for this team over here now because I think they got a better chance.
The
And it's
only
just like-
difference, Steven, is that Jamison Williams did not start. That's the only difference. I agree, but he didn't play much for you.
Mhm.
He didn't play much for you.
I'm sorry, dude. I like NFL better than college football now, just because this whole transfer portal and NIL crap is really destroying the sport. I'm sorry. I just can't, man.
It
I-
sucks. Like I
yeah.
love college football. I love
I used
college
to like-
football so
yeah,
much
I
better
used-
than the NFL, but all of this stuff blows. It sucks
Yeah.
so bad because there's no loyalty to nothing. Like I understand the cherry
Exactly.
picking. I agree with Steven on that.
Yeah.
I do agree with the cherry picking. A third wide receiver. Then he went to Bama, came to number 1 or Mechie. I don't care. The point is there's no loyalty. And the cherry pick, it doesn't freaking matter. Like it literally don't matter. You can use 80, 100 billion examples. TJ Finley, JT Daniels, all these players, $500 billion, contracts and transferring to 10 billion different schools. It's just nobody gives a flip about the school and the tradition, the fans, nothing. It's
I
about
agree.
money and it's about just doing whatever the flip they want to do. I mean, Georgia has the most uncultured pile of crap team on the flipping planet, and yet people still love them. Oh, they win, and the Bulldogs, and they're great, but everybody's shoplifting and DUIs and drinking and drugs and all this kind of crap, and they suck and they blow, and no one gives a
Oh
crap.
my god, that's too funny.
It just kills me, man.
Yeah, it's a clown show. It's becoming, bro. That's why I'm starting to like NFL better. I used to love college football way better than NFL. Don't get me wrong.
I get
I
frustrated
used to-
because I'm with you. I love this sport so much, and it's
Yeah.
just tearing it apart, man.
Yeah, it's such bullshit. It's gonna get worse, Jeffrey. I'm letting you know right now. In the next couple of years, I think it's gonna get worse. I'm sorry, they're gonna expand the playoff, and it's just gonna be more drama and more NIL, and who knows how much more. Like when the inflation and stuff goes every year, I feel the players will make even more money, and more people will get shit offered with more money without taking a snap. It's gonna be bullshit pretty soon, man. It's going to.
See, and here's the thing too.
Yeah.
Like my thing is too, like these players, I understand they want to go where the money is. That's fine. Like we're all human here. Everyone here, me, Jeffrey, Burks, everyone in the chat, we would all look at the offer and say, yeah, this could feed our future family, our future kids, all that, right? Like we're not that. Even Jeffrey said it. He would look at the offer. But here's the thing, though. Isn't it so much more gratifying if you stick with something and you finally get to hold the national championship in your hands? Like, I stuck it out. I worked hard for this. Like, this is mine. Like, we did it together. Like, does that not exist anymore? Like Jeffrey, you remember the year after the buzzer beater. Once again, I'm going to use Carolina. In 2016, they were devastated, thought they'd never get another chance. And then when they finally did get a chance and stuck together and won, it made it so much better. That's why Roy Williams said that's one of the most satisfying championship victories in his career. Like, why are we losing that? We are losing what we love about our sport. We're losing it right in front of our face, and it's getting me mad.
Well, it sucks because that's what money does. I mean, again, I'm with you, man, because it's like I don't blame the players for accepting the contracts. There's nothing wrong with that. The players are fine doing what they're doing. If the offer's there, take the money and run, as the Steve Miller Band said. It makes a lot of sense. I get that. I understand that, but at the same time, it's also clouding their thinking. It's clouding these coaches' thinking. It's clouding the administrative's thinking. And that's why you're getting examples like Georgia and this whatever the heck Michigan crap and the LSU governor getting involved and all this stuff. It's just problematic. It is problematic. It sucks. I mean, the people, the 2% of people that still talk about the amateurism of the sport, I'm just laughing over here. Like if you're talking about amateurism in 2025 in college sports, you're just I don't know where you've been, dude. I don't know.
What's up, man?
Hey, Walter. Hey, The Real. We got a lot of people in here, so I hope
Sorry, that thing
will be
kept
all right,
kicking me
man.
off.
Well, we had a great slate of games, except for like only two of them that actually mattered. The other two are complete garbage. And the reason we're losing the identity of college football is because we've lost what it means for college football. College football is not about winning the national championship. That's the case.
Wow. Wow. Oh my gosh. Thank you, DeReal. And I literally said that when they did the playoffs back in 2014, when I was a little kid, I'm like, you know what's going to happen when they do the playoffs? It's going to make it where it's all about the playoffs. And I remember talking to my family members about that and friends, and they were like, no, it's not. And I'm like, yes, it is. And oh boy, all we talk about is the playoffs. And if you don't win a national championship or don't have a shot to win a national championship, then it don't mean anything. Like, what are we doing right now?
What we're
You got
doing
me
is
on that one.
actively destroying the sport, Jeffrey, and the reason we're doing it is because a few people at the absolute top
I
believe
think they're trying to make everyone happy. And
They're
trying to
not-
make everyone happy, you're just going to mess things up.
Right. Well, they're making everyone happy by excluding what mattered, the identity of the sport itself, which was exclusion. By including everyone, you're actually excluding the prestige of what it matters. Look at Alabama this year. They looked like crap for an entire month. They have 3 losses and they were safely in the college football playoff. And
Yeah.
now if they beat Indiana, people's minds are going to melt because Indiana, for the second straight year, 1 seed would have lost. Clearly the best team in college football playoff wouldn't have won a game. So it's all a disaster and a complete mess. And if the only goal of college football is winning a national championship, then there's 120 programs right now that should shut it down. There's no reason they should even exist. Like your Iowa, Tennessee level programs, they got no chance of winning it any time in the near future. So they might as well just shut it down.
You got me on that one, man. And as far as the transfer portal goes, here's one thing I'm going to say. If you have to hit it like 2, maybe 3 times, it's just not meant to be for your college football career. It's just not. You got to go there that many times.
Yeah, did you see TJ Finley's transferring for a 7th time?
Yeah, 7 times in 7 years.
Bruh, just forget about it. 7 times. Dude, just forget about it. It's not working out. Take your degree and make a career out of it.
My thing is that I don't know, man. Like for me, like being that 7th school, to get him, it's gonna be like, well, at least we don't have to worry about you transferring again, unless somehow you have a medical red shirt and then you're gonna get an 8th year.
An 8th year senior, how hilarious!
There has been a few of those.
I think Cade McNamara was one, maybe. I don't know. I think it was like 7.
That stuff is very rare, though.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. I mean, at some point, like once you reach a certain age, don't you hate being in a classroom with a bunch of dudes that are that much younger than you?
Well, he
Yeah.
should be a doctor by now, you would think. So he's probably in with people similar age, 26, 27.
I mean, this is how I feel. If you have to hit the portal that many times, time to use whatever degree you got and just make a career out of it and call it a football career. It's just not working out. I mean, I can't think of one player who entered the draft at age 26 and made it a successful career.
Well, because the issue is they won't be getting drafted when you have like 6th, 7th year. They're most likely not getting drafted. And plus, when you're doing education for your degree or some liberal art crap major like communication, right? Like they're basically screwed, man. They just want to, make as much money as they can while they have their football career. That's how it goes with most of these guys, man. Just
That
saying.
is true.
Absolutely agree with Burks.
Yeah.
You all going to be happy because this thing's probably most likely going to expand after this year to 16 or 14
Well,
teams.
I'm not
No.
even. Here's the thing. I'm not going to, despite my feelings about the playoff committee and Notre Dame, I might feel like we might have got shafted, but we're also partially responsible for not taking care of business the first 2 games. I mean, here's how I feel. Instead of crying for an expansion, take care of business in all of your games, and you really give them no argument.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, my thing is,
Notre Dame
remember
doesn't
that
need to
one
join
year.
no damn conference. They just need to kill their bad September habits. I mean, I don't see the point in joining a conference because you're not really, how do I say it? You don't really give yourself any advantages or disadvantages. If you lose 2 games, you could still be out. So don't lose your first 2 games. And you
Vandy's
don't have
in
to
the
worry about
SEC,
it.
and they're out of the playoffs with 2 losses.
Yeah, I don't see the point of this conference crap. I mean, no offense. I mean, and if Notre Dame does join the Big Ten, fine, but I'm not going to be one of those Big Ten fans. I'm not going to kiss a conference's ass. I'm sorry. I don't. Those are the cancers to college football.
My
I can't
thing
stand
about
those
Notre Dame, though, is that they
conference
barely
fans.
lost to A&M. They barely lost to Miami. They were very competitive against both teams in a week 1 and week 2 game setting. Miami against SMU just got flat out destroyed.
To be honest with you, I honestly think sometimes, though, some teams have bad games, but I wish now. I honestly think Miami losing to SMU and Louisville also hurt Notre Dame because it made Miami rank that go down, and then it was like in between them and Notre Dame, and the committee had no choice.
Yeah, I'm glad you're at least one of the reasonable Notre Dame fans that acknowledges head-to-head has to matter. Like, the amount of people who just, if we lose head-to-head, then we lose the sanctity of the sport. So
I mean, Dwayne Wade. I mean, I'm more mad about losing the first 2 games, but also I'm not trying to sound tired, but you could have given Notre Dame that 11th or 12th spot. You didn't need a second G5 school in there when the requirement was only 1.
No, you have to have the 5 highest ranked conference champions.
Oh.
So it wasn't the G5 happened to have 2 higher ranked conference championships than Duke, which was 85.
That explains it.
And that's why we got 2 crappy games.
So
well, Duke being in there would have been crappy as well. I mean,
yeah,
Duke's a bad football team.
I don't know. I kind of wish Saban was the head of the committee because if Saban was there, we wouldn't have that issue. BYU and Notre Dame would have been safe. And to the BYU fans, Troy Notre Dame, this has nothing to do with BYU. Notre Dame is not afraid of BYU, but there's just really no upside playing BYU in a meaningless game. Now, if this was like the 14 playoff and there was a New Year's Six bowl to still play for, I can see why people would gripe about Notre Dame declining a bowl game.
I mean, I think people just don't like quitters. I think that's why.
I don't know. I just don't see the upside. I mean, I would have liked to have. I would have liked to have a game to play for at the end of the year. I really would have, but I mean,
here's my take on this. All right, because it's the Pop-Tart Bowl, I can see why Notre Dame wanted to opt out of it. Because the Pop-Tart Bowl, you're basically a joke, and Notre Dame is much better than being in a Pop-Tart Bowl. Now, if it was a Citrus Bowl, like they were playing a ranked Texas team, then yes, I would like call them like, okay, you know what, they're soft, and they ran away with it, right? But because it's a Pop-Tart Bowl, that's where I am with my stuff with Notre Dame. So they have every right to get out. You know, that's what I feel.
Oh, shoot. The Alamo Bowl would have been cooler, tell you the truth.
Yeah, man. Citrus Bowl as well. Citrus Bowl, Michigan and Texas is probably the best bowl game out there. And that's not a playoff game, you know?
Yeah, and if the playoff expands, then they'll annex that.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
And see, Jeffrey, goes back to your point that you used to say all the time, that the bowl games are becoming meaningless. What we grew up with,
I said
a lot
that
of
years
us
ago
younger
too,
folk,
and people said I was nuts.
because we grew up and we watched like these bowls, like the Outback Bowl and everything, and they were competitive, high level games, and we were like, "This is cool!" Like South Carolina and Kentucky or Kentucky and Clemson are duking it out in the Outback Bowl. This is cool. And now it's just like, here's this fourth string
Here's
guy
what
coming off the
killed.
bench.
Here's what killed the bowl games. The moment Jalen Smith's knee injury happened, and the year after that, players noticed it. Christian McCaffrey and Leonard Fournette, and it scared them from playing in their minor bowls. It scared them.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, I mean, that's another reason. Like, you also risk injury to key returning starters, in my opinion.
But see, you notice how money again has influenced that, because for 100 years, players played in bowl games and they never worried about getting hurt to ruin their draft stock. But it's because of the fact that it's like, well, hey, I go pro and I'm in the first round, I could get this big contract. But if I fall to the fifth round, I'm going to get a little contract and maybe my career is shot and over. And again, I'm not blaming the players for that, because I understand with the money and the mentality. But again, it's a money thing.
That is true.
When money became the focus, that's what killed it.
That is very true. But like I said, I do wonder what happens if Jalen Smith never tore his ACL in that Fiesta Bowl. I do wonder what happens if that Ohio State player whistling to the whistle.
Got hurt. There's another one.
Mm-hmm. It's see, here's the thing too. Like it's you bring that up, but it's also like what Jeffrey's saying. Bowl games back in the day, if you were someone that was maybe projected as a fifth round pick, and then all of a sudden you have a big bowl performance, scouts look at that and be like, "Oh, okay, we see you."
That's
kind of like
that's different.
But
Used to
and
be
for
like
a lot
that.
of players, and for a lot of players too, this is their last chance to play football too, because not everybody's gonna get to go pro. That's what's upsetting. Like, not everybody's gonna get that chance.
Well,
all this stuff is about the money, and it's about those top guys. It's not about those players.
Well, when it came to Notre Dame this year, I mean, I think all the seniors pretty much had a chance to play during that Syracuse game. So I don't think it really would have mattered to them at that point, because senior day, Notre Dame was blowing out Syracuse, and the players got a chance to play for one last time. And, you know, I don't think that bowl game really meant much to them after going to the playoffs the year prior.
Are we hopeful that next week games are going to be more exciting or more entertaining?
Yes.
Yes.
I went 3-1 in my picks. The only one I got wrong was that Miami Texas A&M game.
Same. I picked A&M.
Honestly,
I picked Miami.
Good job, Austin. I flipped a coin with that Oklahoma-Alabama game, and luckily it went Alabama's way.
You picked Oklahoma, right, Austin? So you went 3-1 too.
Yeah.
When in doubt, flip a coin.
Miami, but on the Oklahoma.
And use Honest Abe.
So.
Use Honest Abe. Flip a penny. When in doubt. Now,
I mean,
shouldn't we just make predictions here right now? Shouldn't we just make some predictions right now for round number 2?
I'm saving mine regardless. You guys can duke it out, but me and Will go live for that.
See, here's the thing. I think this is going to be one of the more competitive quarterfinals that we're going to see.
There's a couple games that I think could be blowouts.
Can you tell us which ones those are, Jeffrey? If you don't mind.
The game. I'm not predicting. I'm not picking the games, but the games with the highest chance for blowouts, in my opinion, is Ohio State, Miami, and Ole Miss, Georgia. That's my opinion.
Okay.
The thing that scares me though about picking
the games, I just think they
picking these round 2 games is last season. Everyone who had a first round bye lost.
Yeah.
That's true, but they redid the seating this year.
Yeah, the seating was screwed up last time, so that's why you had the Boise thing.
Arizona State as well.
Thing.
Arizona State, and that is
well, that one was a good game.
Right,
Boise
but Arizona State wasn't
smacked.
supposed to be the 4 either. They were the 9 seed.
Yeah, but they did kind of earn that, though. I mean, not like they got blown out.
Oh no, they played Texas very well. My point is that you have inferior teams playing
With
teams on
straight
paper.
seeding, it would have been less likely that all 4 of the higher seeds would have lost.
Right.
That's what the point is. Yeah.
Right. I think I agree with you, Jeffrey. I think Georgia Ole Miss is going to get ugly. Same thing with Ohio State, Texas. Ohio State, Miami.
I mean, like I said, I'm not picking the games right now. I'm just saying that hypothetically, I think those are the
Now,
two
what
games.
about
that the highest
Alabama versus Indiana? Do you think that could be good, or could that be a blowout?
I think it will be a pretty competitive game.
Yeah, I don't see Indiana blowing elite teams out. I don't think that's their style of play. They're a defensive team. I mean, 17-10, 21-24.
I mean, all
Very
their big
true.
wins this year outside of Illinois, if you count Illinois as a big, I mean, it was a big win, but Illinois is not an elite team. But like their big wins are all pretty close.
Let's see here.
Here's my thing. Texas Tech, Oregon. I know a lot of people are going to let that fly under the radar, but does Texas Tech need to win that game to kind of put some equity back into this bracket? What I mean by that is if any of the other teams win, like is Texas Tech and Miami the two teams that need to win their matchups the most? To put
Well, I
some
mean,
equity
that only helps the conferences that they represent. That's it.
That's what I'm getting at. Are these important for the future of the playoffs?
Well,
What I'm
Texas
getting at.
Tech probably has a lot more at stake because of how dominant they were against the entire Big 12. Because if they lose, and especially if they lose ugly to
Who does
Oregon,
Texas Tech play? Oregon?
yeah, they play Oregon. I think Oregon's 1.5-point favorites. But if they lose ugly to Oregon, then that's going to be a
Damn.
horrible look for the Big 12 because
I
Texas
think.
Tech was so far and away the best team in that conference.
Okay. I'm going to be flipping a coin with Texas Tech, Oregon, and Indiana, Alabama.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, here's the thing.
Honest
I'm
A.
going to say this. I'm going to say this straight up. I'm going to be rooting for Miami to beat Ohio State because I want to see the ACC do something. I'll be honest. I'm going to let my bias bleed out. I'm going to be rooting for Miami. Nothing against Ohio State, but I just want the ACC to redeem themselves just a little bit here because Duke made us look bad.
I think it could be a good game. I think it will be closer than what the experts think. I'm not really going to make an official prediction, but thing is, I'm kind of scared to pick that one too. Because Miami has been proving people wrong. And Ohio State, though, I'm also scared to pick against them, considering what they did last season.
I can't imagine Miami beating Ohio State, man. It would be crazy. Like Ohio State
That would
fans,
be a
man.
major upset.
Dude, that'd be crazy. Their fan base would go like berserk. Oh my god.
Well, like I said, the thing that scares me most about picking these games, I mean, last year, anyone who had first round bye all lost. So, I mean, that's one thing that scares me.
I mean, right now, Ohio State is favored the most out of all 4 of the favored teams to win. The other games, the spreads are smaller.
What's the spread?
It's 9.5 right now for Ohio State. Georgia is favored by 7, Indiana's favored by 7, and Oregon's favored by 1.5.
I don't know if Ohio State – there's a good chance Ohio State wins, but there's also a good chance Ohio State doesn't cover.
I think that Ohio State and Georgia, whoever wins Ohio State and Georgia are making
that's going to be it. If Ohio State and Georgia play, that's going to be a very good game.
Yeah, it's going to be – they'll make the championship.
It's going to be very similar to the last time they played each other in the playoffs.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my
Poor Marvin
God.
Harrison Jr. took a nasty hit.
Remember Night, that guy who signed the Georgia player? It was something Walker or whatever. He wrote on the autograph, he said Night with a hit of Marvin Harrison Jr. I thought that was actually pretty damn funny, honestly.
That completely changed the game.
Yeah.
mean,
And
again,
Ohio State
Ohio State
fans
was in
were
Yeah.
complaining
horrible.
about the no targeting call. It looked a lot like shoulder to shoulder. Well, thing is, though, you can't do what Peyton Manning did to his old receivers. I mean, I'm a Colts fan. I know this. You can't be throwing hospital balls and expect to get a call.
Yeah, no, I agree on that.
See, here's the thing too. Here's what I think works in Miami's favor. Indiana gave us a blueprint on how you beat this team. Have a great defensive line and stop their run game. Get to Sang and force him off the spot. Indiana gave us a blueprint on how to beat Oregon. So if Miami goes back and looks at that Indiana game film against Ohio State, and they've got a D line just as good,
And
if not
Texas
better
Tech
than
does the
Indiana.
same thing against Oregon.
Yes.
I mean, Indiana.
Like if they look at those blueprints,
These piss.
Indiana gave us 2 blueprints. Like think about that. Indiana gave us 2 good blueprints on how to beat 2
Austin,
good
you're
teams.
on to something. Austin, you're on to something. Now, if Austin's going to make an upset pick, can you please play the roll the dice audio? Because he's known for trying to predict upsets. I like to call him roll the dice Austin.
I mean,
You're a
here's
little-
the thing.
He needs to have his own like roll the dice special.
I mean, here's the thing. If I'm going to pick an upset, it would be Tech over Oregon. I'd be more confident in picking that.
But that's not
than I
really
would
an upset.
Ohio State over Miami.
That Texas Tech defense is very good. That Jacob Rodriguez dude, he should have been a finalist for the Heisman Trophy. And no, if it was my choice, there would have been 5 Heisman candidates. My rule would be 2 quarterbacks, a running back, a flex, which means another running back or a wide receiver or a tight end, and a defensive player.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
In my
here's the thing.
opinion,
if
I
Stephen
think that the 2 upsets would be Ole Miss or Miami. I mean, like Alabama beating Indiana would be an upset by the spread, but optically, it's not an upset. The other 2 would be upsets.
Yeah, how does Ole Miss beat Georgia?
I mean, again, that's an upset. If Ole Miss or Miami win, that is a legitimate upset. Alabama or Texas
Miami
Tech,
has a better
those are
chance
not
than Ole
Right.
Miss.
I don't see the path for Ole Miss beating Georgia, particularly Georgia dominating them in the fourth quarter and just completely shutting down their offense.
well,
It's very hard to
Time out,
outsmart
fellas.
Kirby Smart.
Yeah, I know. And
Time
it's
out,
they
fellas. Time out. Real fast, not to cut you off. Apologies, Dario, but do we not remember what happened in Athens? That was a ball game. Ole Miss had that game won.
yeah,
did
but
we
that fourth
forget that?
quarter was all Georgia.
Georgia.
They had Lane
has
Kiffin
improved
coaching though, but
That's true as well. I think it took
Lane
Georgia a
Kiffin
while.
was still at the helm.
Right. That was the second or third game they brought in the new quarterback, I'm pretty sure. And Georgia in that fourth quarter like humiliated Ole Miss's offense. I think they figured out something, and I think it's going to continue over into this game. And they compete. Like they're going to score 40 points in this game most likely because they did it the first time. I don't see Ole Miss's off the defense improving that much from game 1 to game 2. Like we just saw Ole Miss play Tulane. It was basically the same version of the first game. So
let me ask you something, Dario. Do you think you're talking about Georgia bullying Ole Miss in that fourth quarter? Do you think Ole Miss Georgia 2 is going to be the exact copy? Because Ole Miss did put up some points on that Georgia defense. Is what
no,
I'm
I
getting
think
at.
Georgia figured out something schematically against Ole Miss.
Georgia's
Exploited
defense
it.
is getting better though, man.
Right.
That's the thing. I'm
I
not
think-
so sure. I'm not so sure if I would count their defense out.
Right. I also think this is a good point. A lot of people were saying Alabama should be out of the playoffs because of the way they looked against Georgia and how bad they looked. Maybe Georgia's just that good of a football team to where they've elevated themselves into the elite
Unfortunately, I
tier.
was saying that, and then they killed my argument when they played Oklahoma. Like they literally killed my argument, so I can't really gripe about Alabama being in there no more.
Well, how does Alabama beating Oklahoma would make Georgia's case better because Georgia beat them and dominated them. So if Alabama beat Oklahoma, that would improve Georgia's resume.
Just imagine if they face each other a third time. That'd be nuts.
So Twitter would be fun. Big Ten man wouldn't know what to do.
Are they in the same bracket, Alabama and Georgia?
No, they
No.
would face in the title game.
They would face in the title. Yeah.
That's funny. All Big Ten man talks about everywhere is how there's only going to be one SEC team in the next round, which is probably true. As if that's an accomplishment or anything. But so if two SEC teams make the title game, man, that'd be something.
So
I mean,
here's my thing real fast. Is this kind of like the Georgia Ohio State game? Are we all going on record right now? If it plays out how we think, the winner of that game is going to be our champion. Is that what we're all saying right now?
there's a good chance that is. Thing is, if Ohio State plays Indiana again, I'm not so sure if Indiana can beat. It's hard to beat. You can't really beat Ohio State twice. We saw that with Oregon last year.
What do you think, Daryl? I want your opinion on that.
I think Indiana needs to be factored in there, and I'm not going to count out Indiana. But there's three teams that have clearly separated themselves this year, and it's Indiana, Georgia, Ohio State. Nobody else has a real chance to win this thing. It's all dressing. Like, we're all just playing for fourth place outside of those three.
Gotcha.
I think the fourth best team, which is dumb, but I think the fourth best team at their best is still Alabama. I think that if Alabama beats Indiana, then Alabama has a legitimate shot to go all the way.
Right, which is why I'm telling you, I'm trying to warn people that Alabama could beat Indiana. I don't think people are really conceptualizing that.
A lot of people are.
Alabama's not the same team that they were under Nick Saban, but it doesn't mean that they're not dangerous. I mean, Alabama's still one of those blue bloods that you still have to be on alert for.
Right. Oh, they're the only team that's the underseeded team that's going to have a definitive talent advantage at nearly
Indiana's
every
got
position.
the toughest game,
right?
In my opinion.
Yeah, Alabama's got the better players, the better depth. They got the bye, which is the rest. They've got the overlook factor. If we just won the Big Ten championship, are we kind of satisfied with that? Because this is Indiana we're talking about, and they've never won anything that big in their entire program history.
Cincinnati will let them be satisfied.
I know, but subconsciously, man, it happened. Like, look at Oregon, James Madison. James Madison got the backdoor cover, and I think it was because Oregon wasn't trying that hard. So, so these are human beings.
I'm going to say this. Yeah. The teams that win first round are also the most dangerous ones, in my opinion. You got to be on the lookout for that because the one it's like last season, anyone remember what I said last season? The bye week, the first round buys can be a disadvantage.
Yes. And let me ask you guys this, and Daryl, I want your opinion on this because I know this is a statement you made in the past. But do we believe whoever wins this, we can definitively call them the best team? Do we believe that we got the 8 best teams currently, no matter who wins?
I think whoever wins.
I don't think we can I'm sorry, I know you wanted to really answer that, but my point on that is I already kind of touched on this earlier. I don't think that you can definitively say that the team that wins the national championship is definitively the best team. You can always argue for someone else unless you clearly the team that won it. It's like, all right, this team is the best. I don't think so.
I can't really.
I don't know.
I don't know. Me personally, the best team's going to win the national championship, whether we like it or not, whether we want to say it or not.
Paths still matter, though, man. Paths matter. If you have an easier path and another team gets knocked off, like if I don't know, I don't.
Gotta do your job. You gotta do your job when you face that team, though. It's like this. They're talking about like how another team has an easier path, but thing is, though, they're doing their job.
I don't want to give credit to Ohio State, but like if Ohio State or Indiana win it all, I think they'll be the best team. For those two at least, because like Ohio State, they just been dominant. They just only lost to Indiana, and Indiana has just been undefeated. So if any of those two win the championship, I feel like they're the best team.
Well, hold on.
To
If
me-
Georgia wins this, they're the best team because they probably have to beat both Ohio State and Indiana to win it
Same
all.
with Georgia. I
Well,
forgot
how
about
can we
Georgia as well.
definitively
Whoever
I
does
say
their
forgot
that
about
job
the
is
Georgia.
who the best team is.
Yeah.
How can we definitively say that the team that wins it all is the best team every single season?
Okay, maybe best in terms of like power rating is too much for you, but how about most proven team?
I mean, they're different definitions.
Okay, but I'm like the team that wins it all at worst is going to be what, the third or second best team because the past for all these teams
If
are
Indiana
pretty.
if Indiana wins it all, I don't think Indiana is still the best team in college football.
Really?
They don't have the best players.
Bruh.
They do not have the best players.
Dude, I disagree with that. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't disagree with that.
Dude,
I think
Dude.
that Indiana is not the best team in college football. They don't have the best players. Georgia and Ohio State have definitively better rosters. If Indiana beats them, amazing. They're awesome, but I don't think they're the best team in college football.
I can't really agree with you on that one, bud. I mean, anyone who's a champ. I mean, anyone,
That's
the
an
one who
opinion,
does
though.
their
That is
job.
an opinion. That is an opinion.
As the
See,
well,
here's
the one that does their
here's
job
thing.
is the best team.
So here's the thing.
But
let
you're
me ask
basing
you
best
something.
team off of that they won it all. I'm basing best team off of actually who has the best players. That is the difference. I never base best team off of winning. Not always. Because of the fact that you can't definitively say that a team that beats a team is better. I just don't agree with that. Florida State's not a better football team than Alabama, but they won the game.
That's a little different. Florida
here's my
State went on
thing.
to lose like 7 games after that.
Hey, I'm not saying that you have to agree. I'm just saying that I don't think that Indiana has the best team in college football, even if they won it all. I don't think that they do. That there's nothing on the roster that says, hey, that is the best team in college football. They're the best coach team. They played the best. So if you're giving me best team off played the best, yeah, but I don't think that they are the best team. They're not. It's not the best assembled roster in college football. That's where I'm coming from. That is where I'm coming from. So again, people, I'm not delusional. I'm not losing my mind. I'm not losing my marbles. It's different definitions. It's different definitions for what is best. Indiana and y'all's definition would be the best because they won it all and they won the games. And I agree with that, but they're not the best roster in college football. They're not.
And I understand
that is true.
I understand.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause that people understand my take on that part of that argument.
See, here's the thing, though, Jeffrey.
I'm glad that y'all agree with that, because if anybody out there thinks that Indiana is the best roster in college football, then you're blind. They don't have the best roster in college football. They don't have a 5-star.
No, they don't.
They have none of that.
I think Ohio State has the best roster.
Winning. They would be the best team based off winning, but they're not the best team in college football based off roster construction.
See, and I understand.
I still believe that Ohio State and Georgia and Alabama are better football teams than Indiana. If Indiana wins it all, yes. They proved it to everybody. Number one, they won a championship, and I would be I would be so freaking happy.
But here's the thing, though,
but they're not the best roster in college football. When I say best team, I'm meaning best roster.
And I got you. Here's what I mean when I think of best team. If you go and win a national championship, and you beat, I'm going to use Miami as an example. They would have to beat Ohio State, Georgia, and then more likely either probably Oregon or the winner of Bama, Indiana. And they beat Texas A&M. They beat 4 maybe the best teams in the sport. And yes, and I understand what you're saying, Jeffrey. You're basing it off roster. I'm basing it off of who you beat to get there. If you beat the champs, if you beat the champs in Ohio State, and you beat Georgia, who won the SEC, and you beat all these great teams to get there, and you win the whole thing, you are said the best team, undefeated crown. Miami, talent-wise, yes, is not the most talented team. I think we all are gonna say it's Ohio State, and it's probably not even close for the most part. But if you beat Ohio State to get to where you're going, you are set the champion.
That is
And you
true.
win the whole thing. You understand where I'm coming from?
I mean, I get what you guys are saying. I get what you're saying. Like, I understand that. If
My
any
definition of
team,
best team,
yeah,
in a lot of ways, whoever performs the best in the postseason, and like Ohio State last year, they showed they were the best team. I mean, they smacked Oregon around so bad it was not even funny.
yeah. But
I mean,
like I said,
when
I
I was
understand
watching
y'all's
that, I was like,
frustration.
when I was watching that Rose Bowl,
Go
I
ahead.
was scared to play Ohio State, tell you the truth. I really was, because Ohio State was playing like a juggernaut.
Yeah, but most people said all season they had the best roster last year. They just had a couple bad games. Like I'm saying, I understand what y'all are saying about best team. Best team wins. I get it. So the team that wins it all is the best team. I understand that. I get what you're saying, and I agree.
So
with
who do you
that
think has the best roster, man?
I think
Who do you
it's
think
either Ohio State or Georgia. I think I don't know. I
Yeah, I
can't
agree on that one.
I can't. I don't know. I don't know who's better, honestly.
I agree with that one. I agree with that one. Although Texas Tech may have something to say about that too. I mean, that defense is unreal.
Yeah, I mean, again, your definition of best team, it can mean 800 different things. Indiana does not have the best roster in college football. They don't.
Oh, they don't.
They probably have the best coach or second best coach or third best coach, depending on whether you rank Smart or Day ahead because they've won titles. Or some people might rank Signetti already better because he's done more with less. That phrase gets thrown around a lot. I don't know. Signetti is one of the best coaches. The coaching staff is one of the best staffs. You can maybe even argue for best staff in college football. And their performance has been, they're undefeated and no one else is. So you can say Indiana has performed better than everyone else, and that they're the best team. And again, I get that logic, but I cannot look at Georgia and Ohio State's rosters, and if Indiana wins it all, and say, yeah, Indiana's better than those teams. I think those teams are better. I just think Indiana won. It's a hard concept. I know it is a hard concept, but that's how I feel.
I understand, man.
I mean, here's the thing. Let me ask you this, Jeffrey. You were talking about coaches earlier. And last thing I'll ask is, where would you rank Indiana's roster among these 8 teams remaining?
Probably
Where
last.
would you rank them? Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Really?
Okay.
They're probably last. I mean, they don't have any.
I'd say somewhere in the mid, but
they don't have any blue chip players, Walter and Austin. They don't have any. They have 0. They don't have a blue chip player. Not one. Every single other program has at least a few blue chip players. They have none. It's a roster full of Group of 5 transfers and 2-star recruits and 3-star recruits. I mean, that's the entire roster. Elijah Surratt was a D2 player. A lot of these guys were FCS and most G5 players. I don't think any of the other. I mean, Miami's got 5 stars and Oregon has 5 stars. And Ole Miss has a couple of 5 stars. I mean, Ohio State and Georgia are loaded. Bama's loaded. Oregon's loaded. Texas Tech is loaded.
Man, I wish to be on Ohio State's level one day, man.
I just don't think Indiana has is athletic and talented of players as any of those teams. That's why
Believe me when I say this. I wish to be on Ohio State's level. I really do. I envy that every single day.
And they let you know that every single day too. I mean, Notre Dame is behind them, and they always probably will be. Indiana. I've always thought Indiana was going to be trash my entire life. I never thought they'd win anything of value, and what Signetti's done is unreal. Why I think
Maybe Marcus Freeman will put us ahead at least one season.
Yes, thank you, Steven. I appreciate that, but he's already wanting to go to bed. You guys wanted me up till 4 or 5 in the morning. We got Steven going away, going to
shoot. I grew up a night owl. I grew up a night owl since I was a 12-year-old kid.
Hey, you know what? If Indiana wins the national title, I will go with your definition of best team, Austin, and you, Walter, and I'll say they're the best team. I'll say that based off performance, but you're never going to hear me come out of my mouth and say they have the best roster. It will never.
Oh, I understand.
Because if you say that Indiana is the best roster, then you just completely devalue the incredible job Signetti has done.
And see,
I think that's where I come from. I value his coaching job and the entire staff's coaching job and the players outperforming their rankings by so much that by saying they had the best roster devalues what an incredible job they've done, because they're not supposed to be here.
Because my thing is, Jeffrey, I'm with you. I'm not going to sit here and say Indiana has the best roster, but when you win a national championship, though, that makes you the best, though. Whether you had the best roster or not,
it is an impressive resume, though.
Yes, like look at the years.
Clemson gotta beat the juggernauts.
Clemson won the title with Trevor Lawrence and company. Was that team roster better than what Saban had put together? No, not even close. But
are you sure about that? I mean, they beat the brakes off Alabama. They were beating the hell out of them.
Yes, they beat Bama, is what I'm getting at, though, is what Jeffrey's saying. Indiana could beat the brakes off Ohio State, but that didn't mean they have the better roster, though, is what he's referring to. He will never say
Ohio State literally has 6 guys right now that are projected first-round draft picks, and Indiana has 1. And he was a 2-star player out of high school. I mean,
that's what I think Jeffrey's getting.
It's laughable.
Ohio State.
So
that's a juggernaut.
I've been listening to this whole thing. I think Jeffrey's definition of best is very heavily correlated with most talent or most potential, where you all are just going based purely on the results. So it doesn't matter if Ohio State beats Indiana, because in his mind, he's seen the potential of Ohio State. He understands the roster and players in depth. He's I'm still going with that team. Where you all looking at it is, well, Indiana beat Ohio State, therefore they're better. And I do think when determining, I just think the whole best teams argument is ridiculous in general.
It is.
Because it's all subjective. I would actually use the phrase, who has the best resumes? Because that's more objective. Okay. We can see this team beat this team.
The national champion should have the best resume.
Right. And that's why we're ranking these teams is this team's resume is better than this team. Well, we know this because they beat these list of teams, and this team's really good because they beat this list of teams, and so on and so on. But we're not really determining best.
I think for Indiana to make a case for best roster, they're going to have to beat the brakes off everyone they face in order to have a single argument.
Right, and even then, they're never going to have the best roster. They can have the best team if they beat the brakes off of everybody, but they're never going to be the most talented team. We're not, at least for a very long time.
Their recruiting classes the last 4 years have been at best in the 30s.
So let me. I want to ask this, Darrell. Since you're back, I want to ask you this, and of course you two could chime in as well. So, Darrell, if Texas Tech wins the national championship, I'm using them. Do you value that, Darrell? Do you give Texas Tech their respect? Do they earn?
I mean,
value
if Texas Tech beats Texas Tech,
these teams win.
Right, Texas Tech has the most to lose and the most to gain because they're riding the entire Big 12's reputation is on them because Texas Tech absolutely obliterated everyone they play outside of the Arizona State game in which they didn't have their starting quarterback.
Now, if Texas Tech does win the whole thing, they have the argument for maybe not best team of all time, but definitely best defense of all time.
Yeah, if Texas Tech goes out there and obliterates everybody and win, we college football, we got to reevaluate the Big 12, the caliber of team that they have. their entire season, because a lot of people have been saying, well, we think Texas Tech is really good, or is it that the Big 12 is really bad because teams like Arizona State, when fully healthy, went out there and lost to Mississippi State on the road?
I think clearly Texas Tech has the best team in the Big 12 because they did a really good job using the NIL that they had to acquire a very, very solid roster across.
They were definitely a
Right, but
surprise team
Jeffrey,
this year.
And the thing is they were in a conference that didn't really challenge them, and they really should have gone undefeated, but they lost that one game because their starting quarterback was hurt, and it is tough to win in the desert. But the thing is that if they were in the SEC, then it'd be impossible. You don't know what they would have done there because again, A&M went 11-1 with an awful schedule.
right, and that's why Texas Tech, in my opinion, has the most they've relied on. Is because if Texas Tech loses this game, and let's say they get blown out, well, we thought Texas Tech was with the elite, but they're probably more of that. If it gets super sideways, Iowa, Illinois, Tennessee tier team, and to where it's like, okay, you have this conference that's in the Power Four that's shown that they're not even competitive, and it would really exacerbate the SEC Big Ten gap between them and the ACC Big 12.
I think there's a really good chance that Texas Tech will not be in the Big 12 much longer.
Maybe,
Who do you
but
think they'll be?
if they keep spending what they're spending, then the SEC is going to want to add them.
Yeah, I could definitely see that the way they've been playing. Hell, they play good defense for the SEC too.
yeah, I tell you, Texas Tech, they're investing in their other sports as well. Their basketball team's pretty good. They just beat Duke. Yeah, their softball
I thought
team.
that Texas Tech team back in 08 was the best Texas Tech team I saw. Boy, was I proven wrong.
Mike Leach didn't have NIL either.
That's another impressive thing.
That's why I'm so impressed with Cignetti because, like, again, I understand the statement here about Ralph saying Indiana quarterback might be the best, running back room might be the best, O-line's top 5, linebackers probably second, but wide receiver course top 5. Is this talent? It was not talent originally, Ralph. It's the production that they've outputted.
Yeah, it's development. They developed into those.
Yes,
they
they've
level.
developed and become great, but they were not great originally.
I'm surprised the Michigan man doesn't understand this. You think of any commenter that would understand the Michigan man because
it confuses me because everybody's thinking I'm saying Indiana's roster is bad, and I'm not saying that. Indiana's roster is great because of the fact that they literally have outperformed all expectations for the roster. I'm just saying that their roster is still the least talented based off statistical numerical value of talent rankings, evaluation, just looking at the player. I mean, literally, Mendoza is not even that athletic. He can run a little bit, but he's not like a freak athlete. He's not, he has a good arm, but it's like, Surratt's just a solid complimentary guy. I mean, Jeremiah Smith is a freak in a good way. You know what I'm saying? Like
Jeremiah Smith, man.
You know what I'm saying here? Like, Indiana has players that play great football and they're coached so freaking well, but they're not. Like, literally, Mikael Kamara is projected as a 5th round pick.
Mm-hmm.
And he's great, but he's
what
not super athletic and talented. He's undersized.
Right. They're not going to scale to the NFL like Ohio State's going to do. Like, Jeremiah Smith is probably going to be
that is why Ohio State is a better team in my mind based off that.
Right.
That Jeremiah Smith, dude, he could be the next receiver that wins the Heisman.
Well, I mean, look at what Jackson Smith and Jigba's doing in the NFL. He's probably the best playing receiver in the NFL today, and Jeremiah Smith was his teammate, and he was better than him. So I've got a feeling Jeremiah Smith is going to be one of the best, if not the best, wide receiver in the NFL for a pretty long time. And I think Jeffrey's taken that into account and saying, I don't care as much about the results. Now, I do think we can bridge the gap in saying, Jeffrey, if you were picking the playoff teams, you would look at ultimately at the results and not their talent or what they're capable of.
Yes.
You don't believe, and like me, you don't believe in the whole best thing. You think that's just
not really. No, because the best roster doesn't always win. And that's what I
Very
think of
true.
when people are saying best team. I'm just thinking of best roster. I mean,
I mean,
because like they
the Ravens had the #1 seed years ago, and they got
Yeah.
beat by the Titans in the playoffs. So that's a
my
perfect
definition
example.
of best team is based off roster, best roster, most talented roster, but that team does not always win. And that's just all it's just the case. I mean, Michigan had all those super seniors in 23.
Yeah, they probably still weren't the best team. They probably weren't even the best team in their own
But
conference.
they
by your
said they had the
definition.
best defense of all time. And
They
see,
don't.
it hurts because they had a unique situation. It hurts my brain because people just get so fooled on that best thing, like you're talking
Well, they
about.
cheated as well.
I'm listening to Austin and Walter's point on that, and I agree with them. But I'm like talent and roster, and I'm like with you, and it's just okay. You win the games, you deserve to be called the best by whatever definition, but it doesn't mean that you are the best of something. If
Right,
Miami wins it all, I'm not saying Mario Cristobal is the best coach in college football or a top 2 or 3 coach. I'm not doing it. Now, he's going to get a lot of brownie points in my mind. He's going to move up the list, but he's still not going to be the best coach. You know,
I think
Now, do you
Jeffrey,
think
what's
Ryan
happening?
Day is one of the best coaches,
I think
or
what
do you think he just has it made with a great roster?
I don't think Ron Day's the best coach in college football. But I
I
don't know
think what-
where in the world to place him because he wins and he does what he's supposed to do with the roster he has. So, I mean, it's impossible to evaluate. I mean, I think Signetti's better based off what he's done with what he has. But, I mean, you can't say
I think Ryan
Day's
Day's a
bad
good
because he wins.
coach.
He wins with what he has.
But
I mean, you can't
man,
fault that.
but
right.
at
I
the
think
same
what's
time, I
happening.
can't help but think that 5th grade teacher could win the Natty with that Ohio State roster. I mean,
That's how a lot of people feel.
Right. I think what's happening here,
Ohio
though,
State
is
has an awesome roster.
Jeffrey's definition of best, or what people say is best definition, is just most proven. And I don't think people understand that, so they just say, oh, they're the best because they won it all. I think best is just a term that people use when they actually mean most proven. Like, the best team rarely wins it all in March Madness, but people say they were the best team, they won it all.
Yeah.
That
I mean, like
Well-
the Fab Five with Michigan was ridiculous, and they didn't win squat.
Right. But they
Yeah.
were people consider them the best team, but they didn't win all. That was a weird. I understand what you're saying, Jeffrey. It's a weird semantics thing, and I think ESPN is responsible for using this whole best thing.
Yeah,
when
because
it
literally, when I said what I just said, I literally had the entire chat telling me I needed to go to bed, and then I'm lost my mind, and I'm completely delusional. I'm not even. I mean, I'm tired right now, but I mean, I knew exactly what I said. I've said it before. I just said it more boldly this time. That you've heard me subtly undertone say that before. I have said it before.
Well, I understand your point. I think people are just.
This time.
I think people don't understand that when you mean best, you don't mean best. Their definition of the word best and your definition of the word best is two different things, and that's where the confusion's coming in. Also, Ralph Wolf, I'm so happy you've understand the power of ESPN and using that to defend your team. I thought ESPN was this maniacal Death Star empire that was just out there to get the Big Ten.
Yeah. Remember, it's only an SEC thing, right?
It's only an SEC thing unless it backs up my point. Then it's of course I can use it. It's the same people who say like Paul Feinbaum's an idiot, but then when Paul Feinbaum says something they agree with, they're like, "Well, Paul Feinbaum said this thing."
Isn't that how everybody is, though?
Yeah, it's because people don't have a real principle stand. It's they have a bias toward their team or their thing. They have
Jeff. Never be afraid to speak of an opinion that's not popular. Never. You gotta speak your truth.
I do that all the time. People get mad all the time, and I'm just like,
so do I.
It's okay.
See, here's the thing.
I appreciate it.
What I think what this boils down to is none of us are wrong right now for what we're saying.
No,
our definition of best is different. Yours is different from mine. Mine's different from Daryl's. Walter's is different from mine. It doesn't mean we're wrong. We all believe in 4 different things, which is not wrong. Jeffrey, you believe the best is determined by the best roster, talent, and that. I believe the best is results, and do you have the national championship or Super Bowl or whatever your sport is at the end of the day? We all have our different definitions. None of us are wrong here.
See,
And
professional sports are a lot different on that because of the fact the top 5 rosters in the NFL are like this. I think in college football there's a gap. I really do believe in
Definitely.
that gap, and I do think that the gap
College
you
football
can
has a lot more
argue-
juggernauts than the NFL
I
does.
feel like college football, the gap is trying to close because you've got more of these teams that are because the playoffs have expanded. It gives more teams a chance. You're seeing more teams win more. You're seeing you're trying to get more competitive, but at the end of the day, the Ohio States and the Georgias and the Bamas are still loaded. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe they're not as loaded, but they're still freaking loaded. It's hard to say. It really
They're
is.
still the best
Yeah.
in both senses. They're the most proven, and they have the most talent. And one of those teams is probably going to win it all.
But see what I like what he said here, defending national champ 25. You're basing best roster off stars, though, not what they're actually doing on the field. It doesn't make sense. And see, again,
Damn.
Ohio State's pretty good.
Ohio State's roster is better than Indiana's, and Indiana won the game.
They also, I think, it takes into account how they won the game, how much the game meant, where the game was played. I think all those things need to be taken into account as well. Because I don't think that game meant a lot to Ohio State.
No, it didn't.
I don't think they were trying to put stuff on film. I think they were going pretty vanilla the whole game.
I had a good feeling about that too.
Right. That's why I picked Indiana to win the game. The more I thought about it, I thought more Indiana's actually going to try to win this thing. So
I thought Ohio State was going to win, but for some reason I just wasn't shocked that Indiana won.
Right. Well, it's because to me, it's for Ohio State, it's just another game because their ultimate prize is the national championship game, and for them, the Big Ten title is just more of an afterthought. It's just a nice collection. But these conference championship games got to go because they're basically irrelevant now.
Well,
Which
and
is
again,
pretty much-
losing gave them a better game because since they moved Alabama to 9, I mean, Miami's an easier opponent than Alabama. I mean, unless we disagree on that, but
No, that's true.
I think we should be able to agree with that. But
Yeah, I want to ask you, Jeffrey, the 3 biggest losers today, okay, is, and not in terms of teams that played because that'd be easy, but it's the G5 or the G6, Notre Dame and Michigan. Those are the 3 biggest losers today.
Unfortunately.
it's fair.
Because the G6 is probably never going to get 2 teams in again, even if they go 12-1, maybe even 13-0. Notre Dame lost because, well, Alabama should have been placed ahead. Notre Dame should have been placed ahead of Alabama or Miami.
Yeah, Oklahoma
Both of them
killed my
won.
argument.
Right, both of them won, which really,
Damn those sinners.
we shouldn't post hoc rationally use things in order to justify points, but people do. And it does, there is some validity in them winning the game. In Michigan, their entire program's burned to ashes because they lost Kalen DeBoer and Kenny Dillingham. Because I don't know why they thought they would get either one of them, but they were dead set they were going to get Kenny Dillingham after Alabama won the game. And boy, they did not get them, and they're in trouble because the best coach out there is Jeff Brom.
The funny thing about it is, the real is that Michigan fans said that they didn't offer Dillingham, and I'm like, yeah, they did. They had to have, or why did he sign the extension?
I cannot believe that Michigan coach did all that.
Yeah, it's a sad situation, but it is funny.
I had no idea it was, but at the same time, though.
No, I was going to say it's funny to laugh at Michigan fans. Oh yeah, the Sharon Moore thing's sad, tragic, and
I mean, what did he do again? Did he
did a lot of
knife at
dumb
someone?
stuff. He did a lot of bad stuff, like just in a row.
Did he have a knife at someone's throat or something?
His own throat, apparently.
Dude, it's not a bro.
From what I understand of the situation, he broke into the ex-affair person's house and then put a butter knife to his own throat. and then I guess he put it down
Butter
or something.
knife.
Yeah, butter knife, and then
Butter knife.
yeah, butter knife, and then he left, and then the girl called the police, and then the wife also called the police because he was by a church, and she like heard about it, or it was anyway. She both called the police. They picked him up, and apparently the wife is. I heard yesterday. I haven't looked into it or anything, but somebody told me that the wife is standing by him. Which
there was
What?
a post on Twitter showing them pictured together. But I mean, dude, I have a hard time when I'm reading Twitter these days knowing whether something's a parody or not. It's getting ridiculous.
I
My
love my
goodness.
girlfriend way too. I love my girlfriend way too much to ever cheat. Hell, I don't believe in cheating. I mean,
no,
cheating
it's
is
wrong.
wrong in so many ways. I have no respect for that.
It's wrong, but hey, Jeffrey, we got one of those coping Michigan fans in the chat that's saying they didn't offer Kenny Dillingham. You know, they've been begging for Kenny Dillingham. He's definitely in the top two. He's one of the best two coaches we can possibly get. Oh, he's a great culture guy. He would turn around our program. Look what he's done with Arizona State. He doesn't have the resources. Imagine what he can do in Michigan. But they didn't offer him, Jeffrey, despite everything I just said. He wasn't.
I appreciate Ralph Go Blue for being here, but I don't see how what he is saying is true. There's just no way. I mean, because of the fact that, you know, why would Arizona State give him an extension if so?
Nah.
I understand you're saying that, oh, well, they didn't offer
Ralph
him.
thinks
so
it
he's
was an
not
open marriage.
Why would they give an extension? I mean, I understand he's won and he's done well, so he does deserve one. But I'm just saying that it's like it just feels like because of all the smoke, hey, let's give him this big extension.
Open relationships and open marriages only lead to disaster.
Those feel like contradictory words to me, open and marriage. Because marriage implies that you have a bond between two people. Well, but if it's open, it can't be between two people.
Yeah, it's one of those.
That's not a good marriage, in my opinion.
I don't even consider it a marriage at all, but
it's
more fun to do.
Honesties that a lot of people believe that it's just insane. Because, like you said, the concept of marriage is a closed bond. You become one kind of deal. You know, if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. And it's like it's just you can't do that if you're in a relationship with other people. You see some of those people where they're in like the polyamorous with like 2 or 3 other people.
Don't
like,
what
are you even doing? What are you even doing? Like they'll have like whole like reality like YouTube clips of these people.
Jeffrey,
like,
it's all a joke.
And it's all like, oh, we're all happy to get like, oh, so you never get in fights? You're just complicating the fights because now you got 3 or 4 people to get mad at. It's like what? Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, it's all a joke. And I want to go back to this Michigan thing because it's more fun and less serious than all this nonsense. And I have seen this. Is Kalen DeBoer is still apparently Jeffrey. You know, I thought it was, oh man, he beat Oklahoma. Therefore, there's no chance Kalen DeBoer is going to Michigan. But the Michigan fans have now gone, some of them have gone back onto Kalen DeBoer is probably going to be their next head coach.
Well, right now, Ralph Wolf is saying that Dan Wetzel, whoever, reported today Michigan next coach is still coaching in the playoffs. Maybe he just lied. So he doesn't know, obviously if he doesn't know for sure if that's true. But yeah.
But that'd have to be Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah, who else? I mean,
right. But I thought
be Pete Golding.
Question is, does Kalen DeBoer want to leave Alabama?
Why? No. To me, Alabama is such a significantly better job than Michigan.
Exactly.
By far. I mean, the only reason Michigan fans think they could get him is because of Larry Ellison. That's all they got.
I just don't understand the rationale of why Kalen DeBoer would want to go to a program that's in scandal, that has equal resources, that has very similar expectations, that has less access to the college football playoff on a yearly basis. Like, everything is equal or worse.
To me, that's like the amount of people who think that Marcus Freeman's going to leave Notre Dame for the Giants. He's not going to leave anytime soon. He just signed an extension last December.
Right. At least there's some sense in that because it's an NFL to college job.
Yeah.
Like, it is a promotion. This is a demotion. Like, It makes no sense.
It would be different if he got fired at Alabama.
Right. But he's not on the hot seat either. I thought their whole theory was, well, he's on the hot seat. He would not win a single playoff game in 2 years. He's won a playoff game. He's won a road playoff game. He's probably, I mean, if they look like they did against Oklahoma, they're going to be pretty competitive against Indiana.
That would be very funny if Michigan hired Brian Kelly. I would laugh.
But, I mean, you never shock a smart, Darrell. You know how he left Texas. He didn't get fired, but he left Texas to go to Marquette. The reason he left Texas to go to Marquette was because he knew that he was getting fired. Instead of firing him, they just let him go.
Thing is, though, you
don't want in that situation.
You don't want to leave for a team that you won't really win much at. That's another thing. I mean,
now I could be wrong, and Kalen DeBoer could go to Michigan. It just doesn't make sense.
It would be dumb in my mind. I think it'd be dumb because I mean, like everybody keeps talking about the expectations too. Is Michigan's expectations that much lower than Alabama's? They are lower. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they're the same, but I'm just saying like you're acting like Michigan's like Iowa and your job's safe. I mean, okay, like no, it's not.
No, it ain't. I mean,
it's not like DeBoer goes to Michigan and he's got James Franklin level, safety at Virginia Tech, where dude goes 7-5 and they'll probably be fine with it. I mean, Michigan still has very high expectations. It's not like he's just losing all of that, a worry of getting fired. And plus, it's like you're adding on the added pressure of all the crap that they have going on in their program right now that Alabama does not currently have.
Right. I just don't think. I think Michigan personally is in a place where Tennessee was in the mid 2010s, where their fans' expectations were way too high. Like they were talking playoff wins, national championships, and they would go like 5-7, 7-5, and all that stuff. And they had to coaching churn where they'd fire a head coach every 3 years. Program was in scandal with the burger situation, McDonald's bags.
Oh my God.
That's where kind of Michigan's at, is where they're just
nuts.
I know. They're just in constant turnover. And like, why would even I've seen Kyle Whittingham's name, Jeff Brom. Why wouldn't any of these coaches go there?
Whittingham should just stay retired.
Right. Why? I mean, the BYU head coach, people have speculated him to go there. Why?
He already signed an extension. He already turned down Penn State.
Right. Why would any of these decent coaches go to a program that's just in complete turmoil? He's also Mormon.
Man.
But I don't get it. I mean, I know it's crazy, but Brian Kelly, that the Notre Dame man mentioned, is probably the best option on the board right now.
Does Michigan really want that dude? He can't win a big game to save his life. Come on now. Do you really want him?
Think about the gap, the upgrade between Sharon Moore and Brian Kelly.
Brian Kelly would be better.
But the thing is, though, 2 years ago, Michigan wants a natty, and he's not it. You want that natty.
They're not a national championship program. They're not even close.
I mean, it's like they are, but at the same time, they're not.
Brian
Kelly's a better choice. I think Brian Kelly's a better choice for maybe Michigan State.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Brian Kelly, I think, in that region of the country fits well, but Michigan, to me, I don't know about Jeffrey or you, but it's like they're in the same tier as Tennessee.
Michigan fans were hoping to get Marcus Freeman. The dude played for Ohio State. The dude played for Ohio State. You're not getting him.
He also has tons of success in Notre Dame, and I mean he brought him to the farthest they've ever been since this century.
That's why I firmly believe at some point he's going to win a national title with Notre Dame before he leaves. I could be wrong, but if he can win 2 major bowls with Notre Dame, he can definitely take them to the promised land.
You're
Michigan
absolutely
had the most experienced roster in college football.
I think he will.
They won it all.
Right. They also cheated, Jeffrey.
I know, but I'm saying that. I'm just saying that.
I have mixed feelings about the whole sign stealing situation. Maybe because I defended Reggie Bush and the whole whole taking money thing. But then again, no, that's a little different. But at the same time, yeah, Michigan stole signs, but you still gotta play better.
Yeah, and so Jeffrey, is your argument with the super seniors like they were just a COVID product as well?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that I'm basically backing up your point that you're saying that Michigan is not a national championship level program because they don't recruit at a level that Alabama, Georgia, and Ohio State do. And that's why I'm saying when they did win it all with the cheating, whatever, is because they had all those experienced players. That was a very rare situation. All those super seniors that came back. I mean, you don't see that really anymore. Even though you got a lot of these dudes in school for 7-8 years, but those are only guys that aren't even that good. Typically when guys are really good, they're going
stay
pro.
for their senior year. Not often you see a great player stay for their senior year.
Yeah, they transfer. They just go to the NFL. I absolutely agree. And
so Michigan can't feasibly have a roster like that again.
Right. To me, it's very similar to the LSU 2019 team, where they just happened to get lucky by getting the two best wide receivers in college football and the best quarterback in college football in the same time.
And Clyde Edwards-Helaire was pretty good.
Oh yeah, and they had Leonard
this.
Fournette as well. I'm pretty sure on that team.
He was still there.
He wasn't.
He wasn't.
He wasn't.
Yeah, he was earlier in the decade.
He was gone like a few years before.
Right. So to me, if LSU's not a national championship level program, and they're not, then neither's Michigan. It's a very elusive, exclusive club to be in that only a few teams occupy.
What you're saying is kind of like how my definition of best team, I'm talking about the rosters and everybody was just talking about the performance, which is fair, and I get that. I mean, I probably would call Indiana the best team if they won it all. But again, I don't think the roster is the best. Their performance was the best, and I absolutely agree. But what you're saying is national championship program is programs that can win it all every year. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
And see, other people don't understand that, like a Michigan or an LSU, it's more of like a once a decade type of thing.
Right. I don't even have Clemson in there. They were in there for a few years, but then they've fallen off. You have these teams every decade that pop up and go back down. USC, Michigan, Clemson, all in the last 3 decades have done it. We'll probably get a team in 5 years that does it. So the only teams that are national championship programs every single year that can legitimately win it all, which is a combination of talent, best team, coaching, resources, all that stuff, is Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State. Those are the only 3 programs
I would
every
wait
single
until
year.
Kalen DeBoer wins one with Alabama first before you keep them in there. That's just me, though.
I understand that, and they are the team that is on the downward trajectory, but they still have
juggernaut.
Yeah, but they're still the most talented team in the country. They still are in the college football playoff. They still have even with how bad they are this year, and they have the best win in college football this year. They went on the road to beat Georgia. No other team in college football has a win as good as that. Now, they have a very bad loss to supplement that, but I think at their absolute ceiling, Alabama could win it all this year. Like, if you told everyone at their peak, I think Alabama's peak is right there with Georgia and Ohio State this year. Now, are they going to be consistent enough to do that for 3 weeks? I don't think so. But they're probably going to most likely have to in order to win it all.
You know what I think is funny, Darrell, is how I said that your definition was a team that can win a national championship every year instead of a team that can, do it like once a decade. The funny thing is, like Ohio State, it took them a decade to win another title.
They do tend to win it every decade.
But the thing is that they were in the conversation and they were right there every year. I mean, that again is what your point is. It's just Alabama, Georgia, and Ohio State don't win championships every year. It's just because they're always there and they're always capable of doing it, even when they don't. And again, I get the point. It's just there's a lot of other programs that are right there.
Aaron Meyer
Close. It's just
could
they're
have
not
had.
as consistently elite.
Right. Then
I
you've
get-
got the teams that are, I consider them the dark horses. Your Penn States, Oklahomas, Texas, LSU, those tier
I-
2 programs. Michigan's in there as well.
I think
Where
Urban
they-
Meyer could have had 2 more natties in 2015
Oregon.
and 2018
Oregon.
if they didn't slip up one time.
Right. Notre Dame's in there now, to where these teams,
I miss.
once a decade, or if things break their way, like they got to have a good bracket, they got to make sure they don't have injuries, they got to have things go their way. They could win it all. But are
I'm
they
going to
going
say
to?
this. There is something interesting with me in the number 6. I'm not predicting it will happen because, I don't really know. But like 2000, I'm a Colts fan, 2006 Colts. I'm a Cubs fan, 2016 Cubs. I would like to say 26 Notre Dame is next, but I'm not going to guarantee that happens. But it'd be nice if number 6 comes toward my way a third straight decade.
So let me ask you a question, Drew. I have an interesting question. We're talking about tier 2. How much longer would Indiana have to be this relevant and this good to join tier 2? Is that possible?
Yeah, it's absolutely possible. I go based on the results. And they have to do it for a sustained while. Like 2 years isn't enough. You
No, I
probably, to me, it's 5 years is the minimum. You have to be at this level.
Shoot.
So if
And-
in 2030 Indiana's still a top 10 team and they're recruiting
Signetti's really impressed the hell out of me.
then they'll be in tier 2.
Right. If they're consistently competing for Big Ten championships, they're in the playoffs consistently. They're a tier 2 team. Now, like to me, even Tennessee, I don't consider them a tier 2 team because they're too inconsistent. And they can't win it all. To me, Tennessee can't win it all ever. Miami, tier 3 team, because they're too inconsistent. You can't trust them to be consistently enough to win it all. And
see if Austin was still here, then that would make his argument of why Miami has disrespect per se is why they do is because of what you're saying.
right. And I saw Ralph Wolf comment that Georgia's only. I'm not talking about all-time rankings, or I'm just talking about right here in the current moment. And if Georgia every year shouldn't be considered national championship or bust, then who else is? Because Georgia right now is easily the best program of all of college football. They got the best coach. They got the best state to recruit in because
They could
of
be the
their
next dynasty.
right. If they win this year, they are a dynasty.
They have the most players that get in trouble.
But they also got some of the most players drafted. If they win this year, they would have had 3 national championships over the last 5 seasons. How is that not a dynasty?
I wish those players that would get in trouble would kind of look in the mirror like, dude, you're putting yourself in trouble and you're missing out on something great that you could be a part of. I mean, Georgia players, you need to understand, I don't care what team you play for. It's not worth it, especially when you know that you're playing on a national championship type roster.
They definitely don't have the best team of character at all.
Well, they kind of do. So, like, listen, there's something special you can be a part. Like to the Georgia players, there's something special you guys can be a part of if you just stay out of trouble. And it's not worth getting arrested. Nothing's worth getting arrested.
So Jeffrey,
If Lane Kiffin had stayed at Ole Miss, then they could have been tier 2.
To me, yeah, if they would have done this for a few more years, they absolutely would have been. Now they still can compete because I was impressed with the way they dominated Tulane. I thought they would have struggled somewhat, but they just absolutely went out there. They got the ball, they ran it down, and just destroyed Tulane. Now they're going to get killed by Georgia because Georgia's a different level of program than Ole Miss.
I mean,
But I believe in their coach. I think they got a good head coach, and I think they will be fine. It's curious if they're going to slip and fall because of the volatility of the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
But so they are the most likely team to fall, but they can absolutely still maintain a large amount of success they've had under Lane Kiffin, in my opinion.
Now, I'm only saying this to the Georgia players. Is like I'm rooting for you guys to succeed. I'm rooting for them to succeed, even though they're not on my team, because like I don't want to see them mess up their own lives.
I agree with that. I mean, you
I
don't want
mean,
anyone to do that.
especially when you, like I said, when you're on a national championship roster, you gotta stay. There's nothing worth getting in trouble for, especially when you know you're gonna have a possible ring at the end of the year.
Absolutely. And to answer Ralph Wolf's question, if Ohio State wins it, they would have a legitimate argument to be the best program. I think Georgia has had this level of success in a better conference for longer at this top level than Ohio State. But if Ohio State wins in back to back, you can absolutely say they're the best program. It's 1A and 1B between Georgia and Ohio State if they win it this year.
I mean,
But to me,
I
the
can't.
crazy part is, and this is
I
what the
can't.
12-team playoff has robbed us of, is Ohio State. Ryan Day's entire legacy should be he's a failure. He lost to Michigan. He may have been fired. They wouldn't have had that title. And this year, they lose to Indiana. They choke again. If it's a 2-team bracket, they would have been out because Georgia probably would have taken their spot. So this 12-team playoff, in my opinion, the team that's helped the most is Ohio State. And to me, that's a factor
Ohio
of why.
State. Ohio State. I mean, nothing but respect with what they've been doing. I mean, to have a chance to have a championship ring every decade, I mean, that's still impressive. May not be like what Alabama's been doing, but that's very close. I mean, and not only that, you always have a chance every year. I can only think of like 1 or 2 seasons in my lifetime where Ohio State did not even make a New Year's Six bowl.
Yeah, and
That's
one was
impressive.
that 2010 season or whatever.
That 2011 season, that little
2011 or
mess up,
whatever.
and that 2004 year, like a lot of people like to like Ohio State fans. I like how they gripe about the whole tattoo gate was unfair. That tattoo gate got them Urban Meyer, and Urban Meyer was the man that they needed to overcome the juggernauts of the SEC. I mean, Jim Tressel, unfortunately, he won a national championship, but he did not. He couldn't. But once he won the national championship, the SEC started becoming a juggernaut, and it became a problem for him. And after they got Urban Meyer, they finally figured out the SEC.
Yeah, Ohio State over the last 20-some years has, or for a generation or two, has been the only
And Ryan
program
Day
that,
is not a failure. Ryan
if
Day is a success.
right. My point was, and the reason for that comment is, if we had the 4-team or 2-team model last year, he would have been 10-2. He would have lost to Michigan. He would have never gone on that run to win the national championship.
I
Same
do
thing
think
this
that 12-team format kind of saved Ryan Day.
right.
I can only
I said
imagine
that
if
as well because if they had have missed the playoffs, which they would have under a 14 playoff, losing to Michigan last year, Ohio State fans were wanting him fired. Which is why I laugh when Ohio State fans are saying, "Well, Alabama wanted DeBoer fired for losing to Georgia and losing to Oklahoma and all that stuff." And it's like, I don't think Alabama fans wanted DeBoer fired as much as Ohio State wanted Ryan Day fired after losing to Michigan last year.
I know full well Urban Meyer wishes there was a 12-team format because he possibly would have gotten 2 more natties, like 2015 and 2018, where he had that one slip up that cost his team. Who else? Jim Tressel kind of wishes there was a 12-team format, and we all know in the 90s, John Cooper wishes that there was a 12-team format. Forget my coughs. I'm getting over being sick.
Oh, you're good, man. It's all good. I was sick myself for a while, which is why I wasn't live for like 2 weeks.
It doesn't help when you live in the Midwest like I do. I live in
Yeah.
South Bend, Indiana, bud. We have the meanest winters here.
Yeah, I'm in the South, so it's better. But still, being sick sucks regardless. But yeah, I'm sure it's worse when you're in the cold.
Yeah, and we should Traveling Fools is here. Congrats to this team on the biggest win they've had.
Yeah, appreciate it for being here, Traveling Fools. The real, congrats. Good win.
Yeah, this is
I
a
wish I
massive
could.
win for their program. They've solidified themselves as being back, which is probably the most important thing they've done. Is they're back.
Who's back?
Miami, they're back. They won a playoff. They won a game
Yeah.
of meaning.
Hey, I can only respect what Miami has done. I mean, to do
Right.
that at College Station too. I was worried that they would crumble in that stadium.
Right now, they get the pleasure of going to Ohio or playing Ohio State in Texas, and they're probably going to get their doors blown off.
I think Texas A&M, you can argue, is the most staggeringly underperforming team in college football.
Well, to me,
possibly in history, based off the fan base and the stadium resources,
their fan base
and
their fan base
and the NIL they have now, the money. I mean, you think about like Kyle Field, that's 105,000+ fans. I mean, they show up every year. They care. They want to win. They have all this money. They are in the SEC now. They should be good, and they just consistently underperform.
Their fan base performs better in the playoff than their whole team did.
Well, their defense played pretty well, but
yeah, true.
I get your point, Jeffrey, and I absolutely agree with you that they're the most disappointing program. I would put South Carolina at 2. Pretty close race between the two, but Texas A&M has more resources and cares more. To me, what Miami did today was prove that they, at their ceiling, can be a good team. And what this also showed me is the way we evaluate teams is inaccurate. Texas A&M going 11-1, while impressive, especially in the SEC, when you look at their schedule, they played nobody of any consequence. The only team they beat was Notre Dame, who's a fine football team. They're a solid team, top 15. But Notre Dame didn't beat anyone elite all season. So to me,
that kind of funny.
I would have made it more clear. I would have had Texas A&M as the first team out, okay, and I would have had Texas in. That way, you would just have a nice, clean Texas A&M, Notre Dame, Texas. They all played some. There's a little transitive property, but they all play head to head. I know Texas has 2 more losses than Texas A&M.
I'm open to playing Texas A&M again.
Yeah, you might beat them, but you only got one shot.
Schedule them. I
you need a better holder.
Don't even start with that one. But you know something? I find it funny. Like, I'm not trying to get things started with Aggie fans. I'm not saying it's all of them, but some of them were acting very insuffering and very classless toward us. Not only that, their players acted very classless in South Bend. And part of me is happy they lost this one in this way. And I can definitely say Jeremiah Love, on a bad knee, scored more touchdowns than the Aggies' offense alone. And that, I mean, they can talk all the smack they want, but they can't really be talking about Love anymore after that. I mean, Love on a bad knee one-upped your entire offense in the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think, to me, this Texas A&M team, I don't think they're a great team. I think they're solid. I think they're do what you expect out of a top 15 team.
But I respect what they've done. I just considering how classless they acted after they played us, part of me wanted them to lose.
I think they were going to lose.
If Texas A&M had a loss to Notre Dame, they would have missed the playoffs.
Right, but to me, their schedule was so weak they shouldn't have been in the playoffs at all. And if
Notre Dame won that Texas A&M game, there wouldn't have been a second G5 school in there, to tell you the truth.
To me,
been, right?
Yeah, there would have been.
Yeah, there would have been.
Sure.
Anyway.
Yeah, you're not in a conference. You refuse to join a conference like everyone else does.
A&M wouldn't have got in.
A&M wouldn't have got in. Well,
they wouldn't have. The reason A&M would not have gotten in with the Notre Dame loss is they would have had no good wins, and they would have been in the 2-loss bracket pool with Vanderbilt and Utah and BYU and all that, and they had no good wins. They wouldn't have gotten in.
Yeah, good point. I'm confused with how this rule is. I mean,
right. To me, they would have been ranked behind Texas. And right now, to me, they're the 7th best team in the SEC, despite them going 11-1. I don't know if you think that's too, Jeffrey, but
I mean, who
Yeah.
like okay, so you've got Bama ahead of them, you've got Georgia ahead of them, you've got Ole Miss ahead of them, you've got Texas ahead of them.
I've got Vandy and Oklahoma as the final 2 teams ahead of
Okay.
them. I think all of those teams have proven more this season than Texas A&M. Texas A&M had one good result all year, and they've struggled horrifically in other games, like the South Lake Carolina game. That should have been a pretty big indicator that they weren't that good. Being down
It was
30,
for me, and I know people like
Yeah,
Alabama also.
I
But the
literally
thing
thought
is that
Marcel Reed
A&M
was
was
going
at
to win the
home.
Heisman after. Hey, Shay.
A&M was at home when they almost lost to South Carolina.
Say hi to the camera, Shay. That's my. Her name is Shay.
Adorable.
And I'll let you down. Yeah, my cat just wanted to say hi somewhat. Sorry, I had to bring my cat in. But I literally thought Marcel Reed won the Heisman against South Carolina, considering how big of a comeback that was.
I don't think Marcel Reed should have ever been in the Heisman conversation. I mean,
Why? The dude was balling out, man.
I know that he did bring him back, but he also made a lot of mistakes all season.
I mean,
he threw a lot of picks.
He did? Well, he'll have his chance to redeem himself next year.
Yeah, let me look at his final stat. I don't want to just throw him under the bus on that. I mean, let me look up his stats.
He's not draft eligible. He's not draft eligible.
He threw 25 touchdowns and 10 picks this year.
Oh wow! Did the other guy just leave?
Yeah, I think he did. I don't know. Maybe
damn.
his internet died because he cut off before and then he came back. But yeah, it's almost 4 a.m. now. My goodness, I stayed up later than I was planning to.
So did I. I have to get up a little earlier because I have to pick up my girlfriend from the mall.
Yeah, definitely don't want to keep you up too late. I don't want to keep myself up too late because I got to be up tomorrow as well. So it's always a great time doing the show. I love doing the show, but I never get off on time because I mean it's just so fun hearing like everybody. You and
why doesn't that Trojan Fight dude ever get on here?
I don't know. Some people prefer just being in the chat. I respect that. I respect everybody.
Yeah, but come on now. Don't be shy. Trojan Fight, don't be shy. Ralph Go Blue, don't be shy either.
Pit Snipe Husker has called in a couple times. He's called in. A lot of times his internet struggles, but he has he's called in a couple times.
Yeah, my phone I don't know what happened. It just kicked me off like when I tried earlier, and it's like, oh man.
Yeah, I don't know. StreamYard's weird. I mean, I don't know like if it's different on phones, but even like on regular computers and stuff, it acts weird sometimes. Like it kicks you out. Like earlier, I was live and then I froze. It just completely froze. Like on my end, I'm still moving around, but like I could tell I was frozen on the stream. So it was like I'm like, what's going on? So I cut it off, came back in while Hamas Hero was talking. I mean, it does weird stuff. It makes no sense. I don't know, but Yeah, Ralph Go Blue. He's like, I've tried to call on the March show. Yeah, so I mean, it disconnects on him. Like some people, it's connection issues. Some people just like being in the chat. Because I mean, it's more effort. Like, because you gotta like come on here, and you don't like sometimes if you say like a take, and then people just roast you for it. Like when you're on here, it's like it's a lot more. Like holding your.
It sucks. My phone needs Wi-Fi in order to be able for me to get on here.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I wish I can just do this without. I think I need a new phone or a new SIM card or something.
See, here's Pitt coming in. And yeah, usually like he hits a audio reverb.
All right, how we doing tonight, fellas?
Doing
I'm
good.
doing good.
Am I coming through?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Outstanding. Jeffrey, I'm mad at you for talking trash on my Huskers, bro. And I'm going to start a fight right now. Let's go. Let's get out of the yard. Let's go out in the yard. I'm going to take you, bro. I'm going to take you. I've had enough of your crap.
Dude,
No, I'm just kidding.
I think Notre Dame should take out Rice and replace him with the Huskers.
Hey, man, my Huskers are just struggling, bro. We're just trying, man.
I know.
I'm full of
when you guys had no Dominican soup.
What a unit.
I think you need to get him on the coaching staff.
I don't think that Indomicon is interested.
Why? He did such a great job.
He is such a cerebral dude. I mean, he is one of the smartest players that ever came through this program. And he is tight buddies with Warren Buffett, man.
That's why I think he should join.
Oh, I wish. I just think that, yeah, he's moved on. He's got some beautiful little kids. He's got a beautiful wife. And
but that's where he can make his money.
Yeah, I think he's a happy guy, not, playing Mortal Kombat no more. It makes me sad, too.
I love watching Dominican Sue play.
Now, for our defensive line coach, for certain, we would love to have him. And we were in the fight for Robinson out of Syracuse. Looks like he's going to A&M.
Why would you want to get Syracuse coach? They don't do anything.
Well, Syracuse had one of the better defensive lines this season, oddly enough. Go check the stats.
Really?
Yeah, he's a stud. Yeah, that's why A&M's pulling him in, for Christ's sakes. Goddamn A&M. Any Aggie fans out there can kiss my butt tonight, all right? You sons of bitches.
What are we even talking about? Why are we even talking about A&M?
You don't know why?
Why
you don't know why?
We even have to talk A&M fans.
I mean, are we really
playing? Who is this?
Wait,
It's Skyline.
Why do I hear an echo as well?
It's tight.
That sounds like Nicholson.
And I have to listen to an echo of somebody who doesn't know how to use their audio. And we have to listen to A&M fans come on here and explain to us why cheerleader men are anything to do with football.
This stream is haunted.
What the hell is that, Jeffrey?
It's you, man. Unfortunately, it's your audio. It really echoes.
Is my audio echoing?
Yes. Unfortunately.
Man, your audio is basically your audio. If you had to order audio off of Temu and pick it up at the dollar store, that's where you would be. You have the Clover Valley version of audio.
I would say that my audio is fine on my end. So if you want to pick up these nuts at the dollar store, I'm more than willing to package them up for you, bro.
But we are
hearing you like 3 times.
I can't help it.
Wait, no, you can help it. See, what happens is you can actually be an intelligent human being and and properly come onto a stream and do your audio
The
properly.
echo's gone.
You can help it.
Who is this mastermind behind all of this?
It's the man behind the curtain. I mean, it's almost like the Wizard of Oz.
Boy, am I in a spooky world of what? Am I dreaming?
Traveling Full sounds like the ultimate night radio host, like at 4 a.m.
What is up, Jeffrey? How you doing, man? So I wanted to come on here and I wanted to say, okay, everybody's been pissing down Miami's throats. Like everybody's been saying, oh, Miami's got no chance. Oh, Miami's a nobody. You know what? Miami came out there and showed the defense. Oh, my God. I wish we'd have had last year's offense with this year's defense.
Are we in a fantasy world?
But we have managed to come out there today, tonight, and not tonight, but today, and took down the Aggies, and that was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, especially in College Station.
It was a good win.
Yeah, it didn't make any damn thing. It didn't make a difference.
It is a tough place to play. It's more impressive that you won there.
We took in a W. What do you think, Jeffrey?
I mean, I think that it was an impressive win. I also think A&M's trash. But I think that it was an impressive win. I mean, you can't.
I think Texas gave Miami the blueprint.
You can't overlook what Miami
here's
did
film.
today.
Thank us later.
Well, see, here's the thing that pisses me off, is no matter whatever Miami does good, everybody has to say, well, yeah, I think Texas A&M is trash. Oh, yeah, I think Texas gave Miami the blueprint. Or why the fuck can't anybody ever just say, hell yeah, Miami won?
That is true.
Heck yeah, Miami won.
No, I'm asking,
yeah,
like an
Miami
honest
did a good
question. Why does it always have to be like? You see what I'm saying? I'm a Miami fan. And I realize I've had 20 years. Some of my good friends that we do podcasts with radio shows.
A&M out of the end zone. That's more impressive.
I mean, Jesus Christ, the defense of Miami. Anybody, I dare you to, stand up against that defense. You're gonna have trouble.
That is true. We had trouble facing them with the first-year starting quarterback, and they were figuring us out very easily. It took a while for us to get going.
Notre Dame. Who is you?
Well, read my colors mean, hey, Miami beat us. I mean, what can I say?
Notre Dame. Oh, my God. I didn't realize you guys were still on the internet. I thought you had already all collected in some crying pool or something like that.
I'm cool, man. I'm good. I'm not upset about Miami being in there. We messed up. That's why we're not in the playoff.
So what do you think about, like, being a Notre Dame fan, having lost to Texas A&M, Miami? Do you still believe that you should be in the playoff?
Well, part of me says yes, but you got to beat one next season. No solution. Don't slip up twice.
And I think Notre Dame should have been in the playoff. I don't think Tulane. I don't think.
It's that bizarre G5 rule that James Madison.
James Madison. Yeah. I don't believe. What was the final score of the? I didn't even watch it.
Ugly.
Nor did anybody else. What was the score?
Oregon won 51-34, but James Madison scored a lot of garbage points, and Ole Miss won 41-10.
Right.
Oregon ain't really known for defense.
And those were the prime time games. That is an absolute sin. We should not have, the Notre Dame should have been in, and maybe Texas or
I'd say
these other teams
BYU.
should have taken those spots.
I think BYU.
You know
But
how lame it is to think that I'm going to go here and say, well, yeah, Notre Dame should have been in there instead of James Madison. Yeah, it's pretty sad, man. How bad does it feel to be a Notre Dame fan right now?
You could be Michigan.
We've had worse. We've had Brian Kelly just constantly not doing good in the big games. And don't get me started with the Weiss and the Willingham days.
Oh, man, it's horrible. I mean, it's weird being a Miami fan, but also being an Irish Catholic. I can't hate Notre Dame. So I grew up like in the 80s, I grew up like watching the nuns and the priests rooting for Notre Dame. I'm growing up in Miami and the kids were rooting for Miami. It was a long going joke between us and the clergy back and forth. So I do have a soft spot for Notre Dame. I have a Notre Dame koozie over here. I have a Notre Dame shirt. I have a Notre Dame. I'm Irish Catholic, so I don't hate Notre Dame, even though I'm supposed to. But I don't. So I think they should have been there. I think the group of 5 teams should not be there.
Yeah, unless it's like one of those Boise State teams that won the Fiesta Bowl, or that Cincinnati team in 2021, or one of those UCF teams.
Yeah.
Right, but they need to have their own playoffs, or we can't say we're waiting on the one team that is awesome.
Yeah.
Because you're leaving out these other legitimate teams that should be there. We just watched these 2 teams get blown the fuck out. And
yeah,
I mean, that's BS. Notre Dame, BYU would have been a great game tonight.
it would have. You would have had you would have had what's BYU's running back's name?
Well, I have no idea, but I would probably know if they got to play.
They had a good
tonight.
running back, but I know full well if Notre Dame and BYU played in the playoffs, I mean, you would have been seeing Love and Price.
I mean, honestly, how many people? I didn't watch the game tonight. Now, had it been Notre Dame BYU, I would have watched. But I didn't even watch what happened tonight because I knew the outcome. I knew Oregon was going to absolutely curb subs. I knew it before. I didn't even need to watch it. So I had to wake up early, watch my team play this morning, almost have a heart attack.
That should have been
times.
the night game. That should have been the night game.
They only didn't have it the night game because they had the Bears-Packers NFL game.
Right, NFL's running that, and
they can't have that on a Sunday.
I agree with that.
So Jeffrey, how you doing, man? I see your channel's grown pretty good, man. How you doing, buddy?
I appreciate that. I'm doing good. Just still going live, still doing shows, videos, doing the thing with Jackson on Alabama, the voice of college football. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just keeping on rolling over here. And there's not a lot to report. I mean, I've definitely made some people mad with some of my takes, and I've made a lot of people happy on some of my takes. So, I mean, I feel like I'm hopefully doing a good job. Yeah.
No, Jeffrey, you're always doing a good job. You know, one of the things that you can always take home, make people mad. If people are mad, they're watching. So never worry about people being mad at you. Always speak your mind. Always be true to who you are. If people get mad, then that's on them.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, he's done a very good job on that one.
Stephen Cherry says I'm the voice of Notre Dame football. Oh man, he'll never stop that joke.
I am on this channel.
Wait, I would hate to be the voice of Notre Dame football. It sounds like being the voice of Notre Dame football. I heard they were actually giving out like Kotex tampons, were advertising and reaching out to try to find people who were going to be the voice of Notre Dame football.
Oh man. This guy's killing me.
Am I wrong? I mean, you guys whined more and more. You lost to Texas A&M and Miami, and
I'm more mad that we lost those games than we did missing the playoffs, knowing that it led to us missing the playoffs.
The thing that sucks is they were week 1 and week 2 games, and I feel like Notre Dame improved since then. But again, it doesn't matter.
But why does week 1 and week 2? I mean, you know, people have injuries in week 5. People have injuries in week 6. Are we not accounting for those?
How about this one? What happens if Miami doesn't slip up twice?
What happens if Notre Dame doesn't beat Miami? There's only one thing that matters, and that is what happens when they play.
That is true. Well, if Miami didn't
all you
slip
had
up
to do
twice,
was beat Miami.
Or A&M.
Yeah, one or the other, but you lost to both.
Now, believe me, I wish we didn't slip. I'm more bothered about the A&M game because they had 2 weeks to prepare for that game.
Yeah, that was week 3, actually. I take that back.
I mean, what do you think about these people on Twitter and these people, you know, going on and on and on forever about how much better we are now than when we were when we lost? I mean, isn't that kind of lame?
Yeah.
It's like we're better now than when we lost.
4 months part of that, that is true, but we'll never get to truly know.
Yeah, I think Notre Dame was better than when they lost. But again, to Traveling Fools' point, I mean, it is opinion. It's hard to say.
It's like I know we lost the game, 5 weeks ago, but we're so much better now because we beat Tulane.
I mean, Alabama lost to Oklahoma at home, and Alabama shouldn't have lost that game because they outgained them by 200 yards. We outgained them by 200
you know what? That's another thing that cost Notre Dame because that would have given Oklahoma their 3rd loss. That would have pretty much set Notre Dame up as a lock.
Yeah.
Alabama. Well, let me ask you, so you are a Notre Dame fan, correct?
Yeah. Been one since I was 11 years old.
Right, and I have no hate. Like I said, I'm an Irish Catholic. I can't hate Notre Dame. I can't go to Mass. I can't go to Christmas, Mass on Sunday morning or Eve or, whatever I do. What is your best win this year?
USC. I was actually there, too, getting drenched in the rain.
Nice. Sorry. So that was what a number 15?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's your best win.
Believe me, I wanted to beat A&M, but unfortunately they slipped up that one.
Yeah, and Miami, right?
That too. Like I said, they didn't have just win one of them.
So did you agree with the meltdown that Notre Dame should be ranked above Miami?
No, I wasn't going to get into that argument because it's like you're fighting a losing battle.
My argument and what irritated me about it was that Notre Dame was ranked ahead of Miami the entire time.
I was and then very shocked at that one.
That's what I don't like. Notre Dame was ranked 9th and Miami was ranked Notre Dame was 10th and then Miami was 18th. Notre Dame moved up to 9, and then Miami kept moving up, but then they moved Notre Dame back to 10, moved Alabama.
I wanted both of them being in there. I didn't want them to be. I wanted them both to be in there.
Notre Dame should be in there. Tulane should not be in there.
That weird
James
G5
Madison should not.
It's just a waste. It was a waste of a game, both games. I I mean,
Right.
it's sad to
Right.
Tulane and
Stupid.
James Madison. I mean, it's great they got a shot, but they got killed.
And why would they not want to have their own playoffs? Like, they have no chances of winning a national title. What if they
Oh, that
had their
happens, then we
own?
need to quit
Then they
scheduling G5
would.
teams then.
I would watch the shit out of the group of 5 playoff. I would watch it. That would be awesome. But no, instead we have a group of 5 teams basically getting like slaughtered. It's stupid.
Another thing is if we I mean, and the G5 is going to have their own conference, have their own playoff, then fine. And if that means Notre Dame has to join a conference, then fine. I mean,
Notre Dame won't join a conference. They're too
No.
arrogant. And
Well-
I'm not saying you when I put this, but most of the Notre Dame fans on Twitter or X,
Yeah.
or, whatever you want to call it, I mean, they are so delusional. They think Notre Dame runs the system. When I saw that nobody was the ACC, one of the Power Four conferences, was going to lose out like on $100 million if they didn't make it in. I was like, yeah, Miami's getting in. It's all about money. Notre Dame thinks, oh, we can do this, we can do that, we can do this, we can do that. Yeah, join the conference.
Here's my opinion. I'll agree to joining a conference if they cannot seem to overcome their bad habits in September. Either you join a conference or try not to slip twice a year.
I think the problem is that teams improve a lot from September. I believe in that. I believe a lot of teams do improve because I mean Alabama lost to Florida State, and we improved from that.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, you have to look. Mid-season, there are injuries, and many things happen through a season.
I agree with that. I do. I just
you
think
can't
that
say
some
that,
teams
like,
do improve.
you start out with this, mid-season you don't have this, now late season you do have this, and
I was told Notre Dame should join the ACC. No, if they're going to join a conference,
we
it's
don't
going to be
want
the
you.
Big Ten.
we don't
shoot,
want
the
you.
ACC
You've been dancing along. Nah, go fuck off. Go join the pack. Go join the Pac 3.
What the
See, that's just funny right there. That is so funny.
Oh, boy, this guy killing me.
Traveling
But
Fools
I gotta
is awesome. He is so funny.
Yeah, I'm glad he got on here.
No, you're not. But I'm sorry you lost. I'm sorry you're sitting over there crying. And Rudy was offsides. You do know that. Rudy was offsides. The only thing you have going for you is Rudy and the thing.
I actually got an autographed jersey.
Notre Dame fans sit there and watch. I mean, how does it feel to be a Notre Dame fan after whining, and not you in particular, but watching all these Notre Dame fans whine and cry on the internet about how Alabama shouldn't be in the playoffs and how Miami shouldn't be in the playoffs, and now you're watching Alabama go beat Oklahoma, and now you have Miami, beating Texas A&M. They've both moved forward. How does that feel, sir?
Well, like I said, I think it was a mistake that any of the Notre Dame fans got in wars with the Miami fans because the Miami fans had a legit gripe. I mean, it was. Now, as far as Alabama, yeah, I admit I was one of the few who said Bama should not have been in there at first, but then they killed my argument on Friday. So I can't really.
Do you think Notre Dame would have beaten Oklahoma?
Oh, that offense is what the doctor ordered for anyone.
I think
That Oklahoma offense is so bad. Notre Dame would have manhandled them. I mean, Notre Dame was leading the nation in interceptions.
So do you think Notre Dame maybe should join a conference and actually
If you can't kill your bad,
schedule the games?
well, if you can't kill your bad September habits, then do it. But if not, but also I think independent or conference, take Rice off the schedule, replace it with something better. I don't want that. It's stupid.
Well, I mean, you look at Notre Dame's schedule, and they pick and choose what they do. And it's very weak. It was very weak this year.
Shoot, next season, there's no reason they shouldn't make the playoffs because the schedule's even weaker, and I don't even understand why. Well, apparently they've been scheduling teams like years ahead, thinking that they're going to be all this and that, like Wisconsin. It turns out Wisconsin's not this and that, so I don't know, man.
that team should no longer schedule years in advance.
Good point.
I mean, when your schedule goes in, I hate to say this, big shout out to Tim Prangley and you know what I mean, but you know what I mean. That is not that big of a game, and when that is your best win, I'm sorry, you're not that good of a team. I don't think Miami is going to make it all the way. I don't believe that in my mind. I think we'll do a good job against Ohio State. I am much happier with us playing Ohio State.
I think you'll probably cover the spread. We'll see if you win. I don't know if you win, but you'll definitely cover, I think.
No, I don't think we're going to win. I think Ohio State will probably win that game. I'm going to be rooting forward. It's New Year's Eve. Ohio State, I think, will win that, but Miami won a playoff game. Good Lord, it's the first bowl game, basically, I've seen Miami win.
I think Miami's
20 years, so yeah, I'm happy.
I think Miami's road win against A&M was probably the most impressive playoff win outside the Natty.
Yeah, that's College Station. I mean, it'll be great. If we don't win the next one, I'm still a happy Miami fan. I think we went and did something great.
Cristobal's gotten better.
Yep. We've moved forward. We have put in the thing. I mean, I want us to win. I mean, trust me. But I wouldn't bet a dime on the fact that we're going to beat Ohio State.
That's a smart move.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm rooting for my team, of course, but
would you bet on them covering the spread?
No, I wouldn't bet a dime on any of it.
Hey, I don't know. What scares me predicting some of these round 2 games is last season, everyone who had first round bye lost.
Now, I'm a lot happier. I would much rather play Ohio State than I would Indiana. Yeah, you know what I mean? I think we're sitting good there. I think it's a lot better matchup. And I'm not selling my soul and saying that we're going to lose. But, yeah, I do believe we have a good chance of beating Ohio State. If it was Indiana, no, I don't think Miami and Indiana would match up well.
I think you could beat Indiana.
No, I think we have better luck beating Ohio State.
You're probably the only person on earth that would believe that. And it sounds great you saying it. I like that.
No, I think looking at the teams, I mean, I think we have a better luck doing that than we would beating Indiana.
Yeah. I can't say today's a bad day for me considering I got my Christmas shopping done.
That's always a win.
What'd you buy me for Christmas? What'd you get me? Come on. Please tell me it's going to come in the
the-
form of like a super chat or something like that. Now we lost him. All right, Jeffrey, I do appreciate
I'm back.
you having me on, man.
Oh, you're welcome, Traveling
I'm
Fools.
back.
You're welcome for.
He's back now.
That's this guy's name?
He's back now. I
Signal
do
went
think
bad.
he was actually in the back room sending Jeffrey a super chat or a PayPal or something like that. Yeah, we appreciate your support here, brother.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good round 2, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
So what's this guy's name? The
I just know him as Traveling Fools.
Yeah, I'm the
I'll call
asshole on the internet that nobody wants to talk to. Jeffrey,
he's hilarious.
Jeffrey, I love you, brother. I'm gonna bounce out of here and let all y'all talk about that. But go Canes! You know we're gonna win the next one. We're gonna take Ohio State to the woodshed.
Miami 99-0, right? I
What do you
appreciate
think, Jeffrey? I want an honest opinion. Do you think Miami has a chance of beating Ohio State?
I mean,
they might be able to compete with them.
But any team in the top 8.
Come on, don't do this whole thing.
I think you better
team can win.
Miami has this much of a
chance. Give me
chance.
a real shot.
Honestly, your chances of beating Ohio State are better in round 2 than they are the first round. My name's Walter.
Oh, sorry. I was asking Jeffrey a question. Sorry,
or just call me the skate rat. Mm-hmm.
Slim chance.
All right, Jeffrey, what do you think?
I can't say they have 0% chance because I can't say that, but it's a very slim chance.
What do you want to bet, Jeffrey? What do you want to bet? I will bet you right now, Jeffrey. I will bet you a signed dollar bill that Miami beats Ohio State. You want to take that bet? Will you send me my whole ceiling right here? All right, I'll put the cam on. Give me a second. There we go. See, all above my ceiling right here, there's dollar bills. I can go and do this. These are all bets that I've won. Jeffrey, you want to make a bet? I will send you a signed $1, because that's the only bets I make with my friend. You want to make the bet? But you have to send me a $1 bill signed with your name.
So,
oh boy.
So what you're saying is that if Miami wins, I send you a dollar bill that is signed, and if Ohio State wins, then you do. Is that correct?
100%. I will send you a signed dollar bill that says Traveling Fools, and I will send it to you. 100%. I will send it to you. A $1 bill, and if you lose, if Ohio State wins, probably you losing at the same time, then you send me one that says Jeffrey, whatever the hell your channel is, I don't care. I'll staple it to my ceiling. It's another one for
only sports talk.
Only sports talk. Whatever you want to write on it, and you mail me one. How about that? How about the bet? It's a $1 bet. All you have to do is sign it.
I mean, I don't see any qualms with that. I mean, that sounds good.
Right. There we go. We got a bet.
That is crazy.
We
good
got
luck
a
to
bet.
Miami.
You got to say you got to vouch for it. I'll send you. You trust me. I'll send you. I'll send you my bill.
I'll still watch the national championship regardless of what happens.
All right. We got a bet, Jeffrey?
Sure.
All right, cool. I'm betting Miami wins. You're betting Ohio State. How bad of a person do you have to be to bet on like that you want Ohio State to win?
I don't really want Ohio State to win.
I know, so
that's
but
the
you have
proposition
you
set
have at
here.
this point. You have at this point put monetary value on wanting Ohio State to win. Boy, what a devilish person you are. You have sold your soul, sir. All right, so the only people who like Ohio State are like people in South Florida on the West Coast with like metal detectors wandering around telling everybody how great Ohio is, yet none of them are there. They're all in South Florida. So,
Sweet.
Like I said, I don't want them to win. I don't, but I mean,
well, you can owe me $1. Hey, you can owe me $1. Miami's gonna kick their ass. So,
that's
let me know,
okay.
Jeffrey.
Good luck.
Let me
Good
know.
luck to Miami.
Make sure you message me. I'll give you my address, and you can send that dollar bill right over here to me because Miami is winning the national championship this year.
It'll be interesting.
Yep.
I love your confidence, traveling fools.
I know you do. All right,
I mean,
Jeffrey, I'm
Miami's
going to
a
get
nice
out of
city.
here. I'm going to let you all wrap this thing up. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate you, man. And you know what? You got my support all the time, man. I'm always hitting the thumbs up on all your videos. So, good for you, man. Let me know.
Night, Jeffrey. Night, Jeffrey. I got to
you
go
have
to
a
bed.
great
I
night.
stayed up way too
Later,
late.
alligator.
You guys
Nice
both
talking
have
with
a great
you,
night.
Mr. Kane, dude.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I had a great time, and that sounds good on the bet travel pool. It's gonna be something else.
Hey, let's do when the national championship comes up. Let's do a prediction video.
Hey, I mean that would be crazy. Be cool.
Get Austin and the rest involved because it's good. Because I'm still gonna watch the national title. I mean,
Definitely be live for it for sure. I mean,
hopefully it's a good game because a lot of these.
national
championships have not been very competitive.
Yeah, hopefully it's a good game. I'm hoping it will be.
All right, talk to you soon, man.
Hey, you have a good one, Walter. Appreciate it. But definitely, as we wrap up this very long show here, but we're at 4 hours and 45 minutes. It's been crazy. We had a lot of great callers. It was a great time. We talked about a lot of stuff, and it was a lot of fun. And appreciate the super chats from Jackson and Walter as well. Do appreciate that, Walter, on 2 super chats. Notre Dame doesn't need to join a conference. I mean, I do not disagree with that, unless it keeps unfortunately hurting them in the playoffs. And in the World Series, their time's not meant to be. I agree with that as well. But do appreciate it. Got Stevie Cherry saying, great job, Jerry. Appreciate it. I'm tired. It stayed up a lot longer than I was going to, but do appreciate everybody tonight. I hope everyone has a great night. I got an insane bet with Traveling Fools for a signed dollar bill going on for Miami, Ohio State. So that's crazy. And we'll see what happens with that. And I can't wait for round 2 of the playoffs. I hope everybody has a great night, and I will see you guys soon.